Hello everybody and welcome to round 2 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 17. It's the 6 hours of Interlagos here at the start of October. Myself, Unilary and rFactor will be with you for the first couple of hours of this event. Short circuit and recently back on the real world calendar as well for the World Endurance Championship, which was good to see. It's good to have it back in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well for the first time in a little while. Bit of a surprise coming for you in a month's time as well, by the way. In 4 weeks we're going to Dubai instead at the start of November, so we'll look forward to that as well and maybe preview that a little bit later on. But Dara, it's Sao Paulo and Interlagos here today, a short circuit, one that's synonymous with championship finales, but it's round 2 this time round, and I'm looking forward to its first appearance in the VEC for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Interlagos is a superb little circuit. Going to be interesting to see how these drivers adapt with the multi-class racing. But as you said, it's not the longest, so we're going to see quite a lot of lapping and quite a lot of times where the drivers are going to have to be on their toes. They don't get the ease that they might get somewhere at Spa or even Le Mans when we get to at the end of the season when they have more time between the cars. But it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and 6 hours at a short track like this is going to be quite intense, I think.
After Racing Zone team took the opening round of the season at Spa, it's now time for the second round of the championship. Of course, we're still very, very early on as far as races go, but you were there for a little bit in the first race of the season. As I say, Racing Zone team winning in Hypercar. LMP2 won by Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Of course, the reigning GT3 champs taking a step upwards and taking a race victory immediately in LMP2. And Black Hawk Racing in GT3 taking that first race win again, searching for their first ever VEC title. What's the main headline story, if you like, from Spa, if you were to take one away from those first 8 hours?
Well, I think Go Team were in quite a good position. They then struggled later on in the race, so I think they're going to be teams to look out for, particularly in the hypercar standings. Maybe another name is the RAF Esports team in the GT3 is doing very well, looking to, with quite a good roster as well. We'll see how they can do here, if they can push forward. But generally, I think the opening race, it's always one of those races where the teams are just setting out their stall, and I think a couple of teams did quite well. Thomas Enger, as you mentioned, getting up the order quite quickly, but we'll have to wait and see if any of them can really maintain that.
Jimmy Allison might just be about to come over the radio with a bit of a message, so do excuse us for going quiet. I hope you can hear it at home. I think you will be able to, but do excuse us for going quiet when we get to that. Doesn't look like we're at risk of rain early on in this race. The session moves forward. Oh, hello, we're just changing over, and the sun goes away a little bit, so maybe it will rain. We'll wait and find out a little bit later on. On the pole position here, by the way, as we'll go through the grid in its entirety on the preceding the formation. That's the standings from warm-up. They're not the starting grid here. It's a Go Team 1-2 for the grid of this race. Norbert Jacob and Remy Delorme will start on the front row for Go Team Racing. There they are. Stefan Rowe, who was out there in warm-up, getting himself ready, is alongside the round 1 winners Racing Zone team, and Zoltan Toth, who is in 4th. It's Seawolf Net Race and 10-8-9 Racing, that's a bit of a mouthful, on row 3, with Netrex and Black Hawk Racing rounding out row 4. And then we get to the LMP2s, of course. Pancourse with Luca D'Amelio are on the front row there with Undercover Rain. Black Hawk Racing in the top 3 here too, with Sean Clark Racing on row 6. 13th overall will be the first of the on-off racing cars. It's Arm Cyber next, followed by rFRO, Simsport and Valley Esports, who are in 15th and 16th position. At 17th place overall, Wojciech Polesny in a little bit of a rare appearance in LMP2, but Thomas Enger Sim Racing have moved up, of course. They had a Go Team Racing, Team Iris and Simfree in the top 20 overall. XRL Esports and Josh Hughes starts that one ahead of Hyperion Esports, and then you get to those in GT3. Caspian Motorsport followed by Rafa Esports team. Yernik Simicic back in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Simfree Esports share row 13 overall with Black Hawk Racing, the race winners from 1 round ago in 27th overall, and Seawolf Net Race alongside them. Row 15 is World of Sim Racing team and 58. Diogo Silva starting there. Brabham Motorsport and the other Black Hawk Racing car are on row 16. 33rd is Mitzi Hoyer for WRT with Team Iris and Pim van Ark in 34th. Carloni Racing and MC Motorsport have changed over from their Mercedes. They are in 36th to start this race. Bert Knox for Sim Racing for Holland next up, followed by SRC Commerce Esport. Wanaco are in 39th, ahead of Satellite Racing in the top 40. In the final row by Bros Racing and Tomeli ERT, rounding out our 42 car grid. We're almost ready to go, Darren, for the 6 hours of Interlagos. The Go Team teammates look like they're mobbing the front, and we'll be hoping for a good start.
Yeah, another team and driver looking for a good start would be Nick De Silva in that 1089 racing car. He was in the lead at Spa for a little while. Issues ended up taking them completely out of contention, I believe, out of the race. We'll see how they can start.
Catch up until the green flag, but please catch up as soon as possible so you don't get a penalty. That's it. 6 hours. Good luck, guys.
Good luck indeed to everybody. The driver's now on the pit limiter, and we're under the control of the race-leading Go Team cars. Norbert Jakob in control as they pass pit lane, ready to go for 6 hours of racing in Sao Paulo. The second round of the Virtual Endurance Championship in Season 17, ready to go. 8 hypercars at the front, followed by the LMP2s and the GT3s in the background. Let's go. Green flag racing. Norbert Jakob immediately getting off to a good start on the front row. There's already a fanning out behind as the hypercars getting towards turn 1 for the first time. Jakob goes deep into the first corner, and he's immediately going to be under pressure from his teammate Remy Delorme. Is going to have a good run around the outside, but can't do anything with it. In third place is going to be Stefan Rohr in the first of the Netrex cars as they get through the first few corners for the first time. There'll be a bit of a stack up, I'm afraid, as the LMP2s also get away here. It's going to be a long way for them to get through here, and they're going to just tuck into line with these hypercars, and there he goes. Finally a bit of a break in the field, but the Go Team racing cars do get off to a good start, and they lead through the opening sector of the lap.
Yeah, critical for them to get through in 1 and 2 after, what can only be described as a disastrous start back at Spa from their great qualifying position. So good to see them getting through the opening stages cleanly. And nice to see that the number 75 car into the front in the GT3. So a little bit of a jostling for position happening down there. But in the end, it does seem that we've got Erdem Ekyol maintaining, I think, the lead in the Caspian Esports car.
Yep, good start from them as we go to complete the opening lap of this race. It is Go Team 1 and 2, Netrex 3, then Racing Zone Team in 4th, Race Clutch in 5th in the number 1, of course, then Seawolf, who are in 6th position. Over the line they go, and in the background already a bit of side-by-side between Nick De Silva and I believe Jan Venninger there in the Seawolf car, is it? Looks like Remy Delorme has indeed gotten through here into the lead, so at least the Go Team cars have changed position, but other than that they are still running 1 and 2. Did Venninger get through decisively on Nick De Silva? He certainly did, so he's up into 5th position early on, but a clean start, glad to say, for everybody, not only for these leaders overall in hypercar, but actually for the entirety of the field.
Yeah, through the opening lap, nobody was breaking the train in their individual classes, so really good to see that everybody's maintained their way through. We're not seeing a bit of a repeat of what happened at Bahrain last season, so that's all nice and good. Another team that's had a good start is down in the GT3 class, the number 58 team, piloted by Diogo Silva at the moment, up to P3 at the moment, so a good start from them, just getting ahead Vione Simoncic in that referee sports team car, who qualified in P2, of course.
Yeah, and dropping back, unfortunately, a couple of positions on the opening lap for him, it looks like. But 2 Ferraris get away well at the front of the field. The gap's already rather large in the hypercar field, I've got to say. But there is going to be a lot of lappery throughout this lap. There's a new fastest lap course, 1 minute 20, just under for the hypercars. For these for the GT3s, they're about 13 seconds slower than that, so they are going to be lapped a fair amount of times throughout here. I would say maybe every 6 laps or so for these hypercars, they'll be going past all of the GT3s, and we always speak about it, the first run through traffic is going to be very interesting indeed, and they're already half a lap ahead of those GT3s.
Yeah, and that's roughly every 8 minutes. And when you're considering this is a 6-hour-long race, you can just think about how big this task is going to be. You're looking at 60 laps, if not a little bit more, that these drivers or the hypercars are going to be putting on the GT3. So much work for them to do. But these opening laps, I think, just keep it clean, keep it calm, and try and build a bit of an advantage if you're that Go Team car with Norbert Jakob
Wow.
deciding that he was drifted through a Pico de Pato a little bit more than maybe he felt comfortable in doing, but still, Go Team out in front, and they'll want to build on this advantage in the next couple of laps.
That was quite spectacular. Through there. There is the look from the air at Norbert Jakob. As we look at those guys in hypercar. In GT3, things are a little bit closer. The leaders, indeed, not that close, but in this sort of secondary group, if you like, it is pretty close. Wood Sim Racing team have lost a position or two, I believe, on this start, but they're still in amongst the rest of the field. Benjamin Gilsinski just in behind for Seawolf Net Race in the Aston Martin. Then it follows the BMW, another couple of BMWs, in fact. They make their way into the final corner now and onto the front straight. This is always the problem. We speak about it all the time. These GT3s, so difficult to pass when you're in the hypercar class, and they're so bunched up when you're coming through on them. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, I think the first couple of passes are going to be incredibly difficult for the hypercars, and even the LMP2s when they are able to get to the back of the GT3s, because they are not splitting up. You can see how tight they are as they cross the line once again. There was a battle for P6, it was, down in towards turn 1. You could just about see around the outside is going Aguado, trying to take that position, getting a better run through turns 2 and 3. Might have a run down the Reta Aposta towards the Ciudad del Lago. We'll see if he can get any kind of move to the inside or the outside.
Oh,
but there's already a DNF.
There is. Harry Smith's off, I'm afraid. I'm not sure if that was a crash or a disconnection. We'll get some confirmation on that, but it looks like one of the NetRex cars has already fallen by the wayside here. It's number 19 of Harry Smith, second place in Spa, already out early on here at Interlagos. What a disastrous start. I mean, even if they can get going again, this is one of the shorter races of the Virtual Endurance Championship season. We've got a few 6-hour races, of course, not quite as short as the 4 hours, but nevertheless, it is going to be a difficult recovery from here. Let's see, was it an incident? Or no, it was a disconnection, I'm afraid, for Smith, who is out of the race. And that is a shame. If they can get going again, then they might be able to salvage something, but if not, then it's a pretty long or pretty lot of time missed out on. I mean, only 5 minutes in and they've had a race-ending potential incident.
Yeah, but if they can get back in, of course, with there being so many opportunities for cars to be lapped, with it being such a short circuit in comparison to other circuits that we would go to, there is more of a chance for maybe a little bit more contact than we would otherwise see at other circuits, so that maybe there's a little bit more of a chance for them to get themselves a little bit further up the order, but they're going to be very disconnected, even if they can get back in to the race, because you can just see how tightly bunched the entire hypercar field is after 6.5 minutes. The biggest gap is 2 seconds, and realistically they're all split by, I mean, around 7-8 seconds between the pack, which is quite tight compared to what we have seen, particularly at Spa last time out when they gapped out pretty quickly off the start. But we're kind of seeing that theme running all the way through all 3 categories, where the drivers aren't really gapping out just yet. They're all running pretty similar stints, it seems.
Looks like it. That's quite wide from Jan Venninger into turn 1. And so he'll just lose a little bit of time. Mikko Kwiatkowski is the leader in the LMP2 class for Undercover Ryan. It's Blackhawk in second position here in LMP2, followed by Pan Corsa, who were on pole. Sean Clark Racing in 4th place, followed by On-Off Racing on Cybra. So finally a little bit of a gap opening in front of On-Off Racing. You see the front 4 maybe just getting away ever so slightly. It's another big field in LMP2 this season. And we've got 14 in this particular race. Just strung off the back is Hyperion Esports, and it's quite surprising to see Hyperion so far down, and not necessarily in relation to their result at Spa. However, it is surprising in relation to last season, where they were in with a shout of the championship. They were certainly in with a shout of race results and race wins, but they're down in the very back of the field at the moment, and in 14th position.
You're not having the best of starts, are they, at the moment? But, I mean, still, there's going to be lots that's going on in this race. I don't think it's going to be completely out of the question for them to run back at the front once again. Janssen Bintz is looking like he's trying to put the pressure on at the moment to try and pick up P6, but that's just still the battle as they run their way through. This is where the action's going to be. The first pass of the GT3s is already happening, and we're not even 9 minutes into the race yet.
No, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed to see how this works out. Short circuit means that you get up to the back of them very, very quickly indeed. And now Remy Delorme will be first into the traffic. Norbert Jakob will try and follow through, but immediately a couple of cars put between himself and his teammate. Further back, Jan Renninger's getting close again to Zoltan Toff for fourth position in this race. And so he'll be looking for a way through, I'm sure, in the traffic. Although it is easier said than done to manage it in the traffic. We'll see if he can in towards the Pico de Pato. So busy as they all try and filter their way through. Is it going to be inside? Is it going to be outside? Oh, it's up on the curb for the Netrex car, and it's side by side between Zoltan Toff and Stefan Ruhr at the moment. Who's going to work this one out? It's going to be Toff on the outside, needs to be careful now. It's tucked back into line as they go up the hill and through the final left-hander. They'll weave either side of the GT3s. Where do they go here? Almost side by side here on the way towards the straight. The Sim Racing for Holland car now passed as they all go defensive and attacking one another as well. Here goes the Racing Zone team car down the inside, and they do get up into third position.
Yeah, and all 5 of these hypercars from 3rd down to 7th, most of the field split by about a second into turn 1 there. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flashing through the screen. They are all, this is a fist fight pretty much, with the GT3s being a bit of a parlay to it. Let's see. Oh, there's contact, there's 3 wide, and there's a GT3 going around, but I think the hypercars have got themselves through somehow.
They have somehow. It was one of the Corvettes that's gone off, I'm afraid. We'll try and get confirmation as to who that was in the field. But it was contact on the way towards turn 4, and one of the Corvettes has gone around as a result. The hypercars survive. Stefan Ruhr, though, loses 2 places. He was 3rd at the start of the previous lap to this one, and now all of a sudden he's down in 5th position. Don't know if he's damaged or not, but he's certainly sort of gingerly making his way through on some more GT3s here. But yeah, what a shame. The disappointment for the GT3 team, although they do have a long time to recover it. That's never ideal to be hit off in towards turn number 4.
No, it was so tight though down there, wasn't it? All of the hypercars swarming over the GT3s, having their own personal battle, and then almost forgetting that they have to lap some of these GT3s.
Oh goodness! Huge crash for Giuseppe Pastore, I think it might have been. I can't see, to be honest. I don't know who it was in the background, but we'll see if there's any pit stops. If they've gotten away with that, that's a miracle. It was Nick De Silva and Giuseppe Pastore in the background of the shots we were seeing, and somehow they have... Oh no, they haven't quite gotten away with it. Pastore's into the pit lane. It must have been he who hit the wall.
Yeah, it looked like we had a very brief shot there of I think it was De Silva getting checked up by the hypercar, by the GT3, I should say. I wonder if there was any kind of movement out which caught off the other car there. It was very difficult to see. We only kind of saw 2/3 of it and not the crucial middle third, so difficult to really say what happened there, but it has meant that Nick De Silva is well off the back of the train, and even further off the back of the train, of course, is going to be Giuseppe Pastore, and I think he's going to be not too pleased about how that's unfolded.
Oh, well, I mean, he was the one diving down... Oh, was it De Silva? Sorry, diving... Yeah, it was De Silva diving down the inside of the BMW initially, when he really shouldn't have been. And then Pastore came on the scene very, very quickly indeed, and absolutely smacked the wall as well. So that was not particularly ideal. Wonder which of the BMWs it was and whether they've managed to survive. This is the battle for second place. Diogo Silva trying to get past Daniele Canestrazzi on the way in towards turn number 1. The Corvette tucking in behind the Aston Martin. They've got 3 seconds up to the leader, Erda Macchiol, at the moment. It's been a great start for Caspian, but behind them, the battle for second continues. Diogo Silva not able to do anything into turn 1 as Nick De Silva comes in the hypercar class.
Yeah, not been the best of starts then for those two. Maybe a little bit of damage from Nick De Silva that he didn't come in for last lap, but felt the car and didn't feel like it was responding the way he wanted to, and has now come in. Brief yellow in sector 1 as we are again seeing what is the LMP2s now lapping some of these GT3s. It is going to become an absolute melee. If you thought it was bad with 7 hypercars, think how bad it's going to be when we've got all of these 14 LMP2s coming through.
Yeah, double the LMP2s as there are hypercars. They'll all be coming through at once here, either side of a BMW, out of turn 4 and 5, round the outside through the fast double right-hander at Ferradura, and Jussi Nerula will be just looking for his way through the traffic here rather than anything else. He looks to the outside down here at turn 9. No way through there. There'll be dives down the inside of Michi Hoyer here in 10th place in the GT3 class. And already they've negotiated most of these GT3s in the field. Janssen Bintz very close behind the on-off racing car just up ahead. You can see as they're going towards the final corner. He's even having a look down the inside there. Is Bintz. Charlie Rigo is the driver he's trying to overtake. He couldn't quite do it there, but another example of how the traffic changes these races. Mikko Korkiakowski is a lot further ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field than he was at the beginning of this lap. Oh, look at the gap, nearly a second now.
Yeah, but that could come down. It depends on how the traffic is met here. Charlie Rigo looking like he's going to get a little bit caught up through turns 1 and 2, but equally getting caught up is the car in front, piloted by Nirola. So it's
the pit entry where you cut to overtake people. This is an official warning for everyone. Do not use that pit entry as an overtake spot.
So yeah, I was just saying how it could be difficult to get through the traffic as they work their way through, and it does actually come into the point that Jimmy was making about the pit lane there. When you're trying to make your way through the traffic, the pit lane does come off the racing line, doesn't it? So the drivers are going to have to be very careful about how they manage with that. Going to have to maybe favour the outside line through that final kink, otherwise they might find themselves picking up a penalty.
Everyone's had their official warning now, as you've heard, so they will hopefully not do that again. Luca Martino is defending here his 7th position as well through the traffic from Team Iris. Had a good season in season 16 as well. Looking to make the pass, although things will get stretched out in the back end of this GT3 field. It's especially lively in towards the sort of front, not the very front, but sort of the midfield front, if you like, of the circuit. There is. I think that's to Dennis Zitak, the driver who was dived down the inside by Nick De Silva into the final corner on that big crash. Pastore gets a penalty here as he exits the pit lane. Surely that wasn't speeding, was it, as he makes his way out of the lane? We'll find out for you, but it could well have been. It's good to see him back on the circuit, I suppose, because he had a rather large crash through the final corner a few laps ago, but unfortunately it is going to be a long road to recovery for them and also Nick De Silva as well.
Yeah, a little bit from bad to worse, isn't it, for Blackhawk there, but you know they'll see what they can do over the next 5 hours 43. It's such a long time. I know we often talk about how you can recover in these races, but I mean 5 hours 43, anything can happen. You know, all of the drivers in front could have incidents. I mean, there's not many of them, but there is always a chance that they could all get caught up in somewhat of a similar incident to yourself, so there's always a chance for them to come back, and with such a long time left on the clock, it is far from over. Charlie Rigo, I think he's fighting here with Janssen Bintz through in towards Jinsao, in towards the final meaningful corner on the racetrack in these LMP2s as they make their way out of the corner. They've got a little bit of... Oh, actually, they don't have any traffic in front of them. Just another one of the LMP2s, so good to see them working their way through. But Charlie Rigo back in a fight, looking to get back up to P5 again.
Yeah, he's recently just dropped out. It's going to be difficult to get back past Janssen Bintz, showing the pace he's got as things stand. In towards turn 1 for them. What about Mark Veit? He's getting very close to Mikko Korkiakowski as things stand at the front of the field there. So we'll have a look at that in a moment as well. But it's good to see that the LMP2s have all gotten through on the GT3s for the first time now as well. They've nearly all completed it, they're not quite completed it. And as that happens, the hypercar leaders get back to the GT3s as well. From here to the end, it's going to be pretty relentless.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any, time to breathe for any of these drivers. It is just going to be, a slugfest really all the way to the end. These drivers trying to find their way through. They are not going to have any time to relax. If you're in a hypercar, and if you get a clean lap in a hypercar, from about 10 minutes time to the end of the race, you are going to be feeling extremely lucky because there's going to be cars dotted around the circuit at the moment with the LMP2s and GT3s kind of mixed together. It means that the hypercars are having some clean laps, but the leaders are already coming up to the back of the GT3s once again. They're the two Go Team cars. They've got a 10-second lead to anybody else, and they're working their way through the back of the traffic once again.
Yeah, it's pretty relentless. Seal of Net Racer looking to make moves in GT3 and Hypercar here. This is the battle for 7th place in GT3. The Hypercar is battling for 3rd as things stand, and they'll shortly be coming past in this grouping. The re-emerging Nick De Silva is also making his way through here, along with Giuseppe Pastore, who will be doing the same in the not too distant future as well. Over the line though goes these GT3s. It's quite remarkable how to see how single file these GT3s can be when there's no traffic around them, but you know, just in the same way it presents overtaking opportunities for hypercars and LMP2s, it just the same for GT3s as well, depending on how you take advantage of them.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point to make throughout the race where, you know, so much is going on, particularly for the drivers to focus on, a little bit of a move to the inside. It was a bit of a feint to the inside there in the battle for P5 just up the road, with Gilinski trying to make a move himself for P7, but you can just see that, you know, almost like the slight grouping out of this train, and they're forming a couple of duets, aren't they, at the moment, 2 by 2. They run as the Go Team cars look to find their way through one on the inside at Ferradura. They'll get towards the inside again at turn number 7, then they'll run all the way through turn 8 round the outside. There's not a big pace advantage for hypercars in some of these slower speed corners through the middle sectors. It's difficult to really make a move through there, but good work from both of the Go Team guys.
Indeed, there's a pace disadvantage sometimes through some of the corners, especially this middle sector. Very, very awkward to get through indeed. Another group just up ahead here, the McLaren and the Mercedes battling just up ahead of the ones we're following. That's Rafa Esports team and Yoni Simoncic versus Ivan Aguado of the World of Sim Racing team as well, up towards the line. So there'll be ones to watch. Where's the Racing Zone team car in the background coming through from Hypercar? Look at the gap they've got all of a sudden over the Seawolf car. It's a 2-second gap, maybe. Oh no, not quite that quite that much, but only 0.8 of a second as they make their way through the traffic. Around the outside goes the Porsche. No, goes right around the outside of both of them. And this is just getting a little bit easier as the GT3s stretch out that little bit more. Soon enough though, the hypercars will be going through the LMP2s and GT3s at the same time. Then the 3 classes will be mixing properly about half an hour in.
Yeah, it's going to become a little bit chaotic, I think, in the next few minutes because of the hypercars making their way through the GT3s. Having a quick look at the track map at the moment, everybody is currently between the start-finish line and turn 4 at Interlagos. It is just so congested around there right now. The hypercars are getting through the leaders in the GT3s, and in double quick time will be on the back of the LMP2. So yeah, and from there on in, there's not going to be any gaps on the circuit. It is going to be chaos all the way to the end. And I don't think we're going to really know where to look, to be honest, Ewan. This is going to be quite intense. You can see 2 of the Seawolf cars, one of the LMP2s, or one of the hypercars, I should say, and one in the GT3s going through. But they're both having a decent race for the time being, running in about midfield in their own classes.
Yeah. There is penalty for, excuse me, for Ivan Aguado in the World of Sim Racing Mercedes. You can just see that car just up ahead here, actually, in the number 51. There he is, in the battle for 5th position as things stand. So penalty there. Vogel as well. Just keep an eye on those penalties up at the top of your screen. That will be coming pretty shortly. I haven't seen anybody serving penalties yet, so can't be too far away from getting that now. Drivers serving penalties. Stefan Roth is running in, or was running in 3rd, now down to 5th place in the field. He'll be taking a trip through pit lane. Pim van Ark outside of the top 10 in GT3, also with a penalty. So plenty to come, and we'll just have to see how they affect the race, really, because Zoltan Toff also has one. He's 3rd in the hypercar class.
Yeah, it's not looking good for a couple of the teams at the moment in terms of picking up the penalties early. There's another one there for Vogel, as they are starting to roll in a little bit at the moment. So not I mean, clean in terms of the drivers getting through generally, but not the cleanest in terms of the penalties. Vogel, of course, right at the back of the field, going to be struggling with those penalties. But it's interesting, really, to have penalties early on, maybe suggesting that the drivers are really going to have to do a little bit of adapting as we work our way throughout this race. They're going to be doing a lot of lapping, a lot of overtaking, so they're going to have to get used to it and have to hope that they don't pick up too many penalties. You could just see as well from that camera angle briefly where that pit lane line sticks out, and it is right onto the racing line, so drivers are going to have to be really, really careful. They can't have a little lapsing concentration around that final corner, because that is that's surely going to be a hotbed for drivers to pick up penalties through there.
There is Jörg Vogel, you've just seen taking many penalties, but going through on him is the LMP2 leading battle as he comes in to serve one of those penalties. It's Mark Vaite who's trying to work his way through into the lead, just past Mikko Korkiakowski in towards turn number 1. To nose to... So it was Blackhawk running in second place at the end of the race at Spa. And the Mikko Korkiakowski driven undercover rain car finished down the field, I'm afraid, outside the top 10. So going to be a turnaround if they can pull this one off, a real turnaround. But again, GT3 traffic is upon us, and not too far behind them, the hypercars here as well. So we're really sort of mixing the classes now. It's not coming in fits and starts like it does at the start of the race, but instead it's a little bit more gradually consistent, really, the traffic in this race, as you would expect 25 minutes in.
Yeah, it's there have been their gaps, but there have also been the quite intense battles through the traffic. But we are starting to see, particularly the GT3s, eke themselves out just a little bit. First is currently down at turn 3, the last car coming out of Jung Sao, so kind of on opposite corners of the racetrack. So quite a big disparity there. We've got a pit stop going on at the back of the GT3s, as well as Mark Vaite continues his pursuit for the lead. But it does mean that there's going to be constant traffic now from here on out for the hypercars, particularly for the LMP2s as well. And they're just going to have to dial in. They're going to have to get into a rhythm, because otherwise they're going to struggle. Having said that, getting into the rhythm is going to be very difficult when you're going to have to be going offline at most corners each and every lap. So going to be very tricky, but of course the drivers that are put in here at the start are put in here for a reason, and they're likely to know exactly what to do in these scenarios.
They certainly are. So through again in towards turn 4 for these. Now, can Mark Vaite stay with Korkiakowski in this middle sector? That's the real difficulty, as Seawolf come in to serve a penalty. That's very close through the uphill right-hander. Vaite will try and follow through here and have to be on the outside line around the long left-hander of turn 9. Gets that done rather nicely, but what about into the Pico de Pato turn 10? Be a look up the inside from Korkiakowski. Can't really get it done. It'll be on the outside down the hill here at turn 11. And Vaite will follow with that. So he's done a decent job here to follow through the middle sector. That's what you're really worried about. The first and third sectors, it's a lot easier to stay close and to avoid that car getting in between the battle.
Yeah, I mean, this is really difficult to pick your way through, isn't it? You can just see how they're all streaming over each other. 1, 2, 3 LMP2s in the same space as 1, 2, 3 GT3s. They make their way up towards turn 1 once again, as the battle still commences. Mark Vaite, he's looking for the move. He's not forcing this, is he? He knows that he's got a lot of time, and a lot of time to try and make this move. And I seem to remember him doing very well at Spa to work his way through the field. So he knows exactly what he needs to be doing, but he's not forcing his hand yet, and he's just allowing maybe for Korkiakowski, I should say, to maybe feel a little bit more comfortable and then spring an attack on him somewhere, maybe where it's not expecting it. Maybe to use some traffic to his advantage as well, and you're not going to be short of opportunities to do that here.
Racing Zone now taking their pit stop as well for the race. Oh, well, sorry, their penalty for the race. That's it's not a pit stop. Be a drive-through penalty, and they will re-emerge as well back out onto the circuit in third place. But Go Team are running away with this as things stand. They're 1 and 2, and really staying away from the rest of the field by some distance already in this race. Not even half an hour into proceedings. A very good start indeed for them. It's half an hour into the 6 hours of Interlagos here in Sao Paulo. The leader in LMP2, Mikko Korkiakowski, who we're struggling with already, is just ahead of Mark Vaite, still ahead of Mark Vaite here in the battle between first and second. It's close, but it's not, liable to change any time. It almost doesn't feel like Vettel's really bothered about going through at all. He's just bothered about staying as close as possible. He needs to clear these couple of cars down here if he's going to manage that. He doesn't quite. No, there'll be a car separating them. It's what he was really trying to avoid.
Yeah, and it's a little bit wide as well as they run through, and it's the GT3s. You can just see inside, outside, going either way as they make their way towards Ferradura. Once again, the horseshoe corner, all the way around the right, so difficult to make a move there. Even with the high-speed nature of the corner, a little move to the inside as well. Look at that in behind, 2 by 1 by 2 by 1, directly into that tight turn 8. And they've all made it through, it seems, which is good to see, but it's not always a given sometimes, is it? I mean, it can be quite difficult. You can see in the background again, Janssen Bint's in the thick of it, in that very distinctive orange and black car. But interesting start. Drivers really feeling their way out, but you can just see how tight it is getting. Nirola may come under a little bit of pressure though from Janssen Bint's down in towards the opening corner as the Valley Esports driver. Looks like he's got a bit of a run.
Yeah, certainly does, but doesn't look really possible to go down the inside towards turn 1 here. I think they'll stay single file again. It was fairly lively through the middle sector there, but after that they've gotten it sorted out, and that's generally what's going to happen here through the traffic and through the middle sector especially. That's very liable to happen indeed. The overall leaders now making their way through. And by the way, there's only a top 4 of hypercars before some of the LMP2s have started to overtake them. I don't know if this is true or not, but the Netrex car has an awful long time on pit lane, and so I don't know, but they may have had an incident actually. They're suddenly on the same lap as Nick De Silva, who had a long delay and is a couple of laps down. I think Netrex are at least a lap and a half down as things stand, and I'm not really sure where or how they managed it.
No, I did see them come into the pit lane, but I'm not too sure for what reason. Likely not to be a regular pit stop this early in the race, and especially as no one else is coming around them. So maybe there was a little incident that we weren't able to see. But it doesn't take too much contact to cause enough damage to require you to make a pit stop, does it? So may have something to do with that, but still generally not a great start for Netrex. You can see one car in P5 well over a lap off the leader, the other car 12 laps down. It's likely to be about 15 laps down when you count it to the leader, and so they are not having the best of starts. Going to hope to try and go instant free to the end of the race. That is going to be easier said than done, however. But when you've got battles like this between Racing Zone Team and Netrace, I mean, you never do know, because these two might come together in their battle for the podium spot.
Yeah, sorry, I should distinguish between the two Netrex cars I'm talking about, really, shouldn't I? Because there is 2 of them. The number 19 is, of course, out the race. I believe, anyway, still seems to be out of the race. The 18 is in after a long stop for whatever reason. In towards turn 1 for the battle for third. Stolten Toff trying to hold on from Seawolf Netrace, and that's a better line, better run here for Jan Venniger. Well, it's definitely a better line. Is it a better run, I suppose, is the better question. He'll be tucked up in the slipstream. There'll be little space for him to really do this in towards turn number 4, and they will stay single file. Danny van der Neet has got back into that delayed Netrex number 19, and so we do have 8 hypercars back on the circuit, but one of them is 12 laps off the next car.
Yeah, quite a long way off the back, so struggling a touch, but still in the race. That's all that really matters. You're going to be there to try and pick up any kind of pieces that are left down, albeit going to be well last in the overall standings, and but actually joining with Blackhawk Racing, those two right at the back, 41st and 42nd overall, behind all of the GT3s legitimately, and so a lot of work for them to do. And in the end, Danny van der Neet is actually 17 laps off the lead for the time being. I was looking down the timing tower, the timing page that you at home can also take a look at, I believe, at the simracing.live website. I was looking at some of the names. Some of the teams, of course, have only a couple of drivers in, but then I was looking down and I saw that the Undercover Adrian team, Mikko Korkielakowski, who's currently leading the LMP2s, I thought he had 8 teammates, but I think they've just doubled up the names. They actually have 4. But I got very nervous how they're going to try and fit all of them in, particularly over this one race.
Yeah, it does look like they're in there twice. I thought they were Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think you're even allowed 8 teammates, so so there we go. But that would be quite a squeeze to get all of that in the race, that's for sure. Just to give you confirmation, by the way, what happened to the other Netrex car, the number 18, they had a stop and go 60 followed by a drive-through penalty, so 2 penalties, and both fairly lengthy, which has delayed them quite dramatically. This is not a battle for position as a result. It's one of the Netrex cars getting caught by Zoltan Toth in 3rd place in the overall standings. So we'll be putting another lap on that car in a few moments' time. For 5th place in LMP2, Janssen Bintz is just behind Lucy Narola, and they will make their way out of turns 1, 2 and 3 for the centre S. This is a decent chance for Janssen Bintz here, unless he's not too close. He can't afford to be too close and not get much slipstream, not get much slingshot in towards turn number 4. He looks to the outside, he brakes later and rips right round the outside. In the end, that was made to look quite easy, although I'm not sure Yushi Narola was really fighting that too hard.
Yeah, Narola looked like he almost broke far too early there. Tried to brake with the line he was on, of course, on the inside line, would have had to take off a little bit more speed to get to the apex, not drift out wide and maybe hit Janssen Bintz, but took off way too much speed there, and Bintz just went, all right, thanks guys, and went right around the outside, and yeah, like you said, just made it look easy as if there was an issue on Narola's car. But Janssen Bintz is not going to complain. He's going to try and continue on. He's only a second and a half of the podium spaces as well, and we'll see how close he can get towards the end of this opening stint.
Battle for second in G3 also ongoing as things stand, although it's only been 2 Simframe cars. Daniele Canestrazzi is trying to pass his teammate at the moment in 2nd position. I believe that's Christian Margera, it is, yes, in 2nd for now, as Nick De Silva overtakes them for the overall positions and just has, moving on upwards. They see prototypes right and left of them in this battle for 2nd place in GT3. It's quite surprising, though, that Erdo Maciol's got such a lead here in the Caspian Motorsport Porsche. What a great start to this race for them. They were on the podium 1 month ago, I should say, at the previous round, 3rd behind RAF Esports team and Black Hawk Racing, who took the race victory, but they've got off to a storming start. They'll be looking to hang on to this very big lead here for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good, isn't it, for Erdo Maciol at the time being. Christian Margera, of course, Simframe, they know exactly what they're doing here, and being in 2nd and 3rd, they may be able to work as a team to try and close that gap to the lead, but they're looking like it's a pretty sizable advantage for Caspian at the moment. I also just got a message from Harry Smith, of course, who was in that Netrex number 19, who said that his internet completely died on lap 2 and he wasn't able to get in for half an hour. So it's unlikely that he's going to be able to get back in the race driving again, which means there's a little bit more load on the other drivers, but I'm sure they're going to be up for it. But gutting for him. He said that he had no issues in practice or anything else, so really disappointing. But I mean, when it's internet, it's so frustrating because there's nothing you can do as a driver.
Yeah, really nothing that you can do about that, sadly. So that's the end of that for Netrex, I'm afraid. Both of their cars way off the lead lap. In fact, neither of them within 2 laps of the race lead as things stand in the hypercar class. It's a big shame for them. Instead, it's Go Team who are leading 1 and 2. Remy Delorme ahead of Norbert Jakob, 1 and 2. Nearly 30 seconds further behind is Zoltan Toth for Racing Zone, then Jan Benninger to round up the only 4 who are ahead of the LMP2s in the field as things stand. Mikko Koki-Kossi still leading there, and Erdo Maciol, as we've just been seeing, is leading in GT3. But in terms of incidents, we've only really seen the one so far. That was down towards turn number 4. Still didn't get to the bottom of which Corvette it was that went off the road in that big spin. However, you know, I'll keep trying, but it was prototype battling, unfortunately, causing the GT3s 1 or 2 problems. But other than that, we haven't seen anything else on our screens.
No, it seemed relatively calm, hasn't it, throughout the start of this race, the first 40 minutes or so, but can all change. Go Team have looked pretty calm at the front, and that gap kind of quietly growing out to nearly a full half a minute now between Go Team and our reigning race winners from Spa last time out, of course, who are the Racing Zone team. Also worth noting, with the instance that we've seen from the hypercars, that we've only got the leader in the LMP2s is currently P5 overall.
Yeah.
A couple of the hypercars are between the LMP2s and the GT3s, and then we've got a couple more of the the hypercars behind the GT3. So they're kind of gapped out in quite a weird way, but they're kind of running in twos, if you can say that. Granted, the Netrex car and the 1089 racing car in 5th and 6th, 73 seconds between them, but still running next to each other in terms of the overall classification. But no one's running together at the moment like the two Go teams are, and they are racing quite comfortably with each other. They're not really pushing each other too hard, and they're just growing that gap out quite well to the cars behind.
Going swimmingly for them so far as they run 1 and 2. I was trying to try and work out who unfortunately went off further down in the early part of the race. I reckon Pauli Ahonen might have been the driver who was excuse me, that's not the right car. It was not Pauli Ahonen, because it was not a BMW. It was I think could have been the Johan Kurjan in the Brabham Corvette. It looked like a dark Corvette to me, and so Johan Kurjan in the Brabham car looks like a likely candidate, but I'm not entirely sure. Meanwhile, it is Pauli Ahonen in the background trying to make this overtake. Oh, that was close. Satellite Racing trying to overtake Carloni Racing, but Ahonen nearly got his nose chopped off there in towards turn 4 as he tried to make the move.
Yeah, looking for it, and it's going to be tricky to continue making it if he can get it up and towards... Oh, Ferradura, that'd be brave. Maybe a little bit of a tap of the rear in towards the horseshoe corner. Inside line then for the Hyper, or the LMP2 I should say, to... Oh, no, that is the Hypercar making their way through at the moment, but they'll run their way all the way through this middle sector. It's so tight, so twisty. But Rosini for Carloni looking to go for the outside line. Maybe a bit of a switchback through Bico de Palo. With the wideness of the cars, he's not going to be able to get any kind of release off of the corner, and we'll have to sit in behind for the time being, and going to be stunted a little bit with the LMP2 on the inside.
Well, that's Pauli Ahonen, by the way, on medium tyres, which is against the norm in the GT3 field early on. We've got a LMP2 off the road down at the final corner there. That looked to me Jussi Narula, who has gone off, and he's going to pit lane. He is. Now I wonder whether he's hit the wall down there, or whether it was just a smaller off, because Jussi Narula is now in the pit lane. This is not off schedule per se for the LMP2s, but it is slightly early. Look at this, goodness me.
Yeah, this is looking quite tight, isn't it? All the way through the outside of the centre S, there's a flashing of the lights as well. Maybe a little bit of, unhappiness there. But Pointeau for the RFRO team, won't mind seeing that. A little bit wide as well, but I think there won't be any kind of move to happen in towards the Interlagos. This is what we've just seen in towards the final corner.
Dear.
Oh! And that's it coming together. Lucky not to hit anybody else through the sound.
Very much so. It was one of the Corvettes. It was a BMW initially that made the contact, and then one of the Corvettes very lucky indeed to stay out of trouble there. That was the Bros Racing Corvette. It's got to say my favourite livery in the field, but we'll leave that for later. Costa Pronto down the inside of Carloni Racing's BMW, there into the Bico de Pato. As through comes hypercar traffic as well. It's going to be like this for 6 hours here at Interlagos. Such a small circuit for multi-class racing. Haven't seen 3 classes racing here in real life in World Motorsport anyway since 2014, I don't believe. It's going to be a big challenge for the drivers here today as well, even if we have been here more recently than 2014 ourselves. Over the line for Pointeau. He's lost a little bit of time, so we'll go up to Janssen Binz, or try to. No, we won't, because I can't. In the battle for third place, Luca Di Melio is currently holding that position. As things stand, LMP2 very much the class that's staying closest, I would say, in terms of those very much leading positions.
Yeah, and even if you look at the track map at the moment, the first and realistically last of the drivers that haven't been having issues, coming around Ferradura now as the leader, and then going into turn 1 is the car in P13, and that's after nearly 3/4 of an hour's worth of racing. So really good to see how tight they're going, and even the top 11 Really not split by much. I mean, they're all within the middle sector now. It cannot be anything more than about 25-30 seconds, although I think there's an instant actually down at Ferradura through the horseshoe corner. I've just seen it on the track map. There's a hypercar and an LMP2 off, and I think one of the GT3s has got caught up in it as well. You can see a brief flash of the yellow. I think the hypercar caught up in it will be... Who is that? I think it's the net wrecked car. Yeah, Danny Van Der Neet.
It looks like everybody's getting away okay, though. Looking for anyone with damage. Any bodywork missing? No, I don't see anybody missing, although I do see Danny Van Der Neet going a bit gingerly at the back. Is he missing a wheel? No, he's not missing a wheel. Just looked like it from this distance. This is we're a long way away, though. Here we go. He looks damaged, but not bodywork-wise. Or whether, I don't know if he's just being careful, to be fair, and allowing the Carlin sports car to just carry on. I mean, it's entirely possible because he's very much out the running here underneath. Does anybody come in a bit of a panic? Doesn't look like it. Got a couple more stops in LMP2, but that is to be expected. So Janssen Vince is really starting to ghost up the order here, not even without making any overtakes. Now, though, he might be making a legitimate one here. Just 2 seconds off the lead. He's looking for second position here at the expense of Luca Di Melio. Yeah,
Vince has been on a charge, hasn't he, through the field? Been really, really good in his opening stint and looking to try and pick off yet another driver. Of course, I think he was, at the end of the opening lap, he was 6th or 7th, so really doing a good job to pick his way through the order, even with the intense traffic that we have seen so far, and looking to get up into P2 now. And that being said, he's less than 3 seconds off the lead as well. He is not far away from what could be an incredible Sid drive from the Valley Esports driver, and to put them in a very, very good position when he hands over to one of his teammates, of which there are a few that would be very good options to put into that car, or maybe not.
So Mark Veit also comes in from the lead of the race. Now, where is the previous leader in the field, Mikko Kokiakowski? There he is. So let's see where he comes out in relation. You can see the green sidewalls on the car. That indicates the hardest of compounded tyres. Shouldn't be seeing too many soft tyres at this stage in the race. Instead, it'll be hard tyres, and it will be seeing how far we can take those tyres in LMP2. There goes the the Hyperion car up to the front, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing as well. Wojciech Polesny moving up the field, but what about Kokiakowski? Where is he going to be in relation to Mark Veit? There he goes. Veit makes his way out of pit lane for Blackhawk. He was a couple of seconds ahead of Janssen Vince, and he retains that as well now, but here goes Kokiakowski on the outside on turn number 1. There he goes, straight through on Bince. Where's Veit? Where is Mark Veit here? There he is on the left-hand side. He's not quite been quick enough through the pit stop cycle to take the lead away from Mikko Kokiakowski.
Yeah, but it's tight though, isn't it? You can see how close they are as they get out of the pit lane, and don't get at Janssen Vince either. He's only about 3.5 seconds off the back of this train as well. So if these two start to fight, it's going to introduce another couple of drivers and teams into the conversation. But Mark Veit doing his best to try and work his way through without having to do it on the racetrack, but in the end having to settle for what should be a net P2 once again. We'll see if he is a little bit more impatient to try and force the overtake now, but we'll have to see how he deals with this, because he was very conservative in the opening stint. Will he do the same in the second?
Let's see. We begin the second stint of this race, already 45 minutes into the 6 hours of Interlagos, round 2 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 17. And it is Kokiakowski who may well be leading again very shortly, although looks like to me Wojciech Polesny's carried on again here. He has. Wow, goodness me. Going on a very long way in LMP2 now. We'll see the hypercars and GT3s in before very long as well. But before then, the LMP2 field will get itself sorted out properly here in the field. There, out the pit lane goes Luca Di Melio. Thought he would be quite near to Mark Veit, actually, but where's Janssen Vince? There he is, goes round the outside. Janssen Vince looks like he'll be in the top 3 then, when the field actually sorts itself out. What a fantastic start for Valley Esports in the beginning of this race, for the team that finished in 3rd place in the opening round.
Yeah, great work from Vince. And even with finishing in third in that opening round, Vince did have a couple of minor little bumps and bruises in that opening stint back at Spa. So good work from him and the rest of the team to get onto the podium as well. So clearly a good job going on. I mentioned down that gap was 3.5 seconds, didn't I, about a lap ago. You can see how it's come down to 2.7. He is on a mission in that gold and black, or that yellow and black machine. The Thomas Enger's more gold and black, isn't it? But we'll have to see if he can get any higher up, or if the top three are going to kind of merge into a big three-way battle in just a minute, because with the Thomas Enger sim racing car into the pit lane, you'd expect there will be 1, 2 and 3 in about 30 seconds time or so.
And with that, the LMP2 field will get a little bit more spread out here as well. It's interesting to see that Thomas Enger sim racing have made the switch from GT3 to go up into LMP2. Of course, it was their first Virtual Endurance Championship victory for Thomas Enger sim racing in the GT3 class 1 season ago. Of course, not Wojciech Polesny's first Virtual Endurance Championship, neither for Michał Sedlacek as well. The two were teammates along with 2 others at Dush's Motorsports Club when they won season 15's GTE Championship, the final GTE Championship that we actually had here. Of course, had João Barbosa alongside them as well, who previously had been at Dush's Motorsport Club with them. So it is a team that know each other, but I just wonder how much they know about the GT3. Of course they know about GT3, they won last season. How much do they know about the LMP2? I've not seen them drive it for a little while, and last race clearly showed that they were going all right and everything was well. This time round, it's looking a bit more of a struggle for them. Currently down in 10th position.
Yeah, well, I guess the other consideration would be is that the LMP2s have been in every single VE season bar season 6, and this of course being season 17. So it's been a car that has been well used, and a lot of the drivers have been well versed in it. Maybe a car that a couple of the team members may have driven in the past, so it's a little bit easier for them to get back into. But like you said, interesting that they didn't try and maybe defend that GT3 title, especially with quite a large field in the GT3s. Would have been interesting to see if they could do it back to back in by far the largest group on the grid. But making this up as LMP2, doing a very good job last time out, maybe struggling a touch here, but then you have to put into consideration the fact that they're not that far off in the grand scheme of things. I mean, they're about, a sector off, 25, maybe 30 seconds if they're unlucky at the moment. There you go, 28 seconds. I've just looked. If I looked at the screen rather than the timing tower, they're not doing that badly in the grand scheme of things, and they're definitely still within range, especially when we've got driver changes. This kind of pace won't necessarily maintain.
Let's wait and see where they get to at the end of the race. Meanwhile, the Seawolf Net Race come into the pit lane from the hypercar class. So it looks like we're getting our first of our hypercar pit stops for the day, just over 50 minutes into the race. Somebody on YouTube asking where Pim van Ark is in the field. That's the Team Iris BMW, currently running in 15th position in GT3. That is a little bit further down in or because of their penalty early on here. They got earlier on. The hypercars are very much in the pit lane now, though. It's the 2 Go Team cars that are in at 1 and 2 as things stand. Maybe Dunn comes to a stop first. That's very awkward though, because Norbert Jakob has to go around him and then backwards into him, into his box. This is not well coordinated, particularly for Go Team.
Yeah, Go Team doing a great job at the moment, and they've come into the pit lane. Will be interesting just to see that kind of gap that we're going to be able to see when we all filter out of the pit lane, because they are going to be behind Thelt and Toth. I don't think anyone's going to be too shocked about that, but they're going to come out relatively close to each other and quite a long way ahead of the Seawolf Net Race, I would suspect. So looking very good for the Go Team cars. Of course, they had to fight their way back from where they were on the opening lap in Spa, not having the same issues now, and they're just doing a fantastic job at the moment, and they are really, really looking like the team to beat, and it's going to be tough to say who is going to be able to beat them with the kind of pace that they're showing at the moment. I think it would take some kind of instant for both of them to maybe wipe them out of contention, because they just look so consistent and so threatening.
Mikko Kukiakowski's lost the lead to Mark Vain away from our cameras here, so apologies for missing that, but there has been a change for the lead in LMP2. Janssen Pintz follows behind and is closing himself. As I said earlier, it's a really close LMP2 race to start off. This one, oh goodness, that was close. You can't go to, as we heard from Jimmy Harrison beforehand, you can't go to the left-hand side and cut the pit lane entry there as you're making your way through. And if the GT3s don't quite realise you're alongside, you can be in for a nasty surprise. Jansen Binch was very close to one of those a couple of moments ago, but he is through and continuing to close, looking ever more threatening, now just under a second off second position in LMP2.
Yeah, it's looking tight, isn't it? Particularly in this LMP2 battle, you can see those gaps, I mean, barely existing, particularly in comparison to that hypercar train at the front of the field, or if you can even call it a train. But this LMP2 battle really is the pick of the bunch, there's no doubt about that. We're seeing the Go Team cars go back in the lead. Oh, there's a bit of a moment. That's going to be, I think, P2 for Valley Esports, is it? Through they go, and yes, it will be. That's a big mistake. And from first to third in double quick time, that is disaster for Korkikowski and Undercover Racing.
Well, it's not as much of a disaster as a crash would be, I suppose, but it could be better. Oh, close through turn 11. Risky up on the curves there on the inside of one of the BMWs. That was very close indeed, but wow, this is not a good moment for Mikko Korkikowski, I think it's fair to say. And the problem in LMP2 is that you look over your shoulder and again there's somebody behind you again, because Luca D'Amelio now is the one who's trailing him, and if Korkikowski doesn't just clean things up here a little bit and get himself in order, then he will be losing his podium place very shortly as well. He looks like he's settled back in though to a rhythm rather quickly here, and so he continues on in third position. Speaking of third, by the way, Zoltan Toth and Jan Venninger are now going absolutely nose to tail in the hypercar class as they complete their first set of stops.
Yeah, a little bit more than nose to tail. There was a little bit of contact, it seemed, there as they made their way into the meat of this middle sector, but clearly a move being thought about by the Seawolf Net Race team and just trying to find a way through. Not going to have it through Bico de Pado, unlikely going to be able to have it at Zheng Sao, and in fact, no, nothing going there. But Zoltan Toth looking a little bit vulnerable at this stage, looking like he's not, necessarily got everything that he wants underneath him, and this may be a great chance in the short term to see a move for Jan Venninger to try and get up ahead of Zoltan Toth and to really be the driving force towards the Go Team cars.
In towards turn one. Oh, that's relatively out on the brakes for Venninger. Judges it well. It's right up the rear wing of the Ferrari up ahead. Different manufactured, of course, in the hypercar class and in the top class of the Virtual Endurance Championship since a long time, actually. We've had manufactured variety in the Virtual Endurance Championship at the very top class anyway. Been a little while. Good to have, though, the two manufacturers involved in this battle here for third. Toth turns in too late there. You can see that happening right from the very beginning. Just very simply, his turning point was just far too late, and Jan Venninger makes the move. It wasn't actually all that difficult in the end. Toth sort of handed that one to him.
Yeah, and Venninger's going to say thank you very much and try and scarper up the road and not give Zoltan Toth any kind of sniff at trying to retake that podium position. The silver lining for Toth is that, I mean, you can see the gap that he's got behind, and that's on the timing tower. Over a lap he's got, and then it's a further nearly full lap back to the 10.98 team. Then it's more than a lap back to Blackhawk. So, not all is lost at the moment for Zoltan Toth, but he'd want to be standing on the podium. There's no doubt about it. Net Race, Seawolf Net Race and Racing Zone team look like they are going to be locked in a battle all race long without some kind of incident between them, because there's no one else really in their vicinity. If Go Team have some incidents, they may drop back into this battle, but at the moment, really, you'd say that it's a bit of a fight between these two for the final podium spot.
They're very much on their own here in this battle, that's for sure. Nobody really around them. Further behind in LMP2, Korkikowski has stopped losing positions here, which is good. And he's still got D'Amelio behind him, though. It's 2.2 seconds. Mark Veit begins to stretch out the margin. What a great start to the season for Blackhawk Racing it was in the opening round of the season at Spa. Third overall in the hypercar category, second in LMP2, and first in GT3. 3 cars on the podium. They've spread their resources thinly, if you like, across the field this season as they continue to try and win a championship for the first time in the Virtual Endurance Championship. what's gone on in the final sector here. Oh, big crash down in LMP2, I'm afraid. I think it's Josh Hughes who's gone off, and it is. Oh, he's very dangerously parked there as he tries to get himself back going again for XRL Esports. He is going to re-emerge, but he needs to be careful, needs to be really careful. He's stopped on the road. Oh, goodness, the hypercars go around him. Now he gets to pit lane legally, I would say, and he will be taking his pit stop from there, but that was a hair-raising moment, and I think there's a GT3 on pit lane at the moment as well. I think they may be involved in this as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that Josh Hughes, even with that incident, may also be finding himself maybe picking up some kind of reprimand for what happened with that pit lane entry, as you were saying. Definitely not legal to cut that white line. We saw Jimmy earlier talking about how the drivers were using it to overtake, or just that little bit of the inside of the pit lane, and he wasn't happy about that. So I don't think that is going to be looked upon too kindly either. He'll argue that he had too much damage and it was unsafe to go around, but still, cutting that white line, we'll see what happens there. Charlie Rigo, though, is in the midst of this battle in the LMP2s. We've got some great battles in LMP2, haven't we? We have the battle for P1, which really extends from 1st down to 4th, and this battle for P5 extends really from 5th down to 8th. It is a really good-looking little class at the moment. But all while this is happening, we're also seeing the number 18 Netrex car come through for overall position after their incidents on the opening stint.
Yeah, not brilliant overtakes for them, I suppose, to make, but necessary ones in the race, in the course of the race. The GT3 pit stops are now upon us. This is the replay of what happened. Oh goodness, it's a big crash. Oh my goodness, the Ferrari flying through the air, along with the LMP2, I'm afraid, of Josh Hughes. Went to school with someone called Josh Taylor. Anyway, Josh Hughes, who's down pit lane getting repairs done. Dear oh dear. On board with Charlie Rigo at the final corner then in this battle for 5th place. It does seem like, as we tick over 5 hours remaining, by the way, in the top left-hand side of your screen. The first hour flying by. Rigo looking to try and fly by into 6th position here very shortly. We'll see if he does, but there is a bit of a gap opening and a bit of a sort of split in the top 8, if you like. That's Jimmy Allison coming over the radio just to let everybody know what is going on. Yeah, the top 4 have gone away really from the rest of the LMP2 here, which is, not something we were really seeing through the first stint of this race.
No, it's not. But even still, I'm happy to have it in the second stint, that's for sure. And it is great to see these kind of battles happening throughout the race. That was such a big hit, though, wasn't it? Up towards the line. Difficult to also say what was going on. There was a hypercar around the outside. There was a GT3 on the inside. I think the LMP2 of Josh Hughes, very much getting out of. Well, I don't really know what Josh Hughes was thinking, but looked like he made the contact with the inside of the GT3 and came off. I was going to say came off worse, but then again, it looked like the GT3 did some kind of trick, didn't it, with the amount of spins that it did up towards the line. But we also did see not long ago a raft of the GT3s coming into the pit lane. So really, it looks like they can go the full hour in a pit stop, which means we're only going to be looking for them to be coming in on the hour every hour till the end of the race.
Well, they've made the hour, because not everybody did.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So yeah, let's just hold fire on that one, because we've got to make sure that everybody makes it to the hour. Now, it's always more difficult to make it in the first stint of the race, because you have to do a formation lap, of course. However, for the rest of the race, you've got to be making an hour here, otherwise, as you say, you will be making an extra stop. The only thing that can really save you is a code 80, and for those drivers and teams who are not making it to the hour consistently, they'll be very much hoping and praying for a code 80 to come. If you are making it, then you very much like it to go green, because you can use that to your advantage and cut out a pit stop from your race.
Yeah, and especially as there were so many GT3s into the pit lane a couple of laps ago, it means that if they're all struggling to get to the full hour, they're all maybe going to have to need the splash and dash. So any teams that can go that little bit longer, and we did see a few of them do that, maybe in a really, really quite a good position to try and benefit in that regard. Christian Malguera, right on the back here, in P3. Of course, Margera was running in P2, wasn't he, for a time? Although I do not believe that 591 second gap is genuine between P1 and P2, as
A bit less.
unless something really bad has happened in everyone's pit stops, or there's been almost some kind of technology boost for our current leaders in the GT3s. I don't see how that's quite possible.
No, it's just the timing screen readjusting as Josh Hughes drops through the field after making repairs out over the line for the GT3 leaders, and they will be the GT3 leaders now. So I reckon there's been some pit stop differences going on down here. The Simframe Esports car of Christian Margera is 6 seconds ahead of their teammates now, driven by Daniele Canestrazzi, but more importantly right behind Erdo Macchiol, and they will be fighting it out for the lead in the race. Yanni Simičić though still going. I don't believe he's made his pit stop yet, which is why Rafa Esports team are now 35 seconds ahead of the field. That is more likely.
Yeah, that feels that feels more realistic, doesn't it? Than what 532. I mean, that's what nearly 9 minutes, isn't it? Yeah, so it's an incredible lead if you can build that up. If anybody can build that up over 6 hours, just handle the championship. Frankly, I mean that is insane. But no, Simičić, despite being one of the wise old heads in this championship, it's fair to say, doing a good job at the moment. But 35, I feel like he still needs the pit stop, doesn't he?
Maybe. Well, I do, but unless he already has stopped, and he's just taken a lot shorter of a stop.
But wouldn't that would have been what, a 1 minute gain, net gain on Caspian? Because Caspian had the 35 second gap, didn't they, at the lead? Albeit now they're right in with Simframe. So maybe they've pitted, but
I don't know if it was quite that much of an advantage they held, but you know they did hold quite a large.
Oh, I think. Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Large advantage. Could be, yeah. Someone suggesting in YouTube, I was going to say could be double stinting. Yes, I guess. I feel like that's too big of a time gain to have made. You know. Anyway, we'll try and figure it out as the race goes on here. But we know Yanni Simičić does like a bit of an alternate strategy from time to time. He just like thinking outside the box. He can make it work from time to time. So let's see how the gap evolves. If the gap starts tumbling down over the course of the next 55 minutes on going towards the next GT3 pit stops, then I think we might have our answer. And there go another 3 attempts in the first sector.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the 35 second gap between Go Team and P3 and 4 in the hypercar, not in GT3. You're right. So it was only about 8 seconds or so, 7 or 8 seconds for Erdo Macchiol, but even still, he's shot back. But Simičić, yeah, doing a great job, and we'll see if this works out for them in that Rafa Esports team. But it does give us a big battle for P2, isn't it? In the category, which is exactly what we want to be seeing. And it's good to see that we're getting the battles up and down the field in, I'd say, mainly the LMP2s and the GT3s, because they are bigger classes, but clearly, obviously the teams still care heavily about them. They may not be the fastest cars, but you know, with even tighter championships and with so many more cars, you could say that they're harder fought throughout the season as well.
Yeah, out of judge how they go. 33 seconds. Yeah, it's beginning to tumble down. I wonder whether there has been a pit stop here from Caspian, but it's been a much shorter one with no tyres taken compared to some of the others. Have a look at the tyre compounds. The tyre compounds doesn't tell us absolutely everything, because they can often just be all on hards anyway, and it doesn't really tell us anything. But you know, we'll try and get to the bottom of that as well. Battle for 7th in LMP2 is still ongoing with Charlie Rigo and Luigi Russo. That's the highest in LMP2. We're watching the highest battle in GT3, or indeed in any of the classes, because the highest one in hypercar is for 3rd position. But it's been a relatively lively opening hour and 7 now gone in this second round of the season here at Interlagos. We've still got 4 hours 53 to go in the race. The reason I was stumbling over my words and thinking about round 3 is because we've had a change for round 3, Darren, as you might have heard, and I mentioned it earlier on in the race. We're now going to the Dubai Autodrome for 8 hours instead of Shanghai for round 3 of the championship, and quite excited to go there. I don't know if the Virtual Endurance Championship has ever been there before, and so it'll be a good round. I'm not sure the last time I saw endurance racing there in the sim racing world, or indeed racing at all in the sim racing world, because it's not very commonly used. But looking forward to seeing it get its first run out, and looking forward to that race in 4 weeks' time for round 3 of the championship.
Yeah, and even in real life, the Dubai Autodrome is used a little bit more over the winter, isn't it? Of course, with European circuits and most American circuits being rendered more unusable. So we go over to the Middle East, where it's a little bit warmer in those winter months in the Northern Hemisphere. But it is a great circuit, and it is a circuit where I think we're going to see quite a good race. It is such a... it's not well used, particularly in sim racing, which kind of makes it all the more intriguing, but it has got such a great layout, often provides great racing, and it also provides a good bit of synergy for the calendar. Of course, we'll go to Bahrain and Dubai, or Dubai and then Bahrain over the next couple of races. Then we go over to America, then we come back to Europe, and it gives us a nice bit of an environmental boost in terms of the air miles.
Yes, although even if in real life you would not stay there for a month, really, I suppose. But,
no, that's true.
But I take your point. It very much does keep these parts of the season into legs almost. Although Spa is a bit disconnected from the other European rounds, but nevertheless, it does keep it nicely sectioned out into different legs of the season. Zoltan Toff is currently in 4th place in this race, by the way, currently chasing down Netrex, but not Netrex, Seawolf Net Race, I should say, for 3rd position in Hypercar. These guys certainly didn't make it to the hour, so they've got some thinking to do as far as strategy goes in this race. Off on the back straight, one of the LMP2s here. Now, what's gone on here for, it looks like Zubinski, is it? No. I'm not sure what's quite gone on there on the back straight, but someone may have, no, we're back going again. With Wojciech Polesny it was, who's gone off, and he's got big suspension damage. Oh, this is big damage here for Wojciech Polesny, and he's all over the place. The Thomas Enger Sim Racing LMP2, the leaders in the championship as a result of an opening round victory, are off the road and have big suspension damage.
Yeah, that is not good at all for Wojciech Polesny. You're going to have to get it and coax it back to pit lane. Going to be difficult, though, with cars swarming around him. That will be one of the Team Iris cars going to the inside in that purple and black machine. But Thomas Enger Sim Racing just having to ease the car through that middle sector in towards the final to get it in towards the pit lane. Got to be so careful not to damage the car any further. But you can just see under a little bit of braking how difficult that number 28 machine is to control. But I think Polesny is just about going to get it back to pit lane. But this is not the kind of race that Thomas Enger Sim Racing would have wanted after that win. And it's still not safe to get it back to the pit lane yet.
Whoa, one of the hypercars goes around the outside, and thankfully they'll be in pit lane now. Wojciech Polesny is in, and thank goodness for that, because that could have been very nasty indeed. One of the cars going past Frederic Macchio in the Caspian Motorsport Porsche. Now 28 seconds up to Yoni Simoncic. Melikak Makali in the YouTube chat says that everyone's pitted and changed tyres, but Rafa have double stinted their tyres here. 28 seconds now the gap, so they've effectively lost 8 seconds in 12 minutes. They lose 8 seconds in 12 minutes continually, they'll end up losing 40 seconds. So there may well be a battle for the lead towards the end of this stint, maybe with about 10-15 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay of what happened here with Wojciech Polesny. It looks like he's got a little bit of damage already. Oh my word, losing on his own. Is there something that happened before that? Because you could see how slow he was through the middle of the corner. And maybe that was just a bit of a loss of grip in the same way that we saw it up towards the pit lane there. That was a very weird little incident. Must have been a little bit extra to that.
Maybe. But slightly odd and disappointing for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team. Let's have a look at if there is any. So this might tell the full story. This is passing the Brabham car, the Corvette. Oh, there was contact on the way towards the line. And so Wojciech Polesny effectively has been trying to get that car back for an entire lap because he's crashed just after the pit lane. That's where most of the damage was picked up.
Yeah, and you can see him trying to go down the inside. I don't know if the GT3 knew he was even there, but he was making sure to not hit that white line on the pit lane. So keeping it all good and legal, but the GT3 coming down a little bit, not sure if they were very aware that Pellegrini was going to go for that move, but there was definitely front left to rear right contact there, and I don't think Pellegrini's going to be too happy about it, especially that he had to crab his way around an entire lap here.
Thankfully, he's done it without any other major problem other than the one that we caught a replay of there. This is the battle for 8th, by the way. On-off Racing dropping through the field a little bit here. Luigi Russo is the one trying to make the overtakes now. They're only just over a quarter of an hour away from another pit stop here in LMP2, and because of Rafa double stinting in GT3, I'm beginning to wonder in LMP2, are we going to see a triple stint here maybe from one of these guys, and someone going away from the usual double stinting. Double stinting, by the way, will make you go to the end of the race okay, but it does leave you a stint light, if you like. It does leave you a stint out of place, so I wonder whether everyone's going to triple stint here maybe and go for that. But to be honest, I've got no idea what they're going to do as things stand, because I can't tell the future and I don't know. I haven't driven these cars around here, so it's for us to find out. But it just makes you wonder, doesn't it, whether it's just Interlagos that's making this possible, or whether it's just Jone Simicic taking a bit of a hammer to everyone's strategies and doing something different his own. But it's very interesting for us, nevertheless. Whether it works for the McLaren or not, I'm not sure.
It would be good if we could tell the future, wouldn't it? Because we'd look great if we make some outlandish predictions that end up coming true. Sadly, though, we don't have that benefit of looking any smarter than we really are. Russo losing that position to the hypercar, as he's still battling away with, I believe that is Charlie Russo for P7. But yeah, we're not seeing too much gapping, are we, in the LMP2s? We are now a full stint and a half through this race in this class, and the biggest gap within the top 5, or within the top 8, I should say, is still under 10 seconds. I mean, it is quite close. Same can really be said through from 2nd through 8th in the GT3s. There's not too much of a gapping happening back there, but even still, the little amounts of gapping that we have already means that the entire track at the moment is completely populated with cars. The emptiest part of the racetrack is currently down to Interlagos, where there's only a couple of cars down the rest for Aposta, but realistically, we are seeing cars all over the circuit and lots of challenging and lots of battling going on as well. And Russo versus Luigi Russo in that car, racing against Charlie Rigo. That's where I was getting confused. For P7, they sound too similar for my brain to function in that regard.
Not even that similar, but okay.
Yeah, but Rigo and Russo, it starts with the same and ends with the same sound.
I suppose. Anyway,
You brought up your old school friend half an hour ago. Come on.
Two are friends. Yeah, well, that's true. Fair enough.
You're watching
towards
George,
turn
hello.
one, and could just benefit from the slipstream of a hypercar here, Russo, if he wants to really make an outlandish dive in towards turn 1. Rigo feels forced to stay on the inside and not really in a defensive shape, but can't really pull back to the racing line yet because there was a hypercar right alongside him. They'll both go past the Aston Martin, Seawolf Aston Martin now as well on the outside line, and they're both closing in as well here on the, I think it's rFRO just up ahead of them, Quentin Pointeau in the number 26, and indeed it is in 6th position. So they're both catching him, but for the moment not able to overtake one another. It is the closest battle though in the top positions around the circuit. Russo trying to find his way through, sliding his way in towards turn 8. It does seem at slower speeds, especially these prototypes. You've seen it from the hypercars already, but these LMP2s as well. Slower speeds, they are liable to sliding into these corners a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look. It's not comfortable, is it? It's fair to say it's not a calm Saturday afternoon drive for a lot of these guys. They're really having to wrestle these cars around the circuit and really wrestle them in ways that they wouldn't want to, especially in some corners where they're going a little bit wider than they'd want to be going, especially when they're overtaking all of these GT3s and the LMP2s. But doing a good job of it at the moment, and we are seeing that these drivers are sticking close together, meaning that they may be feeling a little bit of the dirty air when the drivers have a couple of these moments. They can kind of get put off a little bit themselves. So there's lots to think about. It's difficult to really pinpoint exactly how these drivers are going to be faring in these conditions and how they're coping with it, maybe making a couple of changes to either their driving style or maybe a strategy going throughout the race. But for the time being, an hour and 20 minutes in, drivers are really, you'd say if they've gone from the start, they would be pretty dialed in at this point if they weren't already with the practice that a lot of them will have been doing. But for Luigi Russo, he'd like to be dialing himself into P number 7 rather than sitting in P8.
Well, he's not shown signs of being absolutely desperate to go through just for the moment. He's content to sit there a little bit, but a really glaring opportunity hasn't really presented itself just yet for Russo. Though we'll see when that one does occur, whether he will be a little bit more ambitious. The battle for second place in GT3 is about to be passed by these two, by the way, along with another of the GT3s a little bit further down the field. We've had issues earlier on in the day, so we'll see what effect that has on this battle. It may well affect 6th position as Prato really gets caught up behind the first one of them, the Aston Martin for Simfrey. It is. They're currently running in 3rd place in the GT3 field, and there's the Porsche in the 2nd position. Caspian Motorsport. Russo just gets through on the Aston in towards turn 4, tries to again make sure there's no car in between himself and Charlie Rigo. Through around the outside of Caspian goes Rigo, and then Russo as well. And then there's Sim Racing for Holland. They're down in 18th at the moment in GT3. Big shame for them that they've had such a slow start to this race, I'm afraid. Been a little while since they were able to win a race as well in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Still sporting that livery, the famous black and white checkerboard with their names on the side they have these days. Unfortunately though, down in 18th place for them.
You're not having the best of races so far, but again, still, lots of time left for them to try and recover. I mean, yeah, difficult again to really say exactly how these drivers are going to be getting to the end. We have seen the pit stops, particularly in the GT3s, be a little bit, quite close to that hour mark. A couple of the teams quite easily making it, a couple of the teams looking like they were a lap or two short of making that full hour. So still, the jury is out in terms of or on whether the drivers are going to be able to make it on each and every hour to the end. But they're going to be aiming for that, I think is definitely the point. They don't want to be having a splash and dash towards the end of the race, especially if they get themselves into a good position, which could, ruin some good chances with a field positioning, or with a field grouping so close together. A splash and dash pit stop, which may only cost you 30 seconds. If you're sitting in the hypercars, may only cost you position, if that. In the GT3s, could tumble you down the field. So, going to have to be so careful with their fuel numbers, and going to have to be thinking about that all the way through the race, because they cannot afford a hiccup like that on the strategy. But I'm sure they're going to be focusing not just on that, but on their race at the moment, and trying to position themselves in the best place possible for their second pit stop, which for all of the classes should be coming up in the next 40 minutes, but you'd say that the LMP2 should be coming in the not too distant future.
Yeah, next 10 minutes. If you can make it to 45 minutes, it is helpful. That does mean that you sort of won't be left with a stint of unideal length, I'll put it that way. At 6 hours, though, it's a pretty okay distance, to be fair, for making stints work, especially on fuel. It's tyres that you got to worry about a little bit more. Luca D'Amelio closing in on Mika Kwiatkowski, although they just stretch out again as soon as we go and have a look. So that's typical. 1.1 seconds. The Netrex car in 5th place comes in now. Stefan Rowe, fairly eventful opening couple of stints for Netrex. One of their cars DNFing early on, although they're back in now, with a disconnection for about half an hour, and another one of them having a stop and go signal drive-through penalty as a result of it. Penalties accumulated on the race at Spa, so not a great start for them as we go back to the battle for 6th in LMP2, and it is a battle for 6th place now. Charlie Rigo has got the unenviable task of attacking and defending at the same time.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it? When you're having to look not just in front of you, but in the mirrors as well. And just as you may be able to think you can make a move, and you've gone down the inside somewhere and it doesn't quite work out, all of a sudden you've not just lost out on the position that you thought you were gaining, but you've got another car that's going to come around your outside and overtake you as well. So Charlie Rigo in a difficult position, especially with it feeling like there's a bit of a pace advantage from the back to the front at the moment, but we're going to have to wait and see how it shakes out. Through up towards the opening corner we will go. There's a GT3 to negotiate. They should all make their way through on the GT3 before turn 1. And the Go team car is flashing the lights to warn the GT3 that they are coming through. And indeed they will go around the outside at the opening turn, and they will manage their way down in towards Decido Delago. With 3 more GT3s to negotiate, as that is a bit of a wide moment from all of them, and some grass kicked up as well.
Goodness me. I don't think the Brabham car with the Brabham Corvette there was expecting them all to go around the outside. I think he was hoping that Charlie Rigo would duck back to the inside, and very nearly there was a bit of an accident there. There they go past Jurne Simoncic, who's still going in the double-stinted McLaren. He's actually started to lose a little bit less time at the moment per lap, but see if those tyres really do go away from him towards the end of the stint. Otherwise we could have a very different race on our hands. Contact for Charlie Rigo, and one of the BMWs goes around. It's one of those a lap down, I think, in the field. It could be Nicola Pagani. It wasn't. He's just gone through on him. It might be Daniel Ersling who went off. No, got that wrong. It was Abo Segura, by the looks of things. I'll get there eventually. MC Motorsport, I'm not sure whether it was their fault or not, or whether they came up into the LMP2 or whether the LMP2 came down into them.
Yeah, and again, through that middle sector, we've said it already, but it's worth pointing out again that the pace advantage between the classes through that middle sector in parts is barely anything. If anything, the GT3s may feel like they have a slight advantage through, for a moment through the middle of the corner. So it can get really quite tight between the cars through there, and it can be difficult to judge if you're an LMP2. But some of the LMP2s will think they've got the move done and not really have it completed in reality. Bit of a move around the outside, then ducking back up the inside there from one of the hypercars down in towards Decido Delago, and that is the mark of someone in that car who got a little bit used to lapping the rest of the field.
Yeah, as they are in the top classes. So anyway, we'll go back to the battle in LMP2. They're unscathed, and they're looking at one another now as well. Rigo has a look at Pointeau just because Russo was having a look at him on the way in towards the Pico de Pato. You can tell they're all getting towards the end of their stint here as well. Normally in a stint, especially so early on in an endurance race, you wouldn't be desperate to go and pass one another. But actually, towards the end of the stint, you do want to go for it, because it's 3 car lengths in the pits. If you think about it, when these 3 come in, they'll be absolutely nose to tail. If you're at the front of the train, you're 2 car lengths ahead of those at the back. Now, normally that's not a good thing because you're giving them slipstream, but in pit lane, it's absolutely fine. Charlie Rigo having to go on the defensive, though, from Luigi Russo, who is trying to get that 7th place away. Now he's on the tight line. Rigo defends, and there's a spin. Luigi Russo goes around as he went down the inside of an ever-tightening gap there. He was entitled to some room on the inside there, of course, but there was slight contact, and now he drops outside of the top 8.
Yeah, a good save as well, actually, I think, from Luigi Russo. Didn't quite go fully around, just about kept the car at about a 90-degree angle to the circuit rather than going any more around. So a decent job from Russo given the circumstances, but he won't be happy to drop down outside of that top 8 and is now going to have to fight his way back into it, getting ahead of the Simframe car, who picked up the pieces, says thank you very much, and now we'll try and use this little bit of a boost to go after the battle for P6, but Russo, I don't think he's going to be too kindly looking upon the fact that he's dropped that position, and I think he's going to be pushing for it pretty quickly to gain himself back into that top 8 and back onto that permanent timing tower on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's the top 8 only that are on there the whole time. Battle for 3rd in LMP2 as well as 6th and 8th, and 2nd in GT3 as well. The gap has reduced by about a 3rd now from when it started between Simoncic and these two. However, there's nearly a half of the stint actually gone, so I wonder whether these double stinting tyres are going to catch on and whether some of the others are going to go for it in this 2nd stint.
Yeah, I think And teams may adapt. Obviously, that they come in with a plan, but things can always change, especially when they see what has gone on with some of the other strategy choices that are seemingly working out well, and that is absolutely what we should be saying about the Rafa Esports decision on the strategy. We might see a couple of teams try it, albeit they may be a little bit more cautious in going for that approach if they wanted to, especially if they weren't planning on it at the start, as we see one of the LMP2s slightly cut that white line, but we'll have to see if anything comes of that. But for Malgera, running in P3, was running in P2 for a while, but a ways off the back of the Caspian Motorsports car. Malgera's been running right alongside the rear end of Caspian for a while now, not really able to make any inroads. And I think that's a theme we're seeing, where teams can get a little bit closer, but sometimes that move is a little bit harder to come by than you may expect.
Well, either that or he's not really willing to go through at this stage in the race. That's entirely possible as well. That there's not really any point with them both trying to chase down Jurgen Siricic here, and they're both trying to stop that strategy from prevailing, because it's not their strategy after all. Then there is little point in fighting and squabbling between each other. There will be pit stops though in LMP2 to have a look at here. We've got, I think, Pointeau into the pit lane. These guys have been left out there, but you really want to be making 45 minutes. If you're going for 45 minutes per stint, that is 8 stints throughout the race and 7 stops. If you're only able to do 40 minutes or so, it'll be 12 stints throughout the race. No, excuse me, that's got to be too many, hasn't it? How many would it be? 3 every 2 hours. 9 stints, sorry, and 8 stops rather than 7. 7 stops, so it'll be an extra stop. As Valley Esports are suddenly out of the race, a DNF as things stand. Was it still Binz at the wheel, Janssen Binz? I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, it's nobody at the wheel now because they're out the race, as it seems.
Yeah, it's not looking good at the moment for Valley Esports, but we'll have to see if that can be recovered. But that's gutting for them, having such a good race up to this point. First hour and a half, a really big positive at the start of their season, or at least in the second race of their season. But gutting for them to now drop down, and will be dropping well outside of any real contention. We'll have to see if they can get that car recovered, or whether that really is Valley Esports suffering quite a large consequences, given Hyperion a chance at that top 8. But we are seeing lots and lots of pit stops, so that is going to shuffle itself around quite a bit in the next 10-15 minutes.
Wonder when the leader is going to come in LMP2 here. Mark Veit still out front. Just over 4 hours and a half or so he is, making it to the 45-minute mark, which is important to cut out that 8th stop in the day. It's be just the 7 if indeed he can make it 45 minutes per stint in LMP2. But I wonder what everyone's going to do on the tyres. It's going to be interesting to see whether there's anything different done by everybody here. Looks like Kwiatkowski is quite close behind. No, that's not right, excuse me, that's 8.5 seconds is the gap there, as now Mark Veit comes into pit lane as well. So LMP2 pit stops in full swing here too. Wonder if there's going to be any change with tyre strategy or not. This is Luca Martino now on the back of Luigi Russo as a result of Russo's spin a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so Russo, he's had a little bit of an uncomfortable little section of the race, hasn't he? Trying to get it into the pit lane and maybe overtake a couple on the pit stop strategy, but we'll have to see if Russo can deliver on that. Luca Martino, though, from Cybra, following them in, though, as they come into the pit lane. That was a little bit tight, wasn't it? Yeah, looked a little bit cautious as they spark rising up that little crest as they get onto pit lane, as there's also a car there that doesn't really look, that's Mark Veit, not looking particularly straight in those marks.
Janssen Binz is back out again. Valley Esports are back out in the race. Now, he's not for long. He stops to the left-hand side of pit lane, and now he's going again. Weaves around a little bit. Not pleased with something, clearly. I can't really tell what it is. Looks all okay from here. Are all the wheels attached? Or the wings attached? I think the answer to both of those is yes. he just had to sort something out with his wheel there. He's still wiggling it around. Doesn't look quite sure about his machinery at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for a driver who was doing so well for the first hour and a half, to have this kind of blip is not going to do well for that confidence that he had built up over quite a while. We'll see how well he can recover, but it's just not what you need as a driver going into this kind of section of the race where you're going to be thinking about handing it over to a teammate soon. He was thinking about handing it over, maybe in the lead if he got a bit of a lucky break towards the end of a stint, but now it's going to be a bit of a slog before he can give that car to anybody else. Of course, Valley Esports have got, Prines, Gariri and Gitsov who may be coming into that car, but they were looking at a great position to come into that car. Now it's looking a little bit more dangerous, or a little bit more of hard work for them to be able to manage.
Mark Veit through on Cybra. That's Luca Martino at the wheel of that one, and puzzled as to how he's got ahead, but that might be down to the tyre strategy we've been previewing a little bit in the last few moments. Remy Delorme still leads overall, by the way. I know the gap keeps fluctuating between Go Team and Go Team, the two teammates, but Remy Delorme is still leading and has done for quite some time. Mark Veit now making his way over the line. Now the big question will be, have those ahead of him actually stopped here, or are they still waiting to make pit stops? It looks like Luca Di Mello is in now, and making a stop from the front of LMP2. Maciej Zabinski is in second. There is Di Mello in pit lane in sixth position overall. There's Zabinski. So nothing too strange has happened on tyre strategy here, but it does look like Luca Martino's doing a little bit different, unless he just had a quicker pit stop and got out ahead. I find that somewhat difficult to believe, because now he's losing time again.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the Cypher car being a little bit fluctuating in terms of that gap. We haven't really talked about them much throughout this race, have we? But the fact that they are running nearer the front just shows that they've been quietly going about their work. That was quite an impressive move around the outside. Looked a little bit tricky. Down the inside of Vico de Paolo will shave off a little bit of that momentum, but Luca Martino trying to get up towards the podium positions, and we'll see if they can do it in that car. Nicholas Lemoine in the on-off car, getting close to the back of the P7 man, as there's a hypercar in here as well, but that hypercar doesn't look like it's shifting too quickly, although that might just be because we're going through the middle sector where the time differential isn't that big.
Indeed, in between all three of the classes, around the outside of turn 11, up the inside, and one going to have to wait. Senzo Quiber will be chasing down here, by the way, for 7th position, as I believe the Sean Clark Racing car and Undercover Rain are together here for 5th position in class as well. Is this Sean Clark Racing and David Peronek doing something a little bit different on strategy to get ahead of the rest, maybe? Not sure. He's still in position mode, just waiting for that timing gap to correct itself. It's not going to be 97 seconds here at the first sector, but it will be substantial. 10 seconds, so it's pretty much restored the gap between 4th and 5th, because it was a fairly large margin. However, Zubinski is still leading. Now he finally comes into pit lane. Well, look at the fuel he's saved, over 6 minutes clear of the 45-minute mark.
Yeah, really, really good stuff by Zabinski for the Hyperion team, and of course they got promoted up to P8 with a couple of the incidents that we saw towards the back end of that stint, and maybe we'll be looking to increase that advantage or increase the speed as we work our way through. That's
Yuri Simoncic in pit lane there, which is interesting. So what he's done is do an hour and a half on a set of tyres, but he's also done less fuel, obviously, as well, because he was doing a 1.5 hour stint. So what he might end up doing here, this looks crazy. But Yuri Simoncic is not opposed to doing this kind of thing. I guess maybe he's decided, I'm never going to make it on fuel, saving it to the hour, let's not bother. I'll go full out, I'll change, or I'll not change tyres instead, I'll do shorter stints, and I'll just be too quick for everybody else. It doesn't seem to make much sense, actually, but if it plays out by the end of the race, then fair play to him, because that seems like a lot of stops to me.
Yeah, I mean, what, for a 6-hour race, 45-minute stints, or give or take, would mean about 7 stops to the end. Everybody else, you'd think, could be doing 5, unless they have to push for a splash and dash, which would be 6. But yeah, I mean, shorter pit stops may help, but we're going to have to see how this works out. It's going to be one of those strategies where we're not going to really be able to judge how well it is working, really, until the final couple of stints. But Simoncic, it's definitely different, isn't it? It's not what anybody else is thinking or going for, but it's bold, and you kind of got to respect that. We'll see how it works out for the team.
Is it even going to be Simoncic at the end? No, it's going to be Jesper Pedersen seemingly at the wheel of that one now for Referee Sports. And they are back onto the front straight. Good to see Jesper Pedersen back in the Virtual Endurance Championship, actually, and of course, good to see Joni Simoncic as well, a former champion of this series, most recently back in season 14 with the Baikalers Burst Esports team. They got very close in season 13, the season before as well, as they tried to beat Yuri Toman, Daniel Wisner and Marcel Chinchik to the title. Their engine blowing at Le Mans put paid to that, although it would have been a difficult test for them to achieve it anyway. Simoncic was able to get there the very next year either way in the new DPI class, as it was at the time, the overall champions. Well, weren't quite able to defend their title in season 15. It's gone over to Race Clutch for the last 2 seasons. Might well be someone different this time round. It's certainly been a good start for Go Team to this race after they finished in 4th and 7th in the opening race of the season. Nobody in Hypercar so far, although it is early, nobody in Hypercar so far has really taken this by the scruff of the neck, and maybe not even in this race. Remy Delorme has just been overtaken by Norbert Jakob for the lead.
I don't think they're going to be too fussed about that, though, in a Go Team. Maybe they'll try and position themselves later on in terms of a championship fight, or maybe they won't, with it being so early on into the season. But Go, I mean, they look calm, don't they? They look comfortable at the moment. 30 seconds is their advantage. It hasn't really grown out in this second stint, fair to say. Been pretty stagnant in that regard, but yeah, they're just not going to be worried, are they? It looks so calm. They're working together to work their way through the traffic, and it's going to take a lot for them to lose this gap, I think. And even if they do lose the gap, they're 2 against 1 if anybody does catch them up, and they should be able to try and fend off that threat. But Jakob going a little bit slidey through to see to the Lago, and it means that the ARM Cybercar does a little bit of a similar thing.
Just forced a little bit wide by them as well. And how much longer these hypercars are going to be out there for now, but very difficult to say that there's going to be much change in the front 2 at the moment. It's such a good feeling. It's got to be such a good feeling for Go Team Racing at the moment, knowing not only you've got a 1-2, but you've got the distance of a penalty back to Seawolf Netrace, who are the closest chasers in 3rd. You've got most of the bottom half, the bottom 4 of the field, all having problems so far today, and laps and laps and laps off of you. They've got effectively knowing already within the first hour of the race, they know just keep it on the road and we might well be in for a 1-2 here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an impressive feat if they can make it 1-2, but I don't really see right now where we sit, where the competition is coming from. They look like they've got this well under control, and it's going to be tough for anybody to beat them. So, Go Team in a comfortable position. The only risk that they could really have at this stage, I think, is becoming a little bit too calm and confident with the position that they're in, because they've got a lot of work still to do, so much more lapping that they're still going to have to partake in. But yeah, this is looking good for Go Team. They're in a position that you cannot see anybody else is in at the moment, because you look at the gap for the lead in LMP2, it's 7 seconds. For the GT3s, it's under half a second. So, I mean, half a minute for the 2 leaders is... I mean, they're cruising at the front at this stage.
Yeah, they really are. So that will leave the battle in GT3 to themselves for the moment, because they don't seem to be actually fighting. They are instead following one another, to be honest, at the front of that class. In LMP2, there's been a few more fights, but Nicolas Lemon not quite close to Enzo Guibert to make anything happen on this occasion. What's going to happen to Luca Martino here? Got overtaken by Mark VEC pretty quickly out the pit lane. Is he on really old tyres compared to the rest of the field and losing time? Filippo Caneo is now the driver behind him. And I'm unsure what to make of this early race from Arm Cybra. Losing 7 seconds in 15 minutes is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, it's, yeah. I don't think we can really hack what's going on with this team at the moment, but they seem to be doing okay, considering that they're up in P2, but there's definitely something bubbling under the surface, maybe in terms of the strategy or, you know, something in that regard. Maybe there's a little bit of damage on the car, but then again, not particularly visible at the moment. But, yeah, Luca Martino continuing on regardless, and with a relatively comfortable gap behind. Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird one, really. It's one of the races that difficult to really pick the bones out of at the moment.
Yeah, very much is. Very difficult indeed. In LMP2. So again, looking forward greatly to where Joni Simoncic and Jesper Pedersen are going to come out after all of this, because they're doing something very, very different indeed. They've just put new tyres on. Pauli Ahonen is in the Satellite Racing BMW car just up ahead of them, and this is the slight problem with their strategy as well. They'll be down in 12th now, but having to make a lot of overtakes, and they can't afford to let these overtakes take very long. So this will be an interesting watch, with Jesper Pedersen trying to get into 11th place in the near future.
Pedersen, of course, taking over from Joni Simoncic on that, let's call it the alternate strategy in the GT3s. For the time being, inside line at Vico de Pardo, well controlled on the inside, left their space on the outside, and a very nicely constructed move there by rFactor. They will continue their charge to try and make up some of the positions and the time that they have lost, and a little bit of time to the car in front should see them try and progress in the clean air. But RAFA Esports, we're really going to have to see how the strategy works out, because I'm intrigued to see if this can become a good theme for them during this race, because it's definitely different to everybody else. Is it going to be a good difference? That's the question.
Well, yeah, that's the big difference maker here for them. Let's wait and see on that front though. When we get towards the end of this race, Remy Delorme is now the sole leader here, by the way, as he gets away from Norbert Jakob in the pit lane. A bit of dust kicked up in the face of him as the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette goes that little bit wide. Now Delorme will follow his teammate in. This is a better idea for Go Team Racing, because Norbert Jakob and Remy Delorme were falling over each other on the way into the pit lane before. There is Jakob, and Delorme will now be making his way down pit lane and into the box himself. What was happening before was that Jakob was coming in afterwards, having to go around Delorme, then reverse back into his box again. This way round, they can both take their box in a nicer way, and that's a good thing. Gerard Hevesy now makes his way out for the number 7, and for the 17 there may well be a driver change as well, as Remy Delorme completes the first hour and 45 of this race.
Yeah, it's still looking good for Go Team, isn't it, at this stage? They have got still quite a lot going for them, and yeah, looking not too bad. Gabor Hevesy's going to jump in that car and try and follow on the good job that has already been done, trying to pick his way through his first little bits of traffic, but doing that with a little bit of ease as he gets through on the 255 machine, and he's got one of the Simfrees in front of him as well. Careful not to hit them through this long left-hander, but then a nice little bit of acceleration towards Vico de Pardo gets him ahead, so a little bit of clean air now for Hevesy, and should come out pretty close to his teammate again.
You would think so. Who's going to actually win the blends competition, I wonder? It's going to be relatively close. Wondering as well, with about 52-ish minute stints, 53-ish minute stints for these two, how most a bit more than that actually, but where they're going to make their final pit stop, how they're going to navigate their way to the very end of this race. As over the line goes Hevesy, out of the lane goes Delorme. Where is Remy Delorme now in relation to his teammate? Looks like he is far enough ahead, actually quite significantly ahead from the looks of that. Oh, well, say significant. He's not. He's just in behind, so there you go. Tucks in behind into second position. So Hevesy now leads in the Go Team hypercar, but it's always a bit of a diluted battle, really, when it's between teammates.
Yeah, especially when you think that they are going to be likely to be working together throughout the race just to try and better both of their chances. But you know, they might start to battle it out a little bit as we work our way through the race. But I think the chances of that are likely to be slim, if we're being honest with ourselves. Because early stage of the season, especially with a result that I think they'd say themselves wasn't exactly what they wanted last time out at Spa, they're going to want to be gaining all of the points they can in this race, particularly when there's only 8 cars. There isn't much room for the likes of Racing Zone Team and Netrex Blackhawk to lose those points, although Netrex aren't having the best of races, neither is Blackhawk. But they just need to get the points on the board now, don't they? Because otherwise they're going to find themselves a little bit too far behind Racing Zone Team as we get in towards the Middle Eastern leg of our VEC season 17. I was slipping too far there, wasn't I?
Yeah. Realism a bit too good. And Gruber getting caught up on the inside there of the BMW, I'm afraid. And oh dear, the on-off car of Nicolas Lemoine trying to fit himself down a gap that really wasn't there, but eventually decides better of it. Now he tucks right up behind the rFactor Simsport car, pushing him almost down the straight here. Is he pushing him? Does he want him to continue on at his own pace, or does he want to make the move? That makes it much clearer. Outside line, there's a bit of a lock-up from Guiper. You can tell he definitely wants to hold on to this position.
Yeah, a bit of an up and under as well, though, from the driver in P7. This is Nicolas Lemoine, just trying to look for the move in the on-off racing car, looking to the inside. Maybe, no, look at the slipstream effect, or can you even see it? Because it barely feels like it's existent down that red riposte, and nothing that on-off Lemoine could do there, and will stick right in behind as they make their way up towards Ferradura once again, and you're going to be hard-pressed to find a move through here. And Lemoine going to have to try and find somewhere else to make that move, because a little bit of a rolling roadblock at the moment, you could say, is Enzo Guibert.
A little bit, but he's perfectly entitled to do so.
Oh, absolutely.
And, go on.
It'll be viewed by Lemoine as a rolling roadblock, even if he is or not.
Yeah. You're not wrong. This is the battle for 6th place. He's actually doing a decent job at catching Pablo Allen at the moment in the undercover rain car. This car was previously in the lead of this race very early on, but now unfortunately has dropped back to 5th position. Arm Cyber continuing to lose time here, by the way, and so the battle for 2nd will rear its head pretty shortly. But Pablo Allen unfortunately losing time, and undercover Ryan generally losing a little bit of time here compared to where they started. But then again, it is a lot better of a run than what they had at Spa.
Yeah, and going very well indeed. I mean, they, of course, leading for a while in this race, slipping back a little bit, but again, not too far, and definitely in contention is this car. I mean, 9 seconds behind at the moment. They can try and gain up, but you have to say that they've lost a little bit throughout this second stint in the bigger picture after leading for a little while, but they're still in the hunt, no doubt about it. They may end up getting absorbed into this battle, though, between Guibert and Lemoine for P6 and P7, and it could become a bit of a 3-car scrap in the pretty near future, especially if we're going to see a little bit of traffic getting in the way, which is exactly what we're seeing for the Radian, the undercover Radian team, and they are going to be losing quite a bit of that 1.5 seconds that they had as an advantage, and now it really fully is a 3-car battle as we work our way towards Bigger Nevada.
Oh dear me, this is going to be very interesting indeed. Lemoine's going to get a better run here past the Simframe Aston Martin as it is. Currently running in the 3rd position right now, running through the final corner. Big of 3rd position, the hypercar running in 3rd, it will be overtaking them too as well for Seawolf. Out over the line though for these LMP2s. They will work their way towards the start-finish line. Guibert going interestingly on the inside of the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette and makes it work. The one will do the same as they all close in on Pablo Allen here. I think Guibert will be desperate to get through on Allen, really. It will just alleviate the pressure from himself to Lemoine, if indeed he can get there. But will he have a chance to get there before Lemoine overtakes him? Down in towards turn 4. Again, not quite close enough. As you said before, slipstream basically non-existent.
Yeah, it's not working out too well for these guys, and they're really having to make these moves on, acceleration, traction, and really on pure pace that they may have to generate with a slightly different strategy. So difficult for the guys to really make the move. It goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about, is it difficult to overtake, or are drivers holding back a bit? And some drivers are clearly holding back, but it also definitely looks a little bit more difficult to overtake than I think they'd want it to be. Because, I mean, Lemoine has been really forcing this issue, but it's just not been working out for him just yet. You may see a little bit of a change in fortune, especially now that we've got the undercover racing car in the battle, but yeah, looking tricky. But I mean, this 3-car battle, you'd feel that the car at the back of this train is the fastest and the car at the front may be the slowest, so we may see a bit of a concertina effect. Are we through? Well, that's the hypercar, my bad, I got excited there.
Well, there was very nearly a crash, to be honest.
Yeah.
Wolf car got very close, but just about ducked out in time. They're 7.8 seconds ahead of 7.5 seconds ahead of the Racing Zone team, who won at Spa 4 weeks or so ago, a month or so ago. And still nose to tail for the lead in GT3 there, as you can see through the bottom of your screen. It is Caspian leading Simfree. I'd imagine looking over their shoulder, looking at their relative watches, looking at what the hell's going on with the McLaren of the Rafa Esports team. Vioni Simoncic and Jesper Pedersen. Very interesting to see where they're going to come out. As we've said before, we're not too far away from finding that out.
No, not at all. This is getting quite close, isn't it? In this big old battle in the LMP2. That is the Caspian Motorsports car that they are getting themselves around in the GT3s. That's a little bit close in towards Bico de Pato, but they all make their way through pretty nicely and without too much of a hitch. There's another car that they're going to have to negotiate through Jung Sao. On the acceleration, they'd expect the LMP2s to get a better exit, but look at the exit from them. This could be a great opportunity for him to try and get up into P6 and to maybe try and get himself towards the top 5, but losing a little bit of that momentum as they work their way through, cut on the pit lane line from the undercover raging car. It's all going off in towards turn 1.
Is Le Mans going to dive down the inside? He's certainly close enough. It's going to have to be on the brakes, but Guibert brakes late and again locks up a little bit. Not taking great care of his tyres, considering I think most of them will be on new tyres here after a opening double stint. But Guibert is locking those, especially that front left, up pretty regularly here, and he can't really afford to be doing that too often, but he is doing so. He clearly values this 6th position very highly indeed. Wants to hold on to track position, and to be fair, we have seen track position be relatively important so far, so maybe it is important to hold on to this, even though it does seem like a fairly means nothing battle for 6th or 5th position, I should say.
Yeah, it still means a lot for the teams, though. I mean, points on the board is going to be critical for them in the early stage of the season, especially with lots of teams battling over some of these higher positions. RFRO, of course, finished P10 last time. Undercover Raging finished P13. They want the points on the board, and these are big points for the teams that you wouldn't necessarily point to at the start of the season and say they could be title contenders, even though they may fancy themselves as looking to try and get themselves into that picture throughout the season. But they are looking like they are maybe getting a little bit closer down in towards turn 1. That is the Racing Zone car, hypercar that is, going around the outside, but Guibert having to sit behind and kind of finding out what it's like to be Nicolas Lemoine at the moment.
Another lock-up in towards turn 1 for Guibert there. Through the centre S, he's got a nicer, straighter exit, but is that going to be any better in towards turn 4? Don't think so. It's in the slipstream, but he's going nowhere. And yeah, I wasn't quite expecting this kind of race actually out of Interlagos. Thought it might be a little bit easier to overtake in towards turn number 1, but even there, when you've got the long straight towards the slipstream, well, to get slipstream, I should say, towards an overtake maybe in towards turn 1. It's not really happened so far. Turn 4 less so because there's a shorter straight beforehand, but you know, into turn 1 I would have thought the slipstream would be enough for you to at least get close to making a move.
Yeah, I mean, it really looks like you've almost got to be pushing the car down the road to get any kind of slipstream to get the effective, maybe trying to benefit yourself down in towards a braking zone, but it's looking incredibly tough to force an overtake. Strategy, I think, is going to become all the more critical in this race, as drivers are going to look to almost try to force an overtake in the pit lane without having to do it on the circuit, because the circuit looks like it's everly increasing in its difficulty to make these moves. Having said that, though, here's Guibert. He looks just about close enough to maybe go for it into turn 1, and there is a defensive line being thrown.
Maybe the move is finally on the outside line for Guibert, given the inside for turn 2, but he doesn't run it out far enough. He didn't run it round the outside far enough at all. And so he has to stay back in 6th position. Does he get the run here? Does Lemoine get a run on the two of them who've been busy compromising each other through the centre S for the first time not for the first time at all, but for a time. Up through turn 4 they go. Guibert still sandwiched between. He didn't get anywhere near in towards turn number 4. So he will have to stay in 6th position. But you're right, it does seem that the slipstream is only really effective when you're right up close. Other than that, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, and it's just looking so tricky, isn't it, to make these moves, to force these overtakes. And there's not much that is going to be able to be done, I don't think, in this battle, unless there's some kind of little incident with the GT3, which we may see. Lemoine looking like he's going for the move through Bico de Pato, but again, getting that line cut off just a touch. And they'll run it through once again as we near the end of the second hour. Enzo Guibert looking close again. Is he close enough though? We've seen this a couple of times and it's not worked out for him. Can it be third time a charm?
He's in a very similar situation. It's like watching a replay in towards turn number 1 as Guibert tries to make his way through in towards 5th position. Now he's got the inside line though. He's maybe got the chance this time around. Is he alongside enough? Oh, not really. He can get a better run out of turn 2 though. This is what he'll be hoping for now as he runs round the outside through turn 3. This could go, oh, contact, and very nearly sending them both off the road there as one of the Porsche hypercars works its way through on the both of them. Oh dear, now he's going to go back for the inside again, and finally Guibert gets his position. It remains side by side for 6th as well.
Lemoine has just said thank you very much for making that move, Enzo, because I would have made it as well, slipping up the inside as they pushed the undercover agent car a little bit wide, and now both cars up into 5th and 6th, and Lemoine making it a lot easier for himself than Enzo Guibert found. Did an incredible job done by him to just work his way through up the inside and, you know, catch or benefit from the side-by-side action in front of him, and he's done exactly what he needed to do. Watch the action in front of him, see where the gaps were going to be opening up, and capitalise in that split second, and that's exactly what he's done, and it's benefited him up into P6. Great move there from the Lemoine from there.
Absolutely. Great battles. The opening couple of hours of the 6 hours of Interlagos. I will be stepping aside for a couple of hours. rFactor will be with you for another hour, but taking over from me to take you to halfway and slightly beyond, it's Cameron Roger.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ewan, for the first couple of hours here. And Dara, of course, staying on for another hour. And we jump right into this awesome battle in the LMP2s. I mean, that is one way to spice up the middle part of this race as we hit exactly 4 hours remaining.
Yeah, I mean, a good opening couple of hours, still some good battles going on, really tight in the LMP2 field particularly. We're seeing some pit stops happening in the GT3 field as we would expect being on the hour. We saw it happen just around the 5th hour, and again on the 4th hour. It's a lot closer to the hour though. It looks like cars are more likely to be able to get it to the end, but they still may be just a tiny bit short.
Absolutely. The battle is not stopping just yet for P5. We have Nicolas Lemoine in the 27 on-off racing car trying to slide his way through. Did a great job to get past Pablo Allen as well, and is trying to make it a double move of sorts as he gets himself up into P5 potentially, but as ever it does seem a little bit a little bit difficult to overtake as ever in the LMP2s because there isn't a load of slipstream. So when you get the opportunity, you have to absolutely send it. That's what Guibert did. Now Lemoine needs to repay the favour to try and get past.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. It's going to be difficult. We've seen this time and time again. I feel like I'm watching Groundhog Day as they make their way up towards turn 1, because I think this is at least the 10th, 12th time that we've seen Lemoine get this close to Guibert down in towards the opening couple of corners, but rFactor holding firm, but maybe a little bit wide through turn 2, a little bit of the grass kicked up or just some dirt, and this could give a bit of a run behind, but let's see, down in towards the seat of the Lago we go. You can be sitting a couple of tenths behind, it's just not going to be close enough though.
And just while we are obviously watching this battle, there's quite a few pitters in GT3s. We've got the 55 kind of strategy. We've got Diogo Silva as well for the 58. So it seems like it is pit stop time for your GTs. Although, of course, Caspian, I'm about to say staying out, but they come in just a lap later from the lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a lot of that around the hour mark. Caspian leading in the early stages, then lost a lead, of course, to the strategy choices of the rFactor Esports team. We'll see how that works out for them over the next couple of hours. But Adam Akyol doing a stellar job. I wouldn't be surprised if he's now jumping out of that car after his mega stint in the opening couple of hours.
Absolutely, and LMP2s is not just the battle for P5, but also for P2. Got Luca Martino, who's holding on Filippo Caneo at this moment in time. So Arms and Pancorsa having their own battle. So it seems LMP2 staying pretty close as they get the Seawolf car trying to slide in between them and separate that one. As ever, it is close between the two Go teams up the front in the hypercars. So Dara, it's looking like this track is keeping everyone a bit closer together. Having said that, a month ago back at Spa when I did these the same couple of hours, it was all change after everyone was staying close, but then by the end of the race the order was completely different. So I guess that is why we still have 4 hours to go in this race.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very critical, I think, for these guys to maintain positions over this middle couple of hours, because we're seeing these really tight battles, particularly in the LMP2s and in the GT3s, where a little mistake here and there, just a couple of off tracks, could cost you a couple of positions and really put you in a bit of a struggling spot, because we're seeing how difficult it is to craft an overtake around this circuit with the slipstream, let's say, not working as effectively as drivers will want it to. But it means that it's going to be so crucial for the drivers to maintain where they are, because they cannot afford to slip any further back. If you're in a battle like Nicolas Lemoine, a mistake that could cost you 2 or 3 positions may not feel like a lot, but if you cannot make that overtake on those drivers, you're going to find yourselves then struggling in the final couple of hours to try and get where you wanted to be in that middle stint.
Absolutely. I remember, I don't think it was last year, it must have been the year before when we went to Bahrain for the first time. And there was this insane battle for the LMP2s at the front. I think there was 5 or 6 cars doing this amazing train. And you just have to get it so perfect to overtake, especially in the LMP2s. And also here, just with the way that the slipstream works, because you have all the kink, even though the straight from the final corner all the way up to turn 1 is quite long, because of all the kinks, you don't quite get the slipstream. Was that a move up towards the front of the shot? I think it was. Nicolas Lemoine getting past Goubert for that 5th place. He's been working hard for that one. And down in towards turn 4, it looks like he's got that one covered, and he can hold it as we come back up the hill in towards turn 6 as well. So the on-off car making some moves in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I got a little bit nervous there. Guibert looked like he was going to go up the inside at Ferradura, and that is not where you want to stick a nose up the inside. It's not going to work out well for you, and in the end, smartly, I think, backing out of it and sticking in behind. But now for Nicolas, he's got to try and eat into that advantage ahead. 16.3 seconds. He's got, well, I'd say clean air, but you can see he's got some traffic in the way. He's got clean air in terms of the class. He needs to put pay to the advantage that he has gained now, and he's got to gain to the back of the Sean Clark racing car. David Berenek currently in there as they will work their way up towards turn 1 once again. But Lemoine, let's see what he can do here, because does he have the pace that he's seemingly had in behind this battle? Does he have the pace to then go after the top 4?
Yeah, if we look at the battle for 5th place, of course, it's a little bit further behind now under collaboration, but we also got the Simfream car not too far behind with Marco Vinchulo as well. So it is pretty close between these cars in the mid part of the top 10, and of course they will be trying to do their best to get up towards the front over the next few hours. They do have a bit of a gap though, so ahead of Nicolas Lemoine is a 17-second gap to the number 34 car. So that's obviously not an ideal situation, because 17 seconds is very difficult to overcome on pace, but the Sean Clark racing car is holding that 4th position for now, and now we just need to see if Goubert is able to come back or if he's just going to start losing time.
Yeah, I think for Guibert, he needs to really keep a level head at the moment. He's lost that position, but he cannot afford to slip any further back. The Simfream car in P8 looks like it's gaining a little bit of time, although they need to get past the car in front, of course, who was our one-time race leader in Undercover Raging in the 249. We'll see if they can make their way through there. But for Guibert, going to have to let the 2 leaders in the overall race go through. It's relatively calm for now, but clearly losing time and losing that advantage to the on-off car. That gap is now well over a second.
And talking of these Go Team cars, I mean, when we talk of domination in a class, I mean, almost jinxed them there, bit of contact. Nicolas Lemoine just separated 2 Go Team cars going in a little bit hot in towards turn number 1. But these cars have been together for basically the whole race. And there's no one car that's dropped off or anything like that. It's pretty incredible. All they've done is just slowly but surely pulled away from the battle for third place. So I think they're doing a pretty good job. But Darryl, won't you agree that, for a team who's they've had solid results over the past few seasons, I mean, they're really showing themselves already in race 2 to be championship contenders.
Oh yeah. I mean, even at Spa last week, I mean, I think they qualified 1-2. There was a big melee into the opening corner. They dropped right down the order, and in the end found themselves not really up near the front. So they are in such a good position in this race because they're that quick. They struggled at Spa because of their start, but you would say that they definitely had the pace to move forward, to move ahead at the front if they hadn't have had the incidents at the start. So Go Team doing well, but I think everyone will be pleased to know that you're here for the next hour and a half, because you've only been here 9 minutes, Cam, and you've already said that they're doing well and they've nearly crashed, and you said someone was going well and then they're going to the pit lane. So I think the drivers are going to have to watch out, because they've got 111 more minutes of danger, it's fair to say.
Yeah, so it's all change up towards the front of the GT3. So Akio and Kurazari in obviously the Caspian and the Sim Freem car having a bit of a door-banging battle in towards turn 1 and 2. Akio's come out on top of that. They're now 23 seconds behind Rafa, who of course are on a bit of a different strategy to the other people. But already, Darren, that's quite a big gap for Rafa. So I wonder how that's going to equalise itself out over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to kind of see how this develops for Rafa, because they are so off the strategy compared to everybody else. They are nowhere near what anybody else is doing. It's just them as well. Everybody else is pretty much maintaining the same strategy. But for Rafa Esports, how is this going to work out for them? They're likely to do an extra couple of stops. Is that a good thing, though? I mean, is it going to work out for them in terms of taking less time in each of the pit stops and then maybe picking up the pace in the stints? But yeah, it's really intriguing, and we're only going to be able to find out, I think, in the closing couple of hours how well it's going to go for them, because at this stage, they just look off strategy. They just look like we're waiting for a pit stop. We don't really know which kind of position it's going to put them into, and especially with the prospect of second and third battling way between Caspian and Simfree, there's a lot open for this battle or the battle for the win to develop on the strategy.
Well, absolutely. But one thing that we do know from the drivers of this car, obviously Jesper and Jerne, they're both champions of this series. They know what they're doing, and I guess they've run the numbers and they've worked out that this is the fastest way of doing the race. When you have 6 hours, the good thing about that, compared to a 1, 2 hour, even a 3 hour race sometimes that you do in these cars, when you have that bit of a longer race, you can sort of accumulate time over the stints, and after 6 hours, obviously that can add together, potentially to either save or add a pit stop depending on what you're trying to do. So maybe they definitely do think it's going to work. Maybe it is going to work. We'll have to find out. But it looks like, at least on that previous lap, Caspian were a 1/10 of a second quicker. So it's not like the pace is massively different, but maybe the strategy is where they're going to gain the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to try something different, you'd kind of want Jesper Pedersen and Jerne Simoncic on the car, wouldn't you? I mean, two of the wisest, most experienced heads in the VEC, not just in the VEC, but of course on rFactor generally, and in the sim racing scene overall. So Simoncic likely to get back into the car at some point, and we'll see what he can do. Pedersen, though, doing a stellar job for the team for the time being. And Rafa Esports, they're looking to continue what looks to be an interesting and a good start to the season. P2 in Spa. They're looking to maybe nick a win here at Interlagos, but it's fair to say I think the strategy is either going to work or it's not going to work. There's not really much in between.
Yeah, hopefully it either works or doesn't work, because what's the third option, Dara?
I don't know what the third is. It maybe it's a P4 maybe.
Yeah, well, obviously they weren't too high up in that opening stint, so maybe that also led them to make a bit more of a radical decision. So hopefully that works out for them. And we come to the hypercars. This is, of course, your number 22, the winner of the first race of the season. Obviously a little bit lower down so far this race, the Racing Zone team taking that to victory. And importantly for them, second place in the race was the Netrex car, which of course is now are they DNF'd actually from this race? Yes, they are DNF'd from this race, so they're not going to be scoring the points. So the points can look pretty good for Racing Zone if they can grab another result today, but they need to work their way past Seawolf, because it seems like P3 is the maximum at this moment in time.
Yeah, we've talked about this battle throughout the race. We've had incidents really for the bottom half of the hypercar order. The two net Rexes have had a torrid time. The number 19 disconnecting after about 5 minutes and taking a little while to get back in. I believe it was half an hour to get back in, or maybe not that long, but still quite a while, and they are still overall, how many laps down? As I look at my timing power, they are 17 laps down to the leader, 2 laps down to currently the last car running on the racetrack in the GT3s overall. So it's not been a good day for them. It's not been a good day for a couple of the other teams, including the 1089 car, who of course led the opening laps of the season back at Spa. And with Go Team getting away, this is a battle really for the podium position between NetRace and Racing Zone, and I think we're kind of lucky that they're this close together, because we're seeing the gaps open up so wide behind and in front. You can see there's still a close battle in this category.
Absolutely, look how close they get, of course, with the traffic getting involved as well. They have to be so careful. Is there going to be a run for Pribek down this back straight up towards turn 4? This is probably actually the better overtaking opportunity on the track. Down the inside is going to be, he's got the nose there, a bit of car, LP2 up ahead of them, sliding for Seawolf on the outside, who has got the traction as we work our way through the flat out turn 5 and up the hill. It's going to be inside for Seawolf. LMP2 still just there in front of them. That could put them off as they come through the very fast uphill at 6 and 7. And it looks like Ullman has just been able to hold on to that one, but that was very tight. He easily lost that place, but he held his nerve.
Yeah, and holding his nerve in the face of our championship leaders coming into this race, in the face of Racing Zone, after they won, of course, last time out at Spa. Going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that championship advantage. I would suspect that they can. With Go Team currently down, or in the championship down in 4th and in 7th. So even if the number 7 wins this race for the Go Team, Racing Zone, if they finish P4, I think they still come out of this at least joint championship leaders. So still looking good for them, keeping it out of trouble. But a P3 would almost consolidate themselves at the top of the time, as we see quite a split across the start-finish line. That was a GT3 on the inside, then a hypercar on the outside, and in the middle it was an LMP2, and I think it was 2 Seawolf net races as well, being them the bread of the sandwich.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's the Seawolf GT, the Hyperion LMP2, as the 3 classes went across the line together, which is always a great sight. So I know the hypercars in many ways look kind of similar to the LMP2s, but certainly a good shot from the photographers out there on the replay, I'm sure, afterwards, trying to get that. But it looks like that traffic has just separated this battle ever so slightly. So definitely a long-term goal for Pribek to try and get back past Seawolf, because of course they did hold that position a little bit earlier in the race. And I'm just seeing up towards the front. Nothing really to talk about as such, but we are seeing these 2 cars stay very close together. And Dara, obviously you're watching a bit more closely at the earlier pit stops. Are they ever swapping around, for fuel saving reasons, or are they just staying in this order?
I'm going to be honest, I couldn't necessarily tell you. I don't think they've been swapping around too much. We haven't really been watching them at the front, and of course as they have the same team, if you take a quick glance up at the tower on the left-hand side, they look like they're in the same order. But I don't think they have, but equally they very well may have been doing. It's difficult to say. Moritz Mel, of course, jumping in that car. I feel like the 7's been ahead for a while, but again, every time we go back to this battle, they may be in the middle of the same swap. So, so it's difficult to say, because there's been so much action going on. These two have just been cruising at the front. I actually don't know if they've been swapping it. That might be something to watch. But I think they've been running nose to tail, but equally they're doing well on the stint, so they could have been swapping for fuel, but they don't look like they're under pressure either way, because they've got a full minute pretty much to anybody else.
Yeah, the only reason I asked is because they were so close together. The car behind will definitely be able to save a bit more fuel over the stint. And at the previous stop that we did see, there was a lap difference between them. So I just wonder if they're going to sort of do a bit of a flip-flop to help them. Well, I mean, they've almost sort of guaranteed it already. I mean, Ullman is, a whole minute behind, and with a minute 20 per lap, what's that? It's about 75% of the lap they're ahead already. So that is quite a big margin and I'm sure they'll be able to hold on to that a little bit later. But just something a little bit interesting to see is we're getting a couple of pitters in your LMP2. So we've got Simframe, and then also the undercover raging car. Of course, we're having that pretty close battle on the track not too long ago.
Quite a nice dark purple, that car, isn't it? I'm
All
sure
Quebec.
that. Oh yeah, sorry, I'll stop talking about colours and Quebec. Yeah, that's a move, isn't it, for P3? Ahead of the Symbols Net Race car in towards turn 1. Greatly done. Greatly done. That doesn't sound like a normal sentence, but there you go. Quebec didn't look like he made a normal move. Maybe he used a little bit of the traffic there to help him, but he's up into P3 regardless, and I don't think he'll be complaining.
Yeah, I was trying to work out where they were compared to the LMP2 traffic. Maybe they just got held up a little bit through one of the kinks, and they decided to go left or right incorrectly. But what it has worked out, the Racing Zone team has got up into that third place in the 22 car. Remember, this is your championship leader after winning the first race back at Spa 1 month ago. So this will obviously continue on very nicely championship-wise, because Go Team, the number 7, which is currently leading the race, they are 12 points behind, and then the other car is 16 points behind. So this could be some very nice points if they could keep up in that third place to try and hold on to that championship lead, which would be very nice for them. Maybe a team actually wouldn't have expected that coming into the season, but if you do good pace, especially with a new car, everyone is learning still. If you come out on top and do some good results, that is always one way to step up to the top of the championship.
I think, though, as we go in towards Dubai, of course, which will be our next round, which we talked about earlier, even if Racing Zone team go into there as the points championship leaders, I think it'll almost feel as if Go Team are the championship leaders. They qualified so well at Spa, of course, as I mentioned, getting a little bit stuck in the opening couple of laps and maybe not doing as well as they expected of themselves, but here they are, delivering on their pace, and they're looking so quick. You'd almost feel as if, even if they're not leading the points, not morally, but you'd feel as if the biggest target would be on Go Team rather than Racing Zone, because even though Racing Zone feel like it will be at the top of the standings, it would almost feel like they are behind in terms of the pace battle with Go Team, if that makes any sense. I know that sentence went in about 4 different directions, but I hope I made myself clear. The Go Team are really the team to beat at the moment. There we go, that was the best way to put it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's more so Go Team probably have a little bit more pace on average, but they just don't have the result to show for it on the point standings, I guess is what you mean by that. But the championship will go pretty quickly. Remember, we only have 8 races. So after today, we're already a quarter of the way through the season, and it feels like it's only just started. So you have to be getting the results on the board, so you can't take that away from Racing Zone team. And looking at their pace, I think they're going to be up there over the course of the race. Of course, we have some interesting pairings of racing coming up. We have the Middle East double of Dubai and Bahrain. Then we go to America for Road America and Sebring double. And then, of course, we finish with the Nürburgring and Le Mans. So it's definitely a few different styles of track coming up. It's going to be quite a difficult season, I think, for the drivers, learning this new car in the hypercar. But hopefully they'll all get on top of it. And
I have to say, I absolutely cannot wait for the next 2 races. Dubai looks like it's going to be an absolute cracker. Bahrain, I feel always provides some really good multi-class action. We saw it last season, despite whatever happened off the start line. And I'm really looking forward to those 2 races. I think they're going to be really indicative of where we sit in terms of the championship, in terms of pace, before we head over to America for those 2 races in the States. So, oh my word!
Oh my word!
I was sitting here. Yeah, I was sitting here calmly making a point, and all of a sudden, that was a jump scare. I know we're nearly at Halloween, but my word.
Yeah, that could have been an absolute... Do you remember, who was it? I suppose 2009. Was it Trulli and Alonso or someone like that? They had a big crash going up there, and they were like waving their hands, but they're still sliding over turn 6. That was almost a similar situation. Just coming across each other. You've got to be so careful when doing the overtakes, and in the end it looks like Goya was able to avoid a big crash there, but that could have been quite something. So this is your battle for 7th place. So we've got Undercover Agent leading. Then we have Simfree. Of course, we saw these two just in the pit stop at the same time a few minutes ago, and now Go Team Racing trying to chase him down.
I know what you're talking about. I feel like it was Petrov, and I don't know why I feel like it was Petrov. I'm going to have to try and look this one up, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I have to say that was one of my very first Formula 1 memories of back in.
That was your first memory?
No, it wasn't.
Oh
my first memory that I can call back to is Brazil 2009, Barrichello going up to the line.
That's still making me feel old.
Yeah, but when's your first memory? It can't have been, what, like 05, 04?
Nah, I remember, obviously this is like vague memories, but I remember, it must have been 2002 when Schumacher basically won like almost every race that season. And I remember a couple of scenes of him coming across and winning. And one of them I do remember was, I think that was the year where he won the championship in Magny-Cours. And I remember that shot of him coming out that final corner and wiggling. That was probably one of the earliest ones. But yes, that was certainly a long time ago now. Remember, I'm old. Very old compared to you.
No, come on, you're not very old. You're not very old. You're just mature. That's what it is.
Certainly not if you mention certain words. So it's all good. But something that I wanted to mention earlier was about Go Team swapping positions, and they are. So the 17 has gone to the front. Moritz Mel is now ahead, and the 7 of Gabor Hevesy is in behind.
Yeah, and Gabor Hevesy looking like he's just having a nice quiet time at the moment. Down in, well, I say down in P2, up in P2, because maybe saving a little bit of fuel, sliding the rear end as we make our way through that middle sector, but doing a good job at the moment for Go Team, as that gap has fully extended now to over a minute. But yeah, we're just kind of at a nice quiet stage of the race where we can just kind of think about the strategy, have a nice quiet moment to ourselves, and think about where this is going to pan out, particularly in the case of the RAF Esports team, because we just still do not know where they're going to find themselves, because it really could be anywhere up the order by the end of this race.
Yeah, certainly. It's the long game that some of these teams are playing. And, I mean, shortly, actually, we'll be getting up towards half-race distance, but it's never easy to do the maths of just whatever the gap is times by 2 or half it. It's not always that easy because there's plenty of factors in this racing. And it also depends about the overtakes. When you get stuck behind someone, how quickly can you move through them? And that is what we're seeing now with Vinchulo as he tries to get the undercover agent car. He's actually very close, though, as we come up the hill.
Yes, it's getting very tight, but we've seen it get tight before and nothing has ended up developing. They've both cut that pit lane line, which Jimmy, of course, said towards the start of the race not to cut. Around the outside goes Vinchulio. If he can make this one stick, this would be an incredible move from the Simfree car, and he can, taking all the speed he can to tiptoe his way around the outside, and there's nothing that the Raging Motorsports car can do as they make their way back on towards the Red Aeroposta. Can he come back at him, though, towards the Interlagos?
Nice battle between these two drivers. It's Pablo Allen on the outside, decides not to brake too late, trying to just keep that car in line for now. Of course, a car that was newly promoted. You can see their number starts with 200, so they were in Division 2 at the previous race. They've got up, promoted up into Division 1 already after just that first race, and they are doing a good job up here. But Vinchulo completes that move, and now it is Timothy Goya in behind, who is the next potential target for the Raging car to defend from.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how if Raging can defend any further, or if they end up continuing to slip back a touch, because they were leading the race at one point, but have now slipped all the way back to P8. Timothy Goya looking to put himself up into the top 3, giving us 3 little Go Team stamps on the timing tower, with 2 at the top in the hypercar, and could be 1 in the top 8 in the LMP2s. I will very quickly say, before we see a battle here, that you were right, it was truly in the Force India going across the grass there.
I just remember that he got out of the car and like when he slapped him on the head or something, or they were having a bit of a fight on the runoff. I remember there was some beef around that one.
But I think it was it Sutil? I think it was Sutil that he came into contact with.
I forgot about it. Yeah. I thought it was Liuzzi, but I was like, but it wasn't Liuzzi. Yes, Sutil.
And Petrov crashed before that, which is why I remember it. But he did quite crash at turn 5.
Yeah, there was a lot of carnage going on there.
Oh, the good old days, eh?
Well, supposedly. Anyway, we get back to LMP2 Racing because Timothy Goya is getting very close, almost touching the back of that undercover car. Is up the inside. That's going to be very tight for the NetRex entry. Slides his way through. That was close, but I think just about managed to avoid anything. That is the 19 car. Who's in the car at the moment? Vincent Goot has got in that car, and this is obviously the one that is 18 laps behind the leader after that issue they said earlier, the disconnection, trying to find their way back through. But I think it's really just a game of getting to the end and getting those points.
And points is the key word of the day. Early stages in the championship. Early stages in the championship. You want to get those points on the board. You do not want to find yourself falling too far back and giving yourself far too much to do. I think a lot of these guys are going to be right up in the picture towards the end of the season. They just have to give themselves a fighting chance at it with points that they clearly need to have on the board. They cannot afford to give themselves any kind of monumental task as we work our way through this race. Here is Mitchie Hoyer trying to find his highway around the outside of the very nicely liveried car of the number 58. Right around the outside. What a move this could be through Ferragiro. I wasn't expecting him to walk it around the outside there, but Mitchie Hoyer looking for it. Won't work out in the end, but what a move if he can make this throughout the rest of the lap.
I thought the LMP2 there, Vodoff was going to dive up the inside and ruin that, but it looks like they'll be to the outside now, so Mitch Hoyer diving into the inside, but avoiding some contact there, and this is getting very awkward with the 27 car. Can't get on the power now as the two classes battle side by side as we come back down the hill, and Mitch Hoyer still trying to find a way past.
You're going to give me a heart attack here with some of these moves, but Mitchie Hoyer, if he can make this, would be an incredible move. He's been looking for it so badly over the last lap. Can he finally craft it up towards turn one? We'll see them make their way past the pit lane once again and work their way through the start-finish line. Mitchie Hoyer looking like he's got a little bit of a slipstream effect. Inside, outside. It's going to have to be the outside. No, it's not. He's diving to the inside. Little bit of a dummy. He's claimed that inside line. He's claimed P9. What a move from Mitchie Hoyer.
And what car positioning as well. The way he just came slightly off the apex of turn one just to block the 58 coming back at him. Very well done indeed. I was able to keep control of the car despite braking late. And as we come down the hill towards turn four, is there going to be a move back? The Corvette looks to the inside, doesn't brake late enough. And the WRT car will hold on to that 9th position and gains a good car length or so on the exit as well. So that is looking very nice for them at this moment in time, although they are obviously quite away off the lead. Hasn't been the opening of the race that Mitchie Hoyer would have wanted with his new team that he's gone into. So definitely an interesting race for how this one is working out. A couple of those close battles that we were seeing there have opened up a little bit as we get a bit further into the stint, but of course the next round of pit stops will open up another opportunity for drivers to try something with the strategy.
Yeah, I don't know how much is going to be able to be tried with the strategy at this stage of the race. We're nearing half distance. I think if someone wanted to try something too drastic, they would have had to have tried it by now. GT3s, of course, we've talked about how it's pretty monotone, bar RAF Esports, who are going for whatever they're describing it as, but going longer in the stints and maybe trying to skimp off the use of tyres. We'll have to see how that works out for them in the end. In the hypercars, they're coming in on relatively similar lap, if you can call it that, when they're not really on the similar lap in terms of their actual positioning in the race. And then in the LMP2s, they're all quite close together, it seems. We'll have to see how that one develops, but right around the outside of Mitchie Hoyer goes one of the hypercars. I think that's one of the NetRex cars, but they of course are a little bit down the order. Quick update actually on the hypercars in general, because we were talking about how they were kind of split throughout the field with the incidents they were having. The top 7 are all now, you'd say, as a group ahead of the LMP2s, but we are still seeing that number 19 NetRex car still 2 laps down on anybody at the back of the field overall.
Oh, they're going to be they're going to be a long time.
It's a world of pain.
Yeah, before they get back even past the GTs and LMP2s, if at all, really, because they're so many laps behind. That is always a bit of an awkward one when you overtake LMP2s for position, but hey, it happens, and they are trying their best to come back from that one. Tough day though in the office for 19 car. Hopefully they are able to get back a little bit into a more respectable position in the next race, especially from the car that is currently sitting second place in the championship after obviously a second place finish in Spa. Just one race completed so far this championship, and they will want to be keeping themselves up towards the front. We come back to this battle in the LMP2s because it is still continuing on. Alan is ahead of Goya, but now we have Francesco Geniale who's got on the back of them.
Lovely pronunciation there as well from you of that name. But yeah, good battle at the moment through the opening couple of corners. Timothy Goya also fighting away for P7 ahead. But it's nice that we're getting these battles even throughout the mid-stage of the race, that the gaps aren't large in the grand scheme of things. We've been going for 2.5 hours. And the fact remains that between 4th and 8th in this race in the LMP2s, it's well under 20 seconds. So it's great to see that we're still getting these battles and these fights. And it's great to see so many of these teams that maybe didn't have a good opening round, having a good second round and putting themselves up into a contention where they can really push on for as we move in towards the Middle East in the next couple of rounds. But yeah, I'm loving this race so far. It's really good to see these battles occur.
Yeah, it's a good track. I thought a couple of years ago, Jimmy said something along the lines of, we're never coming back to this track. And I was a little bit disappointed because it is a little bit of an awkward one for multiclass, but it is good fun. And it has a good flow to it. So I'm glad that we've brought this one back onto the calendar. And for a 6-hour race as well. Of course, we have a few different distances. We go to 8 hours next time in Dubai, then 4 in Bahrain. So different distances for the teams to cover. And let's see how that one works out. But for 6 hours today, does Geniale have a bit of a run? Of course, they got the Hypercar Racing Zone team getting up the inside of them. Any sort of dive down the inside for turn 1. He's looking, he's thinking about it. Not enough to make the move, even with Goya just being held up ever so slightly at the apex of the Hypercar, but not enough to lose the position.
And I feel like I'm right in thinking that, yes, I am right in thinking that Sao Paulo, of course, coming back to the World Endurance Championship calendar this year,
yep.
After, I believe, a 10-year absence. So, nice to come back here in the VEC as well, because we saw some good racing in that race that I think was only a couple of weeks ago, actually, at Interlagos. And good to see some good racing here, and nice little bit of synergy. Maybe we're following the official schedule. It means that we may get to some other great circuits, but we're going to get to Nürburgring, of course, taken off, and I'm looking forward to that at the end of the season here.
Exactly, that was another one as well, never thought that we'd see again, which is another one of those kind of similar to this, where it's almost a little bit too small, but we still make it work, and this is a good opportunity actually for Geniale to try get past, but he's blocked off there by Goya. They have the Mercedes just getting in the way at the right time for Goya, the wrong time for Geniale to make the move. Now, of course, they're going to get past BMWs who come up the hill as well, and it looks like unfortunately, the Arms car not able to continue that battle, and actually has lost some time with a wiggle on the exit of the final corner. And it looks like in the background they do have another car coming up, but that is not going to be for position at this time, it seems. So this trio of cars continue their battle.
Yeah, and a trio of cars that are looking to really progress their way up the order, because some will say, or a couple of them will definitely say that they've got a little bit of pace. Timothy Goya, absolutely one of them. Look at the speed he's got out of the Senna S towards the Interlagos as they come down the Retta Aposta, get all of the names of the parts of the circuit out, because there's no moves going on in towards turn 4. But Arms Cyber are right there to pick up any kind of pieces that are let down, and they've been kind of up and down the order throughout this race. Difficult to really place how their race has gone, but they're looking to try and gain up another position, because this is now a really tight battle as they make their way through the middle sector.
Oh, huge send up the inside there by the Arms car. Can they make it stick? It's going to be the outside for the next hairpin corner. But if they stay there, they'll turn to the inside for the following one. Contact is made. Both cars go off the track. It looks like they continue on nicely, but they just got locked together, and they were able to sort that one out. But they've lost time, though, unfortunately, to the car ahead, as their battle has just boiled over there a little bit. I wonder what is the response from Geniale. What is the send going to be like into turn 1?
Yeah, and while we look at the send for turn 1, that is also, I believe, is it Arjun Samra, the XRL esports car, that's a couple of actually 5 laps down on these guys as they battle their way, and he's trying to unlap himself as we go back up towards turn 1. Geniale up towards the opening corner. Is it another send? It is another send, because you could see it coming. Can it be mitigated by Go Team? No, it cannot, and Timothy Goya losing that position after, you could say they got a little bit caught, the rear right to the front left, just getting well, I mean, connected together. There was nothing that Goya could have done there to disconnect the cars as he started turning left, and he's lost the position in the end, and maybe not too happy in that Go Team car, looking for P7 now, having to try and, look for P8 as Geniale is trying to get himself up into P7.
Yeah, I could see that one coming from a mile away, descended to turn 1. From an ex-driver's perspective, I know I would do the same if I was in that position. Obviously, it wasn't necessarily the worst in the world, but it still got squeezed off. And the issue is, obviously, Go's turning left, and as soon as that pressure goes on the rear right of his car, it's actually trying to physically turn the car right. So if he turns left more, it's actually not going to do anything at that point. So that's obviously why they went off the road. And as soon as he got on the grass, obviously the speeds change a little bit and they can unstick themselves. But yeah, definitely saw that one coming from Geniale. Needed to make that one stick and get his own back for being pushed off the road. But he's continuing on very nicely indeed. And I should say the XRL car just up ahead, of course, getting involved in this battle. Looking faster than these guys at this moment in time. So maybe if they are able to have a bit more of a clean race in the future, they could have some good pace up towards the front in this LMP2 class.
Yeah, maybe have something to say, not just in this race, but maybe throughout the rest of the series as well, or the season, with some good pace being shown. Maybe a little bit of a confidence boost going in to Dubai, and I think it'll be a track where confidence is going to be needed. I cannot wait for that track. But Goya looking to maybe put a little bit of a dampener on the Arm Cyber pace at this stage to try and get back into P8, but nothing that he can do into turn 4 this time around. Interesting that we have got this XRL car kind of in the midst of this battle. It's looking to get through on the car currently in P7, of course, the Undercover Raging car, but Samra not having the best of times in that XRL Esports car, but just trying to recover what they can. Down in P13, they're behind Sedlacek, who in the Thomas Engersim Racing has had a bad day at the office. I think they had that incident down at the final corner that we saw about an hour ago, and they had to limp it home. But all of those guys 3 laps down as this is going to get close, and Samra losing those positions, as I mentioned how well he was doing.
Yeah, this is going to be quite frustrating for Samra because he clearly has the speed, but he's also got the blue flags. So in class, you do have the blue flags. You have to move out of the way. So that is a bit of an awkward one because if he could get past and go a couple of seconds up the road and avoid the blue flags, he'd probably be okay. But he's got 3 cars to overtake and they're all having the battles themselves. And as they go past, Jesper Pedersen, who, by the way, from the lead of GTs, he has come in, and even with that stop, he's only in 4th position, 22 seconds off the lead. So whatever strategy they're doing, it's kind of working out. It's not like they're a million miles away, so that has put Akyol back to the top. And of course, leading now by 5 seconds from Korizari, who wasn't able to hold on to that position when they had the battle earlier. More leaders coming in your hypercar. So Gabriel Hevesy in the 7 car came on the previous lap. Now Moritz Mel is coming in 1 lap later. So they are swapping around at the front of multiple classes.
Yeah, and they are making sure that they are dishing out the the tow and giving a little bit of a fuel save advantage to each other, which is good to see, good teamwork. But they are gaining all the way through. I was mentioning that for the Go Team car, of course. You can't really say that for anybody else at the front, as they are inter-team battles. But with Hevesy coming towards turn 1, Moritz Mel's coming out of the pit lane, I think they're going to find each other on the racetrack. I'd be very surprised if they don't, and Hevesy will come through turn 2 and turn 3. And even if Mel is a little bit further in front, which I think he is a couple of seconds, I wouldn't be surprised if he backs off a little bit just to get themselves back together again. Yeah,
absolutely. So they did swap around and Mel got a little bit of a lead. Then doing the overcut, he, of course, basically had a couple of qualifying laps of fuel when Hevesy would have had the full tank of fuel. So there'll be another little bit gained, and it's worked out to be 4 seconds, which is actually the largest gap that I remember seeing between these 2 cars for a very long time. So let's see if the 7 car can, of course, catch back up. That is the car that is higher in the standings as well, though I don't think they'll be thinking in the second race of the season anything regarding that, but just an interesting note for that one. So definitely Go Team having control at the front. Pribek is only a couple of seconds behind, but of course will be not there once. Actually, yeah, no, he will be there, not there once those stops come back.
Yeah, when the stops pan out, I think it's going to be quite intriguing, particularly the GT3s, to kind of get a bit of an update on where we think the RAF4 Esports team are going to be, although you can never really, count your chickens before you hatch in that regard. Jolt Prebeck has done the one stop less, hasn't he, of course, than the 2 Go Team cars, but still behind them, just to show the dominance of the top 2. He will obviously likely come out in towards the battle with the Net Race car, whereas Net Race now don't quite have a lap on the Net Rex car in P5, but I mean those gaps are still monumental, aren't they? 76 seconds, 74 seconds, meaning that it's about 2.5 minutes between 3rd and 5th at the moment.
Yeah, this is the only car to not stop at the moment. So as you're saying, the Seawolf Net Race car has made that stop. That's why there's the gap behind. Will Uman have enough to retake that position on the strategy? Actually, I guess not, because the overcut, like we saw from Mel, will probably be quite strong. So maybe they won't be able to retake that position. But obviously going longer is sometimes not always the best thing as well. We'll have to see how that one pans out, but hopefully for Seawolf they can get back in the battle and still have an opportunity to get that 3rd place a little bit later on in the day, as this battle in LMB2s is still raging on her in that 7th place battle as they try and now work their way past the Caspian car. They've got another car of, who is that? I'm trying to work out who the other car is that is getting involved there, but there is a car, I believe, oh no, sorry, still the XRL car. So the XRL car that is in there, so obviously there's 4 cars in this battle, but one of them are lapped out.
Yeah, nice to get the puns out just as we get towards halfway, isn't it? Yellow in sector 2. I wonder who that is. Not too long that was ongoing, but Genial won't care. He's looking to get up into P7, that raging car. Genial dived to the inside a couple of laps ago. Will he do it again? He's got much more of the car alongside. It's not even a dive, you can call it, just an eased move to the inside at the opening corner. And Cybra, they're up into P7, but not anymore. That's a big spin. They all avoid him. I don't know how they've all avoided him, but now it's a battle between Undercover Raijin, and it's given a shot to Go Team again to get up into P7.
Oh, that is a terrible piece of racing between those drivers. They swapped around position, so Raijin have gone back behind Timothy Goya. I think there was some contact on the front of the Go Team car. How is Geniale doing regarding rejoining the race? Yes, he has, but he just obviously went a bit too wide coming through turn 2 there and was not able to hold on to the car, spun around in front of his 2 rivals. So I was about to just praise him for doing some good work in this race, but unfortunately that adds to it. You can see some contact on the front of that car is a bit crumpled up, and that is a big disappointment for them because they were making some good progress.
Yeah, and it looks like it was such a good move as well to the inside not Undercover Raijin, of course. Sorry, who was it? I'm having a moment here. Cybra, wasn't it? Of course it was. Making the move. But so disappointing for them to then drop down again. It's meant that Undercover Raijin, though, coming into the pit lane. Don't know if that's necessarily connected. No, they're not. I'm looking at the timing page, and that's all wrong. Let's get back into this then. Genial dropped a couple of positions. He's going to gain them back on Undercover Raijin, who have now come into the pit lane. Gosh, I'm always predicting the future with my confusion.
Absolutely, yes. So Raijin, they've come down pit roads and they are changing tyres on those green, harder tyres as it stands. So Geniale would stay out along with Timothy Goya, so any sort of damage isn't so bad for them at this moment in time. And this has left, so Timothy Goya for Go Team are in that 7th place. Geniale is in 8th. And we now have the Hyperion car behind in 9th place, but of course they're 27 seconds behind, so they're not so much involved in that battle. But we need to see what this is going to do regarding the strategy and how they are going. Like, is this an early stop is what I mean for Raijin, or is this going to be just a normal one by the time everything works itself out?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of damage, ever so possibly, for Raijin. If there was any contact on the front end there between himself and, or themselves and Cybra, it's difficult to say, but they have definitely come in slightly out of sync with everybody else. It may come a little bit clearer if we see Genial come into the pit lane now, but even, I think, Cybra are running a little bit off sync in what they're doing with strategy. Like I said earlier, they've been bouncing up and down the order like a yo-yo. They were up in P2 for a time, then they were back down in P10, now in P8. I feel like they're running something slightly different on the strategy. I'm just not sure if I'm able to pinpoint exactly what, but they're doing something. And Genial is also going off the road at the same place he spun out a couple of laps ago, so he's not enjoying turn 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that's not the racing line. Needs to be careful. That probably is going to get a cut track. Doesn't want to do that too many times, otherwise that car will be getting a penalty. And this is now the final car on the lead lap for the LMP2s as well. So just 8 drivers, 8 cars remaining there, as we're getting very soon towards half race distance. So 6 hours of Interlagos and almost 3 hours complete already. And who is this in behind? Is that Sedlacek? It is Sedlacek, who's on a little bit of a recovery mission. Of course, you're champions in the GTs last season, now moving up to the LMP2s and just struggling in this second race of the season.
Yeah, not having the best of days, fair to say, but they did have that big crash down the main straight, which was caused by a little bit of contact. They missed the pit lane as well and basically had to crab their way around another lap, which included another spin down at turn number 3. So Sedlacek doing his best to try and recover, but they are 4 laps down and they are coming into the pit lane again, so it's going to get a little bit more difficult for them to gain the time, but you'd expect a lot of the LMP2s to be coming into the pit lane in the relative near future. He'll rise over the crest and find his pit box.
But of course they are leading the championship after winning that race at Spa, so it's not all terrible, but just meant this second race is not going the way that they would have wanted. The only good thing is, because they've already banked those points in Spa, maybe they are going to be able to maybe not lose so many positions, but the points, I mean, they really do stay close. So first is 45, then second is 40, then 36, 33, 31, 30, etc. So it all stays fairly close up there. So they do have to be careful not to be losing too many positions, but of course there's not much that they can do when they are 3-4 laps down, and 12th place in class is not going to be too much that they can gain as such. But what they can do is they can hope for some issues for some other cars up ahead, and then maybe gain from that a bit later.
Yeah, I think lots still working in the strategy part of the driver's brains at the moment. It's by no means done in that regard. Some things still can be adjusted, maybe changed. They might go for maybe a double stint, something like that, towards the end of the race if they're feeling brave, if they really feel like they have to roll the dice. But I think generally for these guys near the front, the likes of Sean Clark Racing, who, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've said that name more than twice today, despite them running in the podium positions. They've just been so consistent and calm. They're likely just to be running exactly how they expected to be to the end. I don't think they're going to be pushing or changing anything too much, because this would be a great result for David Beranek and the rest of the team, especially if they can get into P2, which they could do if they get around the outside. The only issue is down the inside of the sim frame car goes their rival in towards Bigo de Pado. This is looking close, but this is great little battling towards the front end of the LMP2 class.
Yeah, this is lovely, and what a race is turning out to be for the Sean Clark Racing crew as well, as they are getting close to a second position in this race. They're getting the slipstream now as we come up the hill. Very interesting part of this track, very unique part. Is it going to be enough for them to slipstream up towards the front? We've seen a few moves here in the LMP2 class in the last hour or so. Down the inside it's going to be for Beranek. He's got his nose up the inside. He's been given the room as well by the 39 machine. Might be able to do a little bit of switchback, get the momentum coming through turn 3 down the back straight.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a move being crafted very, very carefully. Beranek, I should say, will have that inside line down in towards turn 4. He has pretty much the entire car alongside before we even get to the braking zone. And the yellow and blue looking to try and pick off P2. And they do. And Sean Clark Racing up into second place, displacing the valiant efforts of the Pan Corsica and Filippo Caneo, having to try and find a way maybe through elsewhere, but at the moment Beranek looking like he's on a bit of a charge and will now try and close that gap if he can do anything to eat into Mark Vietz's Blackhawk gap of 31.5 seconds that he's got at the front.
This car is second place, sorry, they're in second place now, but they're 11th place in the championship after that first race, and now they're up in second. This would be a good way to turn around their start of the season, as it just clouds over a bit on the track, gets a little bit more dull out there, cools off The track may be just a little bit helping those tyres, but this is working out very nicely for this 34 machine as it stands. Pan Caution as well. I mean, they're absolutely nowhere. They've dropped off with Kineo, but it looks like they're going on rather nicely and just need to hold on to that third place as it stands. Well, of course, with 10 seconds in behind, that should not be too much of an issue. So definitely some change at the front of your LMP2s. And in behind these guys is Nicholas Lemoyne. We saw him making some moves earlier, but now he's in a bit of no man's land with about 10 seconds each side.
Yeah, and he was quite a hefty battle, wasn't he, for quite a time, but now he's just having the track to himself, can try and, maybe think about the strategy a little bit more, manage the car just a touch, but still, on-off, rFRO, 4th and 5th now, doing a good job. Doing a good job at this stage of the race, and we're getting towards halfway, and we're really seeing where this race sits with a lot of these classes. And for rFRO, they sit in a very good position to pick up a good haul of points in comparison to where they picked them up in race number 1. P10 was their finishing position at Spa, and they're looking to improve on that. But the team that finished just in behind them, Sean Clark Racing, who finished P11 at Spa, of course, P2 at the moment. So some of the teams who maybe didn't have the best of races at Spa, doing a very good job here at Interlagos.
Yeah, I love that. Keeps the championship very close when you have drivers having some inconsistent results. As we see Jesper Pedersen here getting overtaken for what is currently that 4th position. Their pace is looking fairly good. They were quicker than the top 2 cars in the class on the previous lap, and they're obviously trying something on the strategy, but they're just 25 seconds off. So I think this 82 car can make some moves as we head towards the half race distance. This is certainly the longer game, but it's working out all right. Akyol for Caspian still leading the way, but the gap has come down a little bit. It's going up towards 5 seconds, and now back to 2.9 to the Simframe car.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the Simframe cars 2nd and 3rd as well. They look like they've been doing a good job, but they've been, again, going quietly about their business. But Corazari causing a little bit of noise as he rolls over that exit curve and probably clearly kicking up quite a bit of dust. That gap has, of course, come down, though, at the front, with Corazari doing a good job under the 99 machine. We'll see if he can maybe close it down for maybe a possible move for the lead. But we have seen a very calm race being undertaken by the Caspian Motorsports team. And Erdem Akyol, who I believe has been in this since the start, you'd think that he'd change over after the end of this stint when he comes onto the pit lane next time, but mega stint from Erdem Akyol and doing a fantastic job for the Caspian Motorsports team, who will be very pleased to have the points on the board, particularly after a P3 in the opening round, continuing a good start to the season.
Yeah, that would be a lovely sort of average total coming out of race 2. And yeah, I guess if a team only had 2 drivers doing 3 hours and 3 hours is reasonable. I mean, there's drivers who do 12-hour races with just teams that do 12-hour races with 2 drivers. So 6 hours isn't necessarily the biggest of a stretch, but a 3-hour stint is still something to be respected, with having the speed all the way to the end. Not an easy one, especially in a high-level championship where you can't make any real mistakes. If you lose a 10th here, 10th there, it adds up very quickly over 3 hours of driving. As we continue on this battle with the LMP2s, Geniale still behind the Go Team car after that spin, hasn't been able to find his way back through.
No, and he's been struggling as such. Maybe a bit of a knock to the confidence ever so slightly of getting the moves done, yes, but then making that mistake, which has ended up being quite costly for him and the team. But still getting back to the rear end of that Go Team car, and he'll have the confidence, I'm sure, to at least make some kind of look to an inside or an outside and get back up into P7, because the pace is clearly there for Geniale. And he may be able to use the traffic to his advantage, like we're seeing up into Ferradura. That is not the line by the Rafa Esports team. That's Pedersen going through, and that's Geniale taking a lot of liberty on the inside with the grass being kicked up.
Yeah, we are seeing a few drivers just extending the entry there coming up towards turn 6, because as much as there's a bit of grass there, it actually sort of just opens up the corner. You can take a little bit more speed, so definitely a line that you'll see a few people take over the course of the race. You were mentioning earlier, actually they've just swapped around again. So you were mentioning earlier about the classes being in line as such, but for a time, this number 3 Gogo Ballo Blackhawk hypercar did go back behind Mark Veit, the leader of the LMP2s, but he's just overtaken him on the track. So the two Blackhawks overtaking each other for effective position overall, actually, even though we don't look at overall position in the VEC. But that number 3 car is now 5 laps off the lead and a lap behind the next car. And in general, I think just had a bit of a long pit stop at that previous one.
Yeah, and maybe just losing a little bit of time because of that. But even so, they look like they could be a case of trying to gain back the time as quickly as possible rather than leaving it on the long finger. Genial! Oh, was that a dive to the inside? Didn't look like it, but he definitely made some kind of little move to the inside ever so slightly. Maybe it was to cover off a hypercar, I don't know. But Genial definitely turning in earlier, no doubt about that, than his Go Team rival, and really looking like he's forcing the issue. Maybe you move into in towards this right-hander. No. That would have been brave, but we've seen him make a dive at Pico de Pato. He's going to rule him out doing it again, especially if he gets a good run out of turn 8, which it looks like he has.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's already had a couple of late dives into turn 1, although they have worked out. But he did have that spin on turn 2, so he needs to make sure he's not getting too aggressive, too overly aggressive, and making some further mistakes. So this is his next opportunity now. Can he get the run up towards the first corner of the lap? He's a little bit far behind, actually, so not getting the exit that he would have wanted. Is it going to be close enough to at least have a sniff down the inside? I'm sure he would have wanted to be half a car length or so ever closer as we come up towards turn number 1. The braking zone, he had a think to the inside, but just way too close. It gets a bit too close as well, so he almost blew off the brakes there, realising he had a bit more room, but in the end, almost lost the rear end.
Yeah, but keeping it in a straight line and trying to get back towards turn number 4 with a little bit of vigour. I think you can just hear in the background there the sirens of the alarm, because I think they thought Geniale was going around again, but no, he kept it all nice and straight. And we'll continue on for P7.
Yeah, they were just prematurely bringing the ambulance out. But fortunately, he kept it on the road. And it's very easy to do in this LMP2. I've spun a few times myself with that back in the day of the old VEC. But of course, no longer in the car, which is very good news for some GTs out there, I'm sure. But Geniale is trying to continue his way on to try and make this move, because he was making such good progress. And unfortunately, it's just kind of been stunted a little bit. So Vinculo's also got up the road by 12 seconds. Who's obviously involved in this battle as well. So definitely a bit of an awkward one, and he's too far back this time.
Yeah, and Geniale trying to find a way through. They keep... I don't know whether the rule must have been you can't overtake using that white line, or going inside the pit lane line and then going back out of it again, because we've seen so many drivers go all the way into the pit lane and then, of course, cross over that white line again whilst not making a move, but there may be a slightly different adjudication on that. Jimmy, of course, was watching it like a hawk about overtakes through there towards the start of the race, and drivers were warned against it, but Genial looking like he's still quite close. I mean, with 3 hours to go, this race is really set up quite well. We've got, albeit the Go teams at the front in the hypercars, they look like they're going well, but a good battle for P3 in that race. In the LMP2s, it's anybody's game, especially with some of the strategy decisions that are being made, and in the GT3s with Rafa Esports having a bit of an up and down race. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can make that strategy work, or whether it'll be a battle between Caspian and Simfree, because this race has been cracking over the opening 3 hours.
Yeah, certainly has. And yeah, we're basically at halfway of the 6 hours of Interlagos here. This is going to get very interesting around the outside for Geniale. Is he going to have the space around the outside of the GTs? Absolutely no space at all, but he's made it work. He's still got the Go Team car on the inside. And as we hit the 3 hour mark, just about, is the other Go Team car. This time the hypercar is trying to get up the inside. Obviously with the more top speed, they should go through on the straight. But now, is this the opportunity that Geniale would have wanted down into turn 1? Maybe not, because the Go Team LMP2 is going to have the slipstream, but they now have the GT of the Caspian car right in front of them as they come towards turn 1. The 3 classes going around the outside of each other, but that was certainly an amazing way to end the first 3 hours of this 6 hours of Interlagos. We'll say goodbye to rFactor, who was of course here from the start, and we'll bring in Vida Heatley from here to the end of the race. And what a moment there, Vida, as we're getting almost some contact once more for Geniale.
almost contact down there at turn 4, the left-hander after, well, what is the second longest straight really here at Interlagos. But yes, some incredible racing happening at the moment here. Coming through the infield section now, perhaps a dive down the inside at the first of the right-hand hairpins in the central section of the circuit. Not quite, and really you can see from the first half of the race how much of a bull ring Interlagos really is.
Yeah, it's so tight and twisty. There's no real good overtaking opportunity apart from seemingly turn 4 or a big dive in towards turn 1. The rest of the track is very difficult, even for the multi-class aspect of things. So that's why these drivers are having some issues. Vignale going wide once more there, really losing the rear end of that car a bit more than he would have wanted. I'm sure he's screaming out for some new tyres in that car. And as we come up towards turn 1 for another time, this is now turned into the battle for P5 as some pit stops, of course, are coming in. The three classes go side by side once more as we have a big send down the inside there from the Black Hawk car, but they've managed to get through.
Yeah, indeed, that big send, but somehow that gap's still staying the same despite all of that traffic. And indeed, you can see the hypercar going around the outside, well, what is the inside now, actually coming down towards turn 4. But these two LMP2 cars have been going at it for a number of laps already. Them now having to pass the GT traffic as well, and then well, always here, particularly in the middle class in the LMP2s here at Interlagos, it's even more heart rate raising than it was at Spa last time out 4 weeks ago, because you've always got to look in your rear view mirrors and your windscreen at the same time. But Francesco Gianelli here in that armed cybercar, perhaps looking for a slightly wider entry into that corner, but you can see the rear end start to step out on power application there, which meant that any advantage that could have been made there was taken away almost immediately. Luke stuck behind this GT3 car round what is arguably the most important corner in the circuit.
It certainly is, and that's one issue that we're seeing with Geniale at this moment in time, is he's wiggling that rear end a little bit too much. He's losing the momentum in some crucial places, and that's how he keeps on losing just a little bit of time, and unfortunately not able to get past that Go Team LMP2 as it stands. Unfortunately though, the Go Team LMP2 just lost a bit of time with their sister hypercar getting past them in the first chicane, but not enough for the armed cybercar to get past. So that is still looking very good for Go Team, who of course are still leading the way overall. They've got Moritz Mell in the number 17 trying to pull away from his teammate. That gap was down under a second for pretty much hours at the front, but at the previous pit stop is now opened up to 8 seconds for Gabor Hevesi. And then of course in your LMP2's got Mark Veit leading as it stands, with Filippo Caneo in that second place, but of course pit stops and everything are happening, so I'm sure that order will change a little bit. And then in your GT3s we've got Jesper Pedersen, who's retaken the lead as Akio comes down pit road.
Indeed, yes, I was going to point that out. The Caspian Motorsport number 75 pitting from the lead in the GT3 class. And again, this is what we expected for quite a number of seasons now in the VEC. The GT3 cars pretty much pit on the hour, and it seems to be going at least provisionally to plan for that Caspian Motorsport team. You can split the race in half pretty easily. But as you said, indeed, Jesper Pedersen and Rafa Esports team car coming around the outside, taking a very wide line actually there on the run up the hill, throwing up some dirt with, well, almost all 4 of those tyres. And here we go, having a look at Nicola Pistori in the Black Hawk racing car, 7th position in class, and only, what's that, 8/10 of a second behind the teammate. Yeah,
Black Hawk following each other very nicely so far in the GT3 category. Of course, it's the 91 car who we're on board with, Kevin Yeager. They are leading the championship in your GT3s, so that is an important factor to note. The 81 car is down in 10th place after the first race of the season back at Spa. So I would assume they're not going to want to swap around the order too much, as the championship leader potentially might get some preference, I should say. But down in 6th place, they are quite a way off the lead. They are a lap down. They are the second car a lap down as well. Only 4 cars in your GT3s on that lead lap.
And that just goes to show again, well, first how short this circuit is, because what a lap here is the equivalent of what, 2/3 of a lap maybe at Spa? So it just goes to show how short this circuit is as well. You could easily fall a lap down, and then it's a lot. I would say it's a lot more difficult to come back, because if you go to longer track, you lose the same amount of time. But it's just almost the mentality of being a lap down makes it a little bit harder. As we're seeing Francesco Geniali in that armed cybercar right now, coming into the pits, and that pit lane, it could be pretty difficult to get in, because you're going flat out for a long time before you begin braking to reach that pit limiter line.
Yes, I mean, obviously this has actually been around for a little while now, maybe 6, 7, 8 years, but it's still an awkward one, because it's kind of a chicane, but you can sort of straight line it, and then you got to brake at the same time. Although what I can say is it's a lot safer than the previous iteration. I don't know if you remember over the years, Vida, of trying to keep to that left-hand side. It was a very narrow line to get in, and also blind going around the fence. So now it's a lot more open. But certainly it is a bit of an awkward pit lane entry compared to some other tracks. So hopefully no issues there. But so far I think we've got away with all of that, as we see Geniali come out of the pit lane. He's stayed in that car, and he will continue on for another stint.
Yeah, so perhaps deciding to double stint those tyres. Well, certainly at least double stint the driver, perhaps deciding to keep those tyres on for another fuel tank, and coming back out in 7th position in class is that armed cybercar. Have a look at Nicholas Lemon, who came out directly in front of that armed cybercar, actually. 2.6 seconds only to the lead of the race for the on-off racing car, and you can just see the LMP2 class leader there in the distance. Indeed, that Pancorsa car of Filippo Canale. Coming around the right and then the left, and this infield section is pretty difficult to actually make a pass on when you're trying to fight a car in the same class, because you never really get up to that high speed, and then again the braking zones really aren't that big.
Yeah, and also as you see with the GTs as well, because of the sort of slower corners and accelerating out, there's not actually that much speed difference at that point between the classes, so it's very, very difficult indeed to try and get through. And they are being followed by the 34 of Sean Clark Racing, who of course were up into 2nd place, but they've already taken their pit stop, so that is why we're seeing some more pit stops coming in now. So we've got Goya coming in, and another car in the background as well coming down pit road. That was Nicholas Lemoyne as well for on-off racing, so definitely pit stop time for your LMP2s who have gone past the 3-hour mark with their stints so far in this race, and going out once more. So that does leave Filippo Canale for the race lead. As in the background there, I think there must have been a little bit of a moment between Geniale and one of those GTs, with some flashing headlights in the background.
Angry prototypes. Is there anything more stereotypical in an endurance race?
Well, yeah, I mean, although
there is, yeah.
I think they were both flashing, so maybe just a bit of a side-by-side argy-bargy into turn 1.
Yeah, so this armed cybercar now up into 6th due to that pit stop phase. 2.9 seconds only from that top 5, so easily gettable that final position in the top 5 for this arms cyber car. And yeah, coming down this very long left-hander, flat out most of the time. If you've got a little bit of traffic ahead of you, obviously dirty air takes a little bit of downforce off of your rear wing, and it makes it not quite flat out, but almost. But it's a corner that you've always got to keep a watch on, and this is the battle for 11th position in the GT3 class. We're having a look at Pauli Arnen here, trying to chase down Chris Gonzalez in that Team Iris car. As the prototype comes around the outside, and we'll need to switch to the inside on the exit of turn 3. We're coming down towards turn 4, 3/10 of a second, a little bit too far back to make a move into this left-hander. Perhaps using a lot of that slipstream up into turn 1 will be the best chance for Arne.
Absolutely, and of course a bit of a lower position, I'm sure, than these cars would have wanted, but these are the races where you can turn your season around. I mean, Iris are 20th place in the standings as we talk, and Satellite are 14th. So, of course, this is better positions than where they came in Spa, and they'll be wanting to improve that ever more as the season goes on. We've got the undercover car coming around the outside. We've got the Iris LMP2 as well getting involved in this battle. and just splitting up the cars ever so slightly. But yeah, certainly better results so far for these guys, but I'm sure that battle will continue on as your LMP2 leader of Kineo has come back in, so that has put the number 30 Blackhawk back out into the lead.
Indeed, having a look here, Maximilian Scherer, and then eventually in second place now is that Hyperion Esports car, Matthias Zabinski. 20 seconds though, that gap. So Scherer with a very good lead at the moment. Doesn't need to drive 100% all of the time, but then again, it's endurance racing and you never know what can happen. So you've always got to keep on pushing to build up that gap, just in case you have a little bit of a incident with a GT3 car, almost like what that Hyperion car had there coming down into turn 4.
Yeah, that would have been perfectly timed. But just getting through nicely, or sorry, just avoiding the thing, and then getting through nicely, coming up towards turn 6 as they continue on in that way, as this battle, I'm being told, is getting closer between the 11th and 12th positions of Iris and Satellite. Hona maybe just slightly quicker at this moment in the race, but as you were saying, Vida, it's quite difficult to find your way past, so you have to work for it for a while. But then when you see that window and that opportunity open, you've just got to go for it.
Indeed, and this is one of the opportunities here, this right-hander, because there's actually a very, very late turn-in, so you can certainly send it up the inside on that final right-hander of the infield section, but though coming down towards the final corner of the circuit, well, I would say the final real corner of the circuit, the 3 corners further up the hill have all their numbers, but to be honest, because they're flat out, aren't they really corners? But having a look at the prototypes coming around the outside, that means these GT3 cars have to take a more middling line coming up the hill, and then I think all the prototypes have successfully passed. Indeed, they have. And here comes Anne, and perhaps heavy on the brakes.
Oh!
That gap certainly. Oh, is that someone going straight on at turn 1?
It certainly was Charlie Rigo. Don't know how he got there, but he definitely flew off the track there. There was a prototype coming down the inside. I wonder if there was contact or if Rigo maybe just missed his braking zone. What there also is just on the outside there's a bit of grass, and that you sort of have to kink a little bit in the braking zone. So if you don't turn the wheel slightly left, you catch your front wheel on the grass, it can pull you off. I wonder if it was that, or maybe Charlie Rigo just missing his braking zone as he's only recently got into that car. But fortunately, it looks like he's okay to continue.
Indeed, and it's good that there's a lot of run-up there. We have to look here at this battle for 4th position in the LMP2 class now. Look at D'Amelio in that Pan Corsa car right there on the rear wing of the 4th place cars. They're coming down towards the final corner of the circuit. Now, this could be a prime opportunity for D'Amelio to increase the position of that Pan Corsa car. You'll get a lot of slipstream coming up the hill through the first left-hander. We're going to split this Porsche. The Porsche looking a little bit scared, not knowing where to go there. You can see that gap closing, coming into the slipstream, going to the left-hand side of the circuit, the inside for the first corner, and that is the move done.
I don't know how much of a battle there was. I have a feeling Genial lifted off because D'Amelio gained quite a bit. Fortunately, don't have the engine sound to hear that exactly, but I do believe there was a bit of a lift. So deciding not to battle at that point, and maybe it's because they had these 2 hypercars coming past. But that was interesting because Genialo was fighting very aggressively. Let's see a replay. So this is Rigo going off. No, he just locked up that inside. He didn't touch the grass. He just locked up the inside wheel.
Yeah, very easy to do there, because as you saw there in the replay, that corner is banked a little bit as well. At least the braking zone for the corner is banked. So, the weight on the tyres isn't exactly, the weight on all 4 corners of the car, I should say rather, isn't exactly equal at that point. Very easy just to lock up one of those tyres, and that is exactly what happened to Rigo. But the worst that happened to that on-off racing car was just a few seconds lost on circuit. No aero damage or other type of damage to that car. Francesco Ginali now, this armed cybercar coming up the hill once more. Well, again, after only commentating, what, about 70 seconds ago on that move into turn one. As this is now the GT3 leader in the pits, Jasper Pedersen in that Rafa Esports car, which means that Semi Cilic in that number 75 car will likely retake the lead in that GT3 class, and indeed that has been done now.
Yeah, certainly. So this is kind of the flip-flop that we're seeing, and Jesper was coming around this sort of fourth place battle. So we got Michaela Rocon, who is in that position as it stands. So I just wonder how close he's going to be behind him. But so that is about on target for what we were seeing a little bit earlier as this battle continues on. For P11, P12, we just got down to about a tenth of a second, so maybe half a look into turn one, but Honan still not able to get past as Pedersen starts to move. And Rocon has gone past, whereas the next car of Fagler is coming along, so they might lose that place or be close for P5 at least.
Indeed, the driver change there in that Rafa Esports car is now Gary Simoncic in that Ferrari. Coming out of that pit lane, a very difficult pit lane as well, actually. Those barriers are so close to you all the way through. And is that official fourth position? Yeah, that's that Seawolf car back there in the background, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's Robin Wagler. So a long distance, actually, between the fourth and fifth place cars, probably in the region of 7 or 8 seconds. Gary Simoncic coming back out in fourth position after that pit stop phase.
Yes, so not terrible. They are 45 seconds off the lead. So that's a little bit further than they were previously. But I guess that's also to do with the tyres and where they and when they are changing the tyres. So hopefully that will obviously balance itself out for them. They were further down than this in that first stint. I think they're battled for about P6 in the opening stages of the race. So it's still a net gain from that point as it stands, and they've still got 2 hours and 42 minutes to try and continue on with that. We've seen this battle now, Charlie Rigo, who went off the track not too long ago, and now he's on the back of Geniale, who's losing quite a bit of time. D'Amelio's gone up the road by 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a lot of time being lost by that ARM Cyber car. You can see the difference between these two cars, 0.2 of a second as they cross the first sector line. And coming down towards this final corner, perhaps going to make a move up the inside as Rigo, not this time round, but we'll be getting a lot of slipstream coming up the hill. We'll need to navigate this GT3 car ahead, going to the inside or the outside, both of them deciding to go to the outside of the, I think that's Sim Racing for Holland car, as they're coming up towards the start-finish line once more. Will Rigo make a dive to the inside, and indeed moves to driver's left up the inside of the circuit. Geniale not quite fighting against that one either.
Yeah, a bit of contact between the two, which is kind of weird because Geniale definitely didn't battle D'Amelio, and there's no point really to battle that one. Rigo's clearly going to get past, so maybe could have helped avoid that a little bit, but Rigo also possibly going in slightly deep into turn one, but they are all continuing on nicely. So now it is a battle between Rigo trying to chase down D'Amelio up ahead. A couple of GTs who potentially can help that one out. So let's see on that one. We have Janssen Bintz just setting a new fastest lap time of the race. The only issue is they're down in 14th place for Valet Esports, 5 laps down. So not the most ideal situation in the world for them, but at least there's some pace in that car. And we do know from this Valet car, I believe it was it last season or was it 2 seasons ago in the DPI when they were batting up towards the front, they really had some good pace with Bintz in that car, so maybe they can turn it around at another race later this season.
I'll certainly be hoping for that, and that is of course the joy of having such a long season here in the VEC this time round, is that you can have one bad race and still be with the chance of a championship. Yeah,
you can do. Tough one though, very tough one indeed to have a bad race, because especially in the LMP2s and the GTs where there's so many cars in the category, if you have a bad day, like in Hypercar, if you have a bad day, you're P6, P7, you still got half decent points. If you're a bad day in GTs and you finish 22nd, it's not quite ideal.
Yeah, and of course the point. Well, as you said, yeah, the points difference between first and 20th. They're obviously a lot bigger than that between first and sixth. That is entirely true. But again, I think with the number of races that we've got this season, one bad race, we still have a shot at the championship. Once you reach that second bad race, those hopes start to slip away a little bit. Indeed, this armed cybercar, we're having a look Geniale, and is Rico falling back again?
He has a bit 4 seconds. Didn't quite spot that one, but yes, he has. So, these battles, they're so ebbing and flowing in this LMP2 field over this middle stint of the 6 hours of Interlagos, coming up to 2.5 hours remaining over the half distance now, and the cracks starting to show in a few teams maybe.
Indeed, 2 hours and 38 minutes to go here at Interlagos before we reach the checkered flag. And Charlie Rico 5th place, as you can see, 4.9 seconds behind Geniale in that arms cyber car. Coming down through turn 3, we'll have to give way to the hypercar behind the traffic coming down towards turn 4, but as that's a long enough straight, that is no problem at all before coming into that hard braking zone for this left-hander. Make sure you don't run out too wide, otherwise you'll get a track limits ping, and too many of those, well, then you begin to get drive-throughs.
And that will certainly hinder some teams in their positions as it stands. So a little bit of a look through a couple of the positions, as there's no direct side-by-side battle as it stands. So your race leader is still Moritz Mel in the number 17. They regained the lead probably about a good half hour, 45 minutes ago now, and they've just slowly but surely pulled away from their number 7 teammate of Gabriel Hevesy, who's in that car as it stands. Your championship leader, or sorry, not championship leader, but you're the leader of the 2 Go Team cars in the championship, but no team orders just yet. The 17 is pulling away, and they are certainly enjoying the life today because they have a big gap behind. You got Jolt Prebeck for the Racing Zone team, your championship leaders in the number 22 after winning the previous race at Spa, and they are going along very nicely indeed because they have got themselves into that 3rd place, and Seawolf, who I think are slightly different on the strategy as it stands, but they've got them covered anyway on the speed. So that is looking quite good. And then it starts to fall apart a little bit in the hypercar categories. A few issues for multiple of the teams. The 18 Netrex car, they are a couple of laps down. 4 laps down is the 1089 Racing number 1, Bradley Sellers in that car. And then, of course, Gogo Ballo in the Black Hawk entry. And then way down further back, or have they retired from the race? They may have retired. Was the other Netrex hypercar, but yes, I believe potentially they have. Oh no, they're working their way up. They're finally going through the GT3s for the overall positions. They're up to 2nd place in GT3, but unfortunately, Vida, they're in a hypercar.
Yes, and that doesn't exactly give you more points by passing those GT3s, does it?
Yeah, sadly not. There he is. There is the move. So that is Chelik up ahead. And if they get past that for Vincent Goots, they will be back just behind the LMP2s. So they will need to then go get a couple more laps back on the LMP2s, and then they'll be going up through those positions. But as you say, points are given out only in class in the VEC, not for overall position.
So indeed, this Netrex GP car, but again, when you're this many laps down, really what you're hoping for is one of your competitors ahead to run into trouble, to try and gain one of those positions and gain just a couple of more points in those championship standings. As that hypercar's going around the outside of the Porsche, round the right-hander, then diving down the hill, round the outside again, getting a little bit squirrely on the grass right there on the outside. And of course, Cameron, grass famous for its grip abilities.
Yes. Actually, around this track, I mean, you were mentioning earlier the odd line from Jesper Pedersen coming up in towards turn 6. But it's actually not so bad around this track in particular. But yes, it's definitely not as grippy as the tarmac, and there's a reason why you don't see drivers just driving off the racing line on purpose at most points of the track. So it's good anyway that we are seeing some very nice battles and strategies continuing out on the track. And your LMP2s, this was very lively. for quite a while at the mid part of the stint. But as it stands, we still have Blackhawk leading. They've got a 33-second lead now to Nirola, who is in second place for Sean Clark Racing. This would be a great result for them if they can continue on in that position. Then it's Luca D'Amelio, who we recently saw working his way forward. He is up into third place, and Geniale, who is holding on into that fourth place because Charlie Rigo has dropped back into fifth. And then multiple other cars in behind still on the lead lap, but we have just 8 of them on the lead lap, so I'm sure there's that will close down over the course of the race. And this is Luigi Russo for Go Team Racing, who's that final driver on the lead lap. But obviously a bit of a note, your championship leaders, they are down in 12th place as well. We've got Valle Corsa, they're also having a difficult day down there. So Vida, once again, it's all changed very quickly in some of these championship battles.
It is, and that can easily happen from race to race, especially in endurance racing. One bad qualifying session puts you right there in the midst of the pack, and you can easily lose a lot of time just trying to just fighting other drivers. But of course, if you're in the middle of the pack, you're more likely to be involved in a few incidents. And again, it's going to be interesting what the standings will look like at the end of the race in 2.5 hours' time. Charlie Rigo, though, we're having a look at, we're going to close down that gap again, I should say, rather, on the ARM Cyber car. I mean, that's about 9/10 of a second now. Indeed, as the ARM Cyber car directly in front will go around the outside of the BMW GT3 before going past pit entry at full speed. Another GT3 car ahead, perhaps will be able to pass before coming into turn 1, indeed, in the braking zone in the inside. But of course, having to pass that GT3 car within the braking zone will have a detrimental effect on essentially through this entire S, because you can't take the optimal racing line through the first part, which of course impacts you for the second and third parts of that complex.
And Rigo is definitely the faster driver as well. We've already seen him make the overtake, remember. Then there was a bit of an issue, and he dropped back by 5 seconds. He's regained that 5 seconds. So Geniale, who is definitely... I'm not sure if he's on the second or even the third stint of these tyres, but he's definitely on older tyres at this moment in time. And I think we can see that he was definitely struggling already in that previous stint. Goes a bit wide here, so it's going to be the outside line for Rigo. He's not going to go for that one. Just going to try and get a bit of a momentum shift into his favour, coming up towards the front straight maybe, where he can find a way through.
Indeed, that will be that really is the best overtaking opportunity here at Interlagos. Diving down the hill through that left-hander, and Charlie Rigo deciding to not dive down the inside, now to try and make a move on that ARM Cybercar in the final corner, but will instead use all of the slipstream possible coming up the hill. You can see the headlights starting to come on these LMP2 cars as well, but indeed we'll use the slipstream getting closer and closer and closer. We'll go to the inside or the outside. We'll have to go all the way around the outside this time round through turn 1. A little bit of contact there right on the apex of turn 1 between these two cars. The ARM Cyber car stays ahead for now.
Very interesting that, as we saw earlier, Geniale didn't fight with D'Amelio. He then wasn't overly fighting Rigo the first time, but now the second time Rigo's trying to get back past, and he's now fighting for the position. That might also be because the rFRO SimSport car is getting close behind, so he needs to be careful not to lose 2 positions here. And is that also Vinciulo? Yeah, Vinciulo's not too far behind as well, so this is actually closing up once more. The LMP2 battle has opened up for the last sort of 10-20 minutes or so, and now we are getting closer once more. So Rigo does need to find his way through here as we're getting up behind Polia Honan, who's still stuck behind Gonzalez in that battle low down in your GT3s.
And you can see these prototypes deciding which way to go, and we'll need to only have a split second to decide. You can see Rigo there going around going on the grass on the exit of that left-hander down the hill. But coming up the hill, oh, that's very close between the LMP2 of the ARM Cyber and that GT3 car. I think that's Team Ira's car right there on the first apex. You see a lot of light flashing there. Rigo will try and use as much momentum as possible due to the slipstream. We'll dive down the inside this time, too far back to make a move though. We'll need to wait behind for now, but you can see these 4 LMP2 cars almost in a line for 4th position in the class, coming through turn 3 and then coming down towards the braking zone for turn 4. And I have a feeling that Rigo is just a little bit too far back for the braking zone, and indeed that is the case. But you can see this RFRO car, as you were saying, Cameron, closing up on the both of them.
Yeah, it's really turned into a three-way fight now, and I'm also looking at Vinchulo in the background. This will be a four-way fight before you know it, as we've gone below 2.5 hours remaining in this 6 hours of Interlagos, and very quickly closing up to the final third of the race. We've got a big battle on our hands, so this is definitely a three-way battle now. As in the background, Pontiu has caught up, and the RFRO car is trying to get back. Remember, there was a huge battle between all these cars. RFRO were actually leading it for a little bit of time, and it is now closed up once more. Different drivers in the car, though, and that might change how these battles go around. Let's see what they do as they come up the hill once more. Charlie Rigo is now having to look both ahead and in his mirrors. Up the hill we come. Any sort of slipstream. It looks like Pontiu, who's actually probably the closest to try and make an overtake down in towards turn number 1. It's going to have to be a little bit of a dive to the inside, so instead Rigo sends it. Can he finally make the move? He goes a little bit deep. No, he keeps on the apex. He gets past Geniale, and he needed to do that, otherwise he'd lose a position himself.
Yeah, textbook move there coming into turn 1, as you said, sending it, but keeping it parked right there on the apex when it was most important. Rigo with a lovely move to go up into 4th there, but here comes Pontiu on that armed cyber car, not able to make a move into turn 4 though, but now this RFRO car also needs to worry about the Supreme car behind. Eventually, you can just see that is in fact the next prototype up the road there with the sort of reddish nose cone. That is the car that Pontiu needs to try and run away from as fast as possible, but currently not being helped by this hypercar directly in front.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit awkward. That is Pribek trying to get through. I think it was a Simframe Aston Martin GT3, not loving the traffic there. So all sorts of chaos is happening as these drivers try and find a bit of space on the track. They go past another GT up the inside there. Definitely a pinch point at that middle sector here at Interlagos before it opens out once more. We come onto the front stretch, and is there going to be any moves? Vinchulo is getting very close in the background to Pontiu, but it looks like Geniale has lost that battle, and Rigo's going up the road.
Yeah, that does appear to be the case. 0.7 of a second as they cross the start-finish line that time round. Having a look at Vinchulo's onboard now, you can see the car directly in front is the one that he wants to pass. Indeed, that is the RFRO car of Pontiu. About half a second separating the two of them at the moment as they're coming down towards turn 4. And eventually they'll reach the braking zone, but look at all of this GT traffic ahead. This will not help the RFRO car.
Certainly won't. So that's Caspian, your leaders in the GT3. They're making their way through traffic in their own class as the 3 LMP2s come past them basically at the same time there through turn 4. Talking of leaders, your race leaders, Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing, they are coming down pit road. Their sister car of the number 7 has already pitted. Kirnek has got in it. They're down into 3rd place because we're still waiting for the number 22 to make their pit stop. Around the outside of the 58 they go. That's always a bit of a tricky one, but RFRO now trying to make this move because Vinchulo is definitely on the back of them now.
That's Supreme number 47 looking to get up into 6th position, coming through the final corner and up the hill. Now look how close it is between these two cars. This RFRO car right there on the rear wing of the armed cyber car, coming past the pit entry now there on the left hand side of the circuit, and will maybe make a move towards the inside. Indeed, Pontiu looking towards the inside into turn 1. Makes a move, going to continue side by side through turn 1 and turn 2 through the start complex. A little bit of a argy-bargy there, perhaps on the apex of the right-hander, but look at this. Here comes Vinchulo trying to make it 2 for 1 and pass that armed cyber car as well. Moves quite drastically towards the inside of the circuit. They're side by side in the braking zone for turn 4. Not quite able to make that move though on the armed cyber, and a little bit of light flashing there as well from Vinchulo.
Yeah, this is getting pretty intense in your LMP2 battles, and loads of Italians, I just realised, at this same point of the track, because of course you've got Russo not too far behind, you've got D'Amelio up ahead, and they're all having these strong battles. Did you see the beeline to the apex there from the 47? But the armed cyber car round the outside with Geniale just able to hold on. Big send down the inside, almost Vinchulo thinking about it, but not quite this time.
again, that's what's so inviting about that corner in particular, is that, you know, you can set up the inside. Of course, that's where, what was it, Hamilton and
Albon.
who kept on, Albon, there we go, kept on not getting a podium because kept on getting spun out by Hamilton every time was in a podium position. That happened at that corner as well. It's just so inviting to just send the one up the inside there. But here comes Vincillo and looking towards the inside of the Arms Hybrid car, and indeed it looks like that will be the case. They're side by side through turn one. Oh, contact there, and around goes Vincillo.
Certainly does. 47 trying to get back going. Maybe stalled the car a little bit, is struggling, and also got to be careful not to reverse back onto the track. And this is not ideal. So Pontiu, of course, getting through on Geniale, and now there's been further cars off the track. Dust been flying up. Has Vincillo been able to get back going? Very awkwardly he does. Have they lost another position? Yes, Russo has gone past, but they should be okay because Slovnak is about a minute behind. But that's certainly not how they would have wanted this battle to work out. They were coming in strong on this very tight battle at the top of the LMP2s, but in the end, they're now going to be 15, 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, and it looked like, you probably need to get a replay of that one, but to be honest, it almost looked like a racing incident there in turn one, didn't it? Between the two cars.
Yeah, obviously replay will tell a further story, but I mean these guys are going at it, aren't they? I mean, they're pushing the limits of what should be possible. We've already seen some small bits of contact, but a bit of door banging, so they are starting to take some liberties.
So we're looking here now at some of the GT3 battle. Indeed, Kevin Yeager trying to get into that top 5 position against the Seawolf Netrace car. Well, I would say also defending from the teammate at the same time, but perhaps there's going to be a little bit of team orders between these two Blackhawk cars at this time, coming in towards the centre of the circuit. Now, the number 91 car, the front runner between these two Blackhawk cars as they're coming up towards turn 6. You've always got to be careful of traffic once again in this middle sector, as we've seen so many times already. It's almost like all three classes are almost kind of the same speed through these 3 corners that we're looking at the moment.
Yeah, they're so slow speed that there's no real aero gain as such from the prototype classes. So as you say, they're actually not too different. And I mean, in general, around here, there's only, what we're talking about, 9 seconds a lap between the GTs and the LMP2s, which really isn't that big. And then the hypercars are only a further sort of 2-3 seconds faster than that. So it really isn't too big of a difference here. And of course, a lot of that is just down these straights. So then when you get into the middle sector, it's actually not very different between them. So a bit of a tough and tricky track for these teams to manage, but it's going well so far, and I am enjoying the battles that we've been seeing out on the track, so that is always a good one. This is the closest battle in your GT3 category as it stands. We've still got a Honan behind, Gonzalez behind, although it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much from that. So I wonder if this 91 championship leader can try and get themselves into the top 5.
So coming down towards turn 4 now, that big braking zone. Oh, a little bit of the rear end almost breaking away there from the Seawolf car actually ahead, it looked like, upon the application of power coming out there turn 4. And oh, look at that prototype swinging through. A complete surprise for us, but obviously Jaeger will have been looking in the rear view mirrors and saw that coming. But you can just see the sort of speed difference between the prototypes and the GT3s coming through the central section now, so close to just touching the diffuser of the car in front. Is that number 91?
Absolutely, and I wonder if if he's starting to feel some pressure, Robin Wagler, at this moment in time. He's going to be really looking in his mirrors, and is basically going to have to be trying to not make any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, apologies, I just had to quickly mute there to sneeze, and got thrown back in the time. Yeah, indeed, Wagler looking to keep that position for now. But as indeed that gap has gone up just a little bit through that final sector, mainly because of that traffic, that helpful traffic for the Seawolf car at least. Coming out of turn 3, now down towards turn 4 now, and I think Jaeger is a little bit further back than he was 1 lap ago. And it did come towards turn 4. So there's a lot of dust being thrown up there in the background as well, actually, as Vagler himself throws up some dust right there on the exit of turn 4 before coming up to the hill. And Jaeger just a little bit further back this time round than he was 1 lap ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And this battle is starting to get very close because the Black Hawk 91, obviously all over the back of Seawolf, but being held up ever so slightly, they look like the faster car, is bringing that sister car into it, and then there'll be 2 Blackhawks trying to get past the Seawolf car here. So a great battle forming. We do have the Valet car, who's obviously quite a few laps down now, coming up to just separate this GT3 battle for a moment in time. And then we also have one of the Go Team hypercars trying to work their way through. As we come out onto the front straight, though, is this going to be an opportunity that the 91 needs? A slow exit with the Valet car going past. Might be enough to get the run up towards the first corner. They can get the slipstream, but actually looking at that, the Aston Martin's got some good top speed on it. The BMW not able quite to keep up. Is going to have to be a huge send down into turn 1 or try and get a switch back, making something work down to turn 4.
Yes, oh, that's the prototype going, well, that's in the grass on the inside of turn 1, isn't it? That's not quite the racing surface, but this Black Hawk car looking once again, the 91 looking once again for an opportunity to take that 5th position away from the Seawolf net race car. Coming down towards turn 4, again, a little bit too far back this time round in order to be able to actually do anything. And I'm just wondering, well, we did say about team orders a few laps ago, I'm just wondering if Jaeger will have maybe another couple of laps attacking the Seawolf car, and then maybe there's going to be an order to swap positions to allow the other car to have a go.
Oh, huge send though. I thought that was going to be a big move in towards turn 8. Not quite enough. Has made the Seawolf car go a little bit wide though. So that is going to slow them down as we come up to this next sequence of corners. A little kink in towards the braking zone, but nothing just yet from these 2 drivers as they continue this battle in your GT3 category. It's a tough one for Jaeger to find his way past, as we have the Seawolf prototype coming past him now, but is there going to be anything that he can do? But if the Aston Martin has a tiny bit better top speed, it is going to be hard to find a way past.
Yeah, and again, well, that's also part of trying to set up your car for Interlagos, because really it's a lap of 2 halves. You've got this very technical infield section, the 2nd sector, and the 1st and 3rd sectors are really quick. They're almost entirely flat out, with this being the only braking zone. So again, not only is, as you said, the Aston Martin got a little bit more top speed, perhaps if they decide to use a little bit less wing, it makes it even more difficult to pass in the 1st and 3rd sectors.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. There's basically one corner, or one sequence of corners in each of sector 1 and 3. Everything happens in the middle part of the lap, so a very tough one for the drivers and teams to set up the car for. Of course, you know, there's not so much that you can do in the GTs as such compared to the prototypes, but still, you've got to choose your wing level, and that is very, very important to try and find your way past. There is some battles though in your GT3s as Hoffman just sent it down the inside of Monroe's for 12th place down towards turn 1. So it is possible, but that was a Corvette on Corvette action, not Aston Martin versus BMW.
I think that yellow sector 1 was for the number 80 SRC Commerce Esport car, looking to go a little bit off at turn 1 on the outside, but that yellow flag has been rescinded for now. But again, here comes Kevin Jaeger trying to pass Robin Wagler, coming up the hill in the Seawolf net race car and the Black Hawk car, letting that prototype traffic through, and again, just a little bit too far back, I think. So having a look at this battle for 4th position in the LP2 class now, it's Ponchu and Rigo. These two starting to come together now. 3/10 of a second separate the two of them, at least it did at the 1st sector point, coming down in the braking zone for turn 4. And again, Rigo looking to defend, using as much of that rear view mirror as possible in order to keep the 0-4 illuminated on the side of that LMP2 as Poncho in this RFRO car coming sweeping down the left-hander, down the hill. We need to try and make their way around this GT car, but it just balked ever so slightly right there at the apex.
Certainly did. Is dropped back this time around. But it's good to see that this is continuing on. We have pit stops up ahead though. Nirola for the Sean Clark Racing entry number 34. He comes down to the pit lane and they are looking rather good as it stands. So that puts D'Amelio up into second place. Up towards the front, you may have seen the gap open up quite a bit between your leaders in your hypercar battle, but of course we are still waiting for some pit stops and whatnot to even themselves out there.
So here comes D'Amelio, actually we're looking at now, 15 seconds ahead of Rigo. And this is Rigo and Ponchu, these two. And you can see Ponchu just closing up ever so slightly now, 0.2 of a second, that gap coming up towards turns 6 and 7. And again, that very long double apex right-hander before coming into the single apex, almost hairpin-like right-hander, where immediately transferring the weight to the other side of the car for that left-handed hairpin. We're coming up the hill towards this right-hander, of course. As we said before, you can make a dive down the inside there, but that GT3 car sat there right on the apex. Nothing that either of those LMP2 cars or indeed the GT3 car could do there. It's just a matter of timing. Again, Ponchu's going to be stuck like another GT3 car coming through this corner.
And that is the most important one for an overtake in the LMP2, because you've got to get the run. Even if you don't overtake into turn 1, you then have to stay close enough, maybe get them offline to get the run down towards turn 4. But it doesn't actually matter because the RFRO Sim Sport car is going to be coming down to the pit lane and for their next set of tyres potentially on that car as well. So Rigo stays out. We've already seen a couple of pit stops already. Nirola, Ventulo already been down pit road. Is going to be some new tyres? Nope, he's going to stay on those for another stint.
Yeah, so double stinting at least those present tyres. And of course, you'll see they're beginning to tumble down the running order just a little bit now, because this LMP2 field is still pretty close together. Having a look here, this is Nirola we're having a look at. And there you go, there's Ventulo trying to recover from that spin earlier on. In 7th position at the moment. You can see 3 seconds, 4 seconds back from that 6th position. Trying to claw back is Ventulo up to where, well, that car should arguably be, which is battling Rigo and battling Ponchu.
Absolutely. A lot of time, though, unfortunately, was lost, so they are still owing us a pit stop, such as the cars ahead. But obviously, Nirola, who's just ahead, has already made that pit stop, so they are a decent way behind, it seems, as it stands. As Charlie Rigo comes up the hill now, are they going to work their way down pit road? No, they're not. They are going to continue on. Then we have Geniale, who we know is on older tyres this stint, so I'd highly expect him to change tyres at his next stop, but that is not going to be this lap.
Yeah, so here comes Geniale, passing all of that GT traffic up the hill, and then braking hard for turn 1. So a little bit of a reprieve at the moment from the ARM Cybercar, from the constant attack it's been under over the past 25-30 minutes or so. But Geniale can just chuck in some laps, clock in those laps, try and make those laps as short as possible in order to improve the position of that ARMS Cybercar. But yes, pretty wide there actually coming out of turn 4, which is not helpful. But yes, 8 seconds to Luigi Russo behind at the moment in that Go Team racing car.
As another car down pit road at the moment is your Netrex number 18 entry. Van Starkenberg in that car as it stands. This car is 6th in the standings. So they do have a little way to come back, and of course with 5th place as it stands, that is going to be some decent points. But really, with just 8 cars in the hypercar category, you're going to want to obviously be looking at really podiums and top 4s to try and get some decent points this season, which obviously they're just a little bit far away from. We just have 2 cars on the lead lap as it stands as well. As you would note, that is just the 2 Go Team cars, although I thought we were waiting for Mel to make a pit stop, but I'm now starting to think maybe we're not. And now I need to try and work out where this minute gap has come from.
Yeah, trying to work out where the mystery pit stop did or did not happen. Morris Bell, as you said, yes, 60 seconds ahead of the other Go Team racing car, Christopher Koenig, currently at the wheel of that hypercar. But indeed, it's number 7 that we're looking at the moment. This is the second place car. Trying to get a little bit of the gap, as this is Vinchulo now in the pits in that Simpri number 47. So indeed, making that pit stop, as you mentioned not too long ago, Cam.
Absolutely. So pit stop time, it seems, in most classes in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, we've seen loads of them coming in. And as we're looking towards the end of the race, so if we just take 2 hours, for instance, like the LMP2s, you do 3 stints of 40 minutes, and then that is going to be 2 hours. Of course, extend that a little bit towards 45 minutes, and then you'll get roughly to where we are. So roughly 3 stints left there. So fairly good maths, easy maths to the end. Is about 9 stints or so in a race for the LMP2s. As we see Vinchulo come out, and of course after that stop, he's way further back than he would have wanted, and is not really going to be in the contention for the top places anymore.
For now, there are still a couple of hours. It is unlikely, but for now, not contending for those top positions. As
who was that? Someone had spun right at pit entry. I thought it might have been a Go Team car. It looked like a blue and red car had spun at pit entry. That was what that yellow flag was.
Yeah, it was, I just switched across to live timing, and my live timing decided to not work at the most crucial time. But I'm just having to look through who that could have been. It could have been 3rd place in the GT3s, but I don't think that would be the correct colour. That'd be Cordzari in the 1997 esports car, but no, that's not the right colour from what you would have perhaps seen.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can try and work that one out, but there was definitely a car stopped and perpendicular to the track, which is an awkward place because, I mean, that's 150 mile an hour for these cars up at that point of the track. So for a car to be stopped, something quite major must have happened. Unfortunately, as we're seeing Luigi Russo here come past your race-leading GT3 car of Caspian, who has led for a long time now, and they are looking comfortable in that position. We are still yet to find out if this strategy for Rafa Esports is going to work. But to be honest, when Yerne came out of the pit lane, it was like 45 seconds off the lead, and he's now 46 seconds. So in terms of pace, they're not gaining anything, but hopefully with some stops or some strategy, I should say, maybe they can try and work their way back.
Yeah, if they need to, if you say, for example, have one less tyre change until the end, obviously some of that time will be made up from not having to make that tyre change. But Yari Simincic, that Rafa Esports car, 14 seconds down from that final podium position. And coming past pit entry now, you can see that is the LMP2 leader, Maximilian Shida, in the Blackhawk car, as well as Yuzi Nairala in the Sean Clark racing car, both in the pits now. And they should be able to make it to the end and 2 more stops after this one. I think they should. Yeah. They might need to stretch fuel a little bit, though.
Yeah, I think they should be just about okay. One thing I'm thinking, though, is this car is definitely lost some time somewhere. If they're going back down to 9th place, because they were up into 2nd at some point. So I think this car's had an issue, and that is where they've lost a lot of time. I don't think they're going to be in 2nd place once all this sorts out. So a few cars are having issues as we're in this midpoint of the race. Lots of LMP2 cars down pit road as well.
Yeah, could that be the car that you saw? Because that's Go Team-ish coloured if you just looked at it at a glance. They sort of blues the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure because it was very difficult to see which type of car it was. But yeah, that's a shame for the 34 who's running up into 2nd place, and they're definitely not going to be there. So as it stands in LMP2, you've still got D'Amelio leading because he needs to come in, and then you have a Scheider who will retake the lead at that point.
Still in that car, yeah. So no driver swap, that last stop from the Blackhawk racing car. as this LMP2 car is making its way past the BMW in particular, but GT traffic in general as well. Charlie Rigo there, 19.7. You can make that 20 seconds pretty much off the lead, as coming into the pit lane now is that number 27 car, using that little chicane before braking hard and then smacking on that pit speed limiter. Make sure that you don't go over it, because again, I think that's a stop go if you break the speed limit in pit lane.
Yeah, if you do it too much, there is a little bit of a threshold for a drive-through, but if you go more, I think it's something like more than 5Ks over, then yeah, it will be a stop-go, and that is a big hindrance. I mean, a drive-through is not ideal, but you can probably try and do that, but if you just stop going, you have to sit there for an extra 20 seconds, then that's really not ideal at all. So Nirola gets back going, and yeah, there must have been some damage, because he's now 2 laps down, very long pit stop. So that's a big shame for the 34 as they work their way back out onto the track. They are looking at 11th position compared to a potential podium this race.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how quickly things can change in endurance racing. Coming back out in 11th position indeed is Usain Idler in that Sean Clark racing car. Having a look at Jäger, still trying to pass this number 77 car after about 15 minutes or so, still not able to make a move though on that Seawolf net race. Coming down towards the final left-hander, the sister car's fallen back a little bit further now, 3 seconds back to the other Blackhawk, but the battle between these two really hotting up, and there's the prototype going up the inside in one of the Netrex cars, just hurting Jäger's run through the final corner a little bit there. Jäger will now use as much of the slipstream as possible. It certainly will not be helped by that Netrex car squeezing its way past in that last corner.
Yeah, that was not ideal. I wouldn't necessarily say the Netrex car did anything wrong. It's just part of multi-class racing, and it hinders the Blackhawk car in terms of their battle, but they're still going to be close enough, and they're definitely faster, but they're not faster in the right place of the track, it seems. So that's a tough one, and that is why track position is so crucial in any form of motorsport, because no class, no category, no type of car in motorsport is easy to overtake, really. This is it's just how it goes when you've got two cars that are so similar. You have to obviously find your advantage somewhere, but if there is no advantage, then you've got to do something a bit crazy to try and make the overtake. So the 91 of Kevin Jäger, he's going to be sick of the back of that car. He's flashing a little bit coming through turn 6 down the inside, but no, not enough.
No lap there actually on the exit of turn 6, but not enough to make any move. This number 91 car right there on the rear wing now, perhaps a move up the inside here. Not enough room there though. This prototype traffic though behind is really itching to get its way past, and will Jäger be balked once again by the prototype traffic? Not this time round, at least. A little bit of a gap opened up between the two of them due to that prototype car, but coming up the hill once more, and again I think Jäger's just a little bit too far back to make a move into turn 1, and there's a brief yellow flag there in turn 1, in sector 1 for something that quickly resolves itself. But indeed Jäger a little bit too far back, 0.5 of a second as they cross the start finish line between the two of them. And that Blackhawk car, that number 91, still staying in 6th place.
I mean, he's going to be able to repaint that livery of the Seawolf car. He's been looking at the back of it for so long now as we come back down towards turn 4. Not enough for the M4 to find his way through on the Aston Martin, so that is a tough one for these guys. They're actually really not too far off the top places. I mean, I guess it's 24 seconds behind Jone Simoncic, but it's not absolutely ridiculous. So hopefully they can do something with that as the Pan Corsa car comes through. I was just going to mention that because D'Amelio just came into the pit lane, so that gives Blackhawk the race lead once again in the LMP2s, as he will rejoin in 2nd place.
So D'Amelio indeed, as you said, in 2nd place in this Pan Corsa car. As we're now just coming down to 2 hours to go now, so almost into the final third of the race here at Interlagos, as Kevin Jäger is still right there on the rear wing of the Seawolf net race car, but this time unhindered through the final corner for once.
Absolutely, it's going to be a tough final couple of hours for these guys to try and work this out. But as we come to a pit stop for Kevin Yeager, that's a great time. 2 hours remaining. I'll be leaving the commentary box, and rejoining you for the final couple of hours will be Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much, Cam. We'll hear a bit more from you throughout the rest of the season, I'm sure. But good to be back alongside you, Vidiv, for the final couple of hours of this race. It's going to be very interesting. We're not going to have that battle anymore that we were watching forever with Kevin Yeager, but plenty more going on around the circuit, which is good.
Yeah, a lot of battles happening out there at the moment on circuit. Having a look at this battle for now for between Luigi Rosso in that number 38 car and Matej Sabinski in the Hyperion Esports at number 45 for 5th position in the LMP2 class, and that's about 1.3, 1.4 seconds between the two of them at the moment, coming down through turn 3, and then on the run down towards turn 4. Luigi Rosso will be constantly looking in those rearview mirrors to make sure that Hyperion Esports car is not getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it will be looking behind him, I would imagine, intermittently. I had some information through in YouTube chat, by the way, about that long stop for Nirola, which we couldn't really get to the bottom of in terms of how long it took. Apparently, he crashed with Bros Racing GT3 on the start-finish straight a few minutes ago. I'm not sure how long ago, I'm trying to find out. But it's given Bro Racing 300 seconds of damage as well, which is 5 minutes to me and you. And it's obviously set them back about 3 or 4 laps as well. So unfortunate for both, but it seems that I was trying to find the time for Jimmy, but he's found it himself. So thank you very much for this. Oh, it's one of those awkward moments through the final kink at Interlagos. It seems flat out, it seems easy, and it is on your own, but when you're going side by side through multi-class traffic, it is awkward.
Yeah, it is very awkward, particularly when you're not really sure which direction you should go. But indeed, a big instant there for both of those cars. And as you said, a lot of damage for the both of them. As we've got a raft of GT3 cars in the pits now as well. That is the Michele Riccon in the 55, Robin Baglan in the 77, and Nicola Pistori in the 81. All in the pits now in the GT3 class.
Yeah, there's another look at it. So run around the outside from Nirola. There's the bit of damage. It's not terrible suspension damage, but it did force them to have a slightly longer stop. There is Matej Sabinski again as the LMP2 field cycles its way through the end of another pit stop cycle. If anyone can pit over the sort of 1 hour and a half to go mark, as in less than an hour and a half to go, then we know that they'll only need one more stop after the next one, and that will give them a good platform to get to the end of the race. In terms of GT3 and only making one more stop from after the one they're about to, they need to just pit from now, really. It's any drivers and teams who have pitted before here will be a little bit nervous, slightly nervous. However, if you can manage it to this point, then you should be able to get to the end of the race on just one more stop as well. We've already got a battle going on, it looks like, in 5th position in GT3, while we get pit stops in LMP2. I think Kamel Nui is catching a driver or two here after getting into the car, or is it a new driver at the wheel down here? Not sure. It's the number 91 Blackhawk car catching number 77 Seawolf Net Race, Benjamin Gilsinski, and there they are. Is Cameron Nui in the car recently, and this is a return of the battle from before with just different characters involved. It's exactly the same though.
Indeed, exactly the same cars, different characters, as you said, different drivers, but we'll now soon have a second driver being able to paint the rear end of that Seawolf car by memory.
Yeah. Cam wasn't joking when he said that. He really could. It's been a long time stuck behind, and I found that I said this to Darragh earlier on in the first 2 hours of the race. I've been a little bit surprised in this race by the lack of overtaking chances in towards turn 1. I would have thought with that long run out of Zhengzhou through turn 12. See, it's not straight right the way down, but it is a long flat out section where I would have thought you could get a lot of slipstream. However, it just hasn't really been happening, and the chances into turn 1 have been pretty few and far between.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to the GT class, for example, because it is, you've got different marks. Each of these marks have their own strengths and weaknesses. And myself and Cameron were talking about this earlier. The Aston Martin particularly good in a straight line, which is really helpful coming into turn one. You can see this number 91 car, Cameron Louis, just falling back a little bit from the rear end of Gilginski, and that number 77 Seawolf net race car coming in towards this infield section. And yeah, that gap up to a second, perhaps even more now.
Yeah, it's looking good for Gilsinski just for the moment as the leader in GT3 pits in. So they're comfortable on fuel. That's Caspian Motorsport, of course, and Simi Celik in the car. We've already seen Erdem Makiel starting the car. Wonder whether he'll finish it as well with the last couple of hours, or whether he'll leave that to someone else instead. Realistically, in a 6-hour race, you don't necessarily need to use 3 drivers. You definitely need to use 2. That's the minimum requirement for any virtual endurance championship race, no matter how long. But you don't have to use all of your drivers at all the rounds, and you certainly don't need to use 3 either. In the case of these guys, they've got 4 drivers entered into their lineup, and I'd imagine that will predominantly be used at Le Mans for the 24-hour race, where they'll need all 4 drivers. But it used to be the way in real-life racing as well, where GT cars would be taken on, especially the pros, would do just 2 drivers for a 6-hour race, and maybe add a third for the 24 hours. These days in the real world, everyone seems to use 3. Wonder what they're going to do here in the sim as they make what's going to be a relatively long stop here for Celik. It looks like actually he's staying in that car as he makes his way out of pit lane. Now he is indeed staying in that car as far as I can see. So maybe they're limiting their amount of drivers they're using here today, just because it's a 6-hour race and it's one of the shorter ones in our calendar.
Yeah, the joint second shortest distance actually in the calendar. Well, the next race I think is an 8-hour, isn't it? If
Yeah.
memory serves me correct.
Yeah, it is indeed. The 8 hours of Dubai for, I don't know for sure, but I think the first time in the Virtual Endurance Championships history we've gone to Dubai, but Jimmy can correct me if I'm wrong, because he'll have a better memory of it than me, but I think it is. It's good to go to Dubai. They're looking forward to it.
He'll have a better memory. Have you seen his age? Are you sure?
Wow,
Are
I
you
was
sure
not
about that good
gonna say
memory?
that. Oh dear. If you know why you don't see Vadir on any more broadcasts, you'll know. You'll know why. You are correct, by the way. It is the only time Dubai has been. So, see, you can remember. It is correct. It is the first time for the VC. Anyway, Johan Kerzer was
a little bit to get through that Rolodex,
Yeah. Johan Kerzer was saying on YouTube earlier that he was very pleased about the change. I don't know how all of the drivers will take it, to be honest, because Shanghai isn't a circuit we've used very often, so it wouldn't be one where drivers have thought, yes, I've had great results around Shanghai loads, because maybe in other leagues, but not in the Virtual Endurance Championship, they wouldn't have had many results around Shanghai, and the same goes for Dubai, so I'm not really sure if it changes much for the teams, to be honest.
Yeah, Dubai is, I would argue there's perhaps not as many overtaking opportunities at Dubai when compared to Shanghai, because obviously when you come to Shanghai, you've got the iconic hairpin at the end of that massive back straight, and but I don't think you'll have that many. You'll have more opportunities at Dubai when compared to Shanghai.
There's that long run down in towards the hairpin after the back straight, I guess. Can't remember what corner number that is. I'll learn them for next month. And turn 1 maybe as well. But yeah, you might be right. It's maybe 1 or 2 less, but it's certainly a different style circuit, I would say. Dubai doesn't have a blade of grass, so you can pretty much do what you like as far as track limits are concerned. Shanghai, you can do a little bit less what you like, although it is a little bit forgiving in places. Many differences, of course, but we'll look forward to that. We'll be back with that, of course, in 4 weeks' time for the 8 hours of Dubai Autodrome on the, when will it be? 3rd of November, I believe. 2nd of November, excuse me. On Saturday, yeah. So we'll be back with that in due course. It's good to have a couple of 8-hour races, actually, to start off the season, but actually they're the only ones. The 1,000 miles of Sebring may end up being about 8 hours, but we're getting all our 8-hour races out of the way very early indeed.
Yes, indeed. And then you've got the the sprint in the first race of the new year in January, with the only 4 hours at Bahrain. So that will be short and sweet. And then, of course, we'll be visiting Road America and the Nürburgring before finally visiting Le Mans for the traditional season ender here in the VEC. So quite a swing on the Americas this season.
Not as many as we've had in previous, but there's a couple in there. In the Middle American leg, it always does seem to come in the middle somewhere. Never at the beginning or the end, it seems, but somewhere in the middle. And this time we're going just to Road America and Sebring. Interesting you bring up the Bahrain race. We're going back to Bahrain for 4 hours again. We had an unbelievably chaotic start to that race last season. Tyres flying through the air and all sorts was going on, I'm afraid, onto the front straight for the first time last time we were at that circuit. However, is it even an endurance race? I mean, it's just as long as the other VLMS races we've got this season, which I guess people would call just about endurance. So maybe it is, but you know, it's a very, very short endurance. It's probably the shortest we can go calling it an endurance race.
Right, you say this, but IMSA has 2 hour 40 races on the street circuits, and that is still technically endurance. So, yeah.
Somewhat, yeah. Maybe more endurance because they're so survival based on street circuits in multi-class racing, but yeah, it's true. Anyway, we'll get to that, of course, in the new year, very early in the new year actually, this time round, and the first weekend of 2025, which is rapidly approaching us, scarily. As we're already in October. There we go. 1 hour 48 still to go here. We're still following Dennis Sitek here, who's 2.2 seconds behind his teammate. Black Hawk Racing had a very good start to the season, let's not forget, in GT3, finishing in first position. Less good for the number 81, but it was a great start for the 91 team to get off to. 81 finishing down the order, down the back end of the top 10. However, this is sort of a middling top 10 result for them, and that's not going to help. Big slide through Junxiao for Dennis Sitek. But, you know, 2 top 10 results to start off with for 91 is okay. I'm just not sure they'll be leading the championship anymore after this. Caspian and Rafa Esports team, who were joining them on the podium in Spa, look like they're also going to be on the podium again at Interlagos. So we're going to see change at the top of GT3 already.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of change, as you said, once we reach the checkered flag in about 1 hour and 3/4 time. It's going to be very interesting to see what the table looks like, what the standings, I should say, looks like when the checkered flag falls here this afternoon. As having a look elsewhere on circuit, well, of course, we're having a look at this battle between the, or I should say we were looking at the battle between the Black Hawk cars. Now we're having a look at Pablo Anan in that undercover raging car, just on the outskirts of the top 10 at the moment.
They are 40 odd seconds behind the drivers ahead, and Jussi Nirola will be setting his sights on them before the end, because that gap is only just over half a minute for that car. Yeah, it's been an interesting race for Undercover Rain. They started up towards the front, but they've slowly sort of bled their way back, really, and it's been a little bit of a shame to see, but they're still inside the top 10. There is the closest battle inside the top 8 of any of our classes, as Sitek tries to catch those ahead. And now, finally, in comes the McLaren of Jurnej Simoncic. He's sharing, of course, with Jesper Pedersen so far this season, going a little bit longer and continuing to do something a little bit different to the rest of the drivers in the field. 1 hour 46 to go, I should say, and so they will be able to make it on one more stop after this one, but they're very off sequence.
Yeah, about 10 minutes off sequence or so is that Rafa Esports team car, which of course means that final stop gets to be a little bit shorter.
Not a very long stop either.
Towards the end, yeah.
But,
no,
so,
that wasn't. That was fuel only, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see as they go out here. The gap was suggesting it would go right down to almost nothing, actually, but it looks like the gap will return. There's the Caspian car. It's going to be side by side. It will be almost nothing. And Jurnej Simoncic can't quite hold on to the lead. He will have been hoping that he'd retained track position there, I think, but he's not quite managed it. The Caspian Motorsport Porsche of Semir Celik goes straight through and goes into the lead of this race again, but Simoncic is not going to go down without a fight here. He's only half a second off the lead, and we're not going to be seeing him, I would imagine, trundle around just behind the Porsche. He will go on the attack, I would have thought.
Yeah, we've seen this number 75, actually, that Caspian, in the lead a couple of times so far during this race. And once back with that 0-1 on the side of the car, Simičić will need to get those tyres back up to temperature after being stationary for a little bit. So maybe the next lap or so will be getting those tyres warm again. We're beginning to go on the attack once more in that Caspian Motorsport car. Indeed, the gap is second as they cross the timing beam at the end of the second sector.
That was very close. As one of the LMP2s got down the inside of I think that's the MP Motorsport BMW there in the off the lead lap now in GT3. Only Simičić will close in on the way in towards turn number 1, but he's going to be getting a very distant and fragile slipstream here on the way in towards turn 1, and there you go, 1 second now ticks over. Is it going to be a stint where the Porsche runs away, or is it going to be Simičić staying with him, or indeed closing back in here? I wonder. These early signs are not great for Simičić, to be honest, and if he's on old tyres, as you were suggesting, with a fuel-only stop, then that's going to be very difficult to keep up with the Porsche, I'd imagine, on new tyres.
Yeah, so going down towards turn 4, we'll need to have a little bit of time in order to see what these lap times are like as that prototype sweeps up the inside of turn 5 there for making its way up the hill towards turn 6. And really from this onboard you can see the speed difference between the two classes.
Yeah, it's frightening through some of the corners. I've got to say, the uphill right-hander of turn 6 and 7, Ferradura, the first of them, is a really exciting corner in a prototype. A really annoying corner, I'd imagine, in a GT, because it's not really got the aerodynamic downforce that you need for that kind of corner. But as you say, the speed difference is quite large. But the thing that surprised me and struck me, well, not surprised, but it did strike me in the first couple of hours, was actually how similar the three classes are through the middle sector. See, on the little short straights and the power sections, the hypercars especially pull away, but really the mechanical grip is so similar in these cars that actually they can't really do a lot, the LMP2s, and there goes one finally out of Junshao. Between then and the uphill right-hander, there really isn't very many chances for the prototypes to use their strengths, it being such a slow speed middle sector.
Yeah, indeed. When it comes to this middle sector, it's pretty much all mechanical grip, and these cars pretty much have the same mechanical grip. It's only really once they manage to stretch their legs from the power to weight ratio in particular of these cars, as well as the faster corners where you've got slightly more aero grip with the prototypes, you really get to see this difference. But through that middle sector, it's so slow, there isn't actually particularly any advantage.
Let's talk a little bit about the prototypes at the front of the field, because I feel like we haven't done so very much at the moment, but that's because really there isn't a whole lot going on. The leader is Moritz Mell, the number 17 Go Team racing car, then followed by the number 7 Go Team racing car, Christopher Kierneck. I mean, it's been a pretty dream day for Go Team racing, but and you could say that it's a bit of a hollow advantage. I'll get back to that in a second, as there's a yellow flag in sector 2. Just scanning to find out where that is at the moment. It looks like it's a Pico de Pato for a top-placed LMP2. Charlie Rigo looks like he's off, and he is. Oh, he's rejoined. He's gone straight back off. He gets into the grass. Now he'll get back on. It's a really bumpy and off-camber, off-track there. Now he's back on again. No idea how he found himself there, but he's cost himself heaps and heaps of time.
Yeah, there was also a smack against the armbo actually when he rejoined that when we began to have a look at this on-off car. We're going to have a look here at what this replay is. There's that BMW contact between two of them lapping round and then directly into the outside wall with a big shunt into that virtual tyre barrier, trying to go around the outside of that BMW.
I think he's quite lucky his front clip didn't fall off there, Charlie Rigo. He had a head-on collision with the barrier down there at turn 10, and that normally would be the end of your front end, but he's gotten away with it. If there is any damage, all he has to do is limp for another 10 minutes or so, get himself to the stage where he can make one more stop after the next one, and then he can come into pit lane. That might be his strategy from here on in, because he may have damage that's not so obvious from here.
Yeah, but the thing is, with hitting the barrier fairly flush like that, it means you're unlikely to have suspension damage.
True, it's true. It's sometimes better actually to hit it straight on like that than that sort of side on, if you like. where you can. Oh, here we go. I think he's got the same car at the same corner, is he? Or is it a different BMW? It might be a different
No,
one.
it was a bright white BMW. Yeah.
Yeah, not quite with the blue accents on it. You could tell the scars were there because he didn't try it again.
Of course, yeah. The move on the outside was not repeated, indeed. So, but coming up the hill on the outside of the HRT car, and then past the entrance once more. There we go, 13 seconds off though. Third place. It's a long distance.
Yeah, I think he has got a bit of damage here, but he's limping to the 90-minute mark. So we'll see. I'm right on that, but 8.3 seconds now. The gap continues to tumble. Behind him is Luigi Russo, who spent quite a lot of time behind Rigo earlier on, or was it the other way around? They certainly spent a lot of time together earlier on in the race, and they might well be about to spend a little bit more time together in the not-too-distant future. But, that's going to be something to bounce back from now for Charlie Rico. Not only into turn 10 are those sort of mind games going to be there now. He's going to be concerned about going side by side with the GT3 into almost any corner for just a moment or two.
Yeah, that's going to be, I wouldn't quite say battle scars, but it's going to be something in the rear of the mind now for Charlie Rigo. Time coming around, well, that part of the circuit in particular, that very slow central section of the circuit. But Charlie Rigo doesn't actually, as this GT3 car that you can see a couple ahead is the one that the contact was with. So not this Porsche, but the BMW, which is the next GT3 car up on the circuit. I'm not exactly sure which one that is.
No,
I think it is.
It's 17th in the class, if that's helpful. But that's all I can see on the track map.
Yeah.
We'll try and find out who that is. Scrolling right the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, it's Vincenzo Falco in the B55 Carloni racing car, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. So nicely negotiated this time round, though, with no particular problems. And the one before, of course, was the leader in GT3 with an ever-increasing gap at the front, 4.2 seconds. So the McLaren can't really stay with the Porsche. Pit stops in hypercar, by the way. This will be the penultimate stop of the day for Moritz Mell as he comes in from the lead. You can see his teammates down at the bottom end there that are parked in front of his box, so he won't have to go around them as far as I'm aware. No, he'll just tuck in right behind them. Oh, indeed, they'll leave just before he gets there anyway. So the two Go Team cars are very well coordinated. As I was going to mention earlier on before we saw Rigo in the wall, you could look at the results and look at the way this race has panned out and think, well, the others have all either had penalties or issues. The bottom four have had either technical or accident issues. The two behind them have had drive-through penalties each, but actually, when you look at the margins they had after 40 minutes, which is when all of the issues basically happened in hypercar, and you look at the margins now, you realise that, before these pit stops of course, you realise that they've really extended these gaps. Even if those issues hadn't happened to the others, it's still not unfeasible that the Go Team cars would have finished 1-2 because their speed has been quite fantastic. Although again, maybe that's because they've been in the lead of the race and comfortable. It's difficult to tell, but it's been a good drive from them nevertheless, and they look like they're on their way to a 1-2.
For now, but of course we know how much can change in endurance racing. Just over 90 minutes to go, but it is looking at the moment very, very good for the Go Team here at least when it comes to the hypercar class. The LMP2 car isn't doing bad either. 5th position there.
Yeah, exactly. 5th position and gaining time as well on Rigo, who we just saw into the wall. Remy DeLorme gets into the number 17. He can't be that far ahead of Koenig here. He's not miles ahead. So it's relatively close between the two teammates, but there they are. There is the gap for the lead. Looks like it's going to be a nice photo finish for the day if things go well in the next 95 minutes. Another gap that's really closing in here, by the way, is the one for 6th place in LMP2. Marco Vinculo is getting closed in on by Luca Martino. Feels like the Arm Cyber car has been up and down a little bit like a yo-yo today, depending on whether they've got the tyres or whether they haven't. Feels like maybe they have at the moment, and they're only 2 seconds off the Simfreem Esports LMP2, former champions of this series in this class, of course.
Yeah, of course, former champions will want to retake that crown once again, but not able, well, not had been able to over the past seasons, but Marco Vinciullo in that sim-free esports car trying to crack into the top 5 once more. Not too far back, 12 seconds after that incident we saw at turn 1, not too long ago, maybe about 45 minutes ago or so, with the ARM Cybercar.
I'll tell you what I think I could make a difference for Sim Free Esports this season compared to the others, and you can tell me if you agree or not. Previously, ever since they won, first of all, they let's not forget where Waveframe, as they were, started from. In the GTE class predominantly, they won that in season 13 finally after a few times of trying. Then they moved up a step with I think they had a couple of cars in LMP2 and maybe still one in GTE. They stepped up and still won the LMP2 championship in season 14, and for the last couple of seasons, in the last DPI season and the first hypercar season 1 year ago, they've predominantly focused, although they did have cars in some of the other classes, predominantly their best drivers were in the hypercar class or the DPI class, the top class of the series. It feels like if they focus all or more of their resources in LMP2 and GT, where they have won series in the past, then maybe they could go a little bit better. They're in 6th place at the moment in LMP2 and 12th place in the standings after Spa, so maybe that doesn't necessarily prove my point brilliantly, but maybe going back to something they know a little bit better could give them a championship back again for the first time in 3 years.
Of course, yeah, and that will be something that they want to do. Of course, it's always a massive bonus when you make that return to the top step of the championship. And as you said pretty rightly, Simfree will want to do that once more, want to replicate that glory once more here in the LMP2 class. And a 6th position at the moment is an okay way to continue their start to the season. But with only 8 races, they've got to kind of be in the top 5 for every one from now on until the end.
I mean, last season's champion, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, won the last, was it 5 or 6 in a row? It was a lot in a row.
Yeah.
And I think they broke the VEC record for the most wins in a row in a season. Although I'm not 100% sure. I think that is correct. They had a phenomenal season. Unfortunately, they're not back again this time round. I'd imagine focusing on other things, maybe. But I've no idea. I haven't spoken to them since. But yeah, phenomenal season for them. It's looking, that's sort of created a bit of a void in LMP2 for someone else to step into. Thomas Enger Sim Racing did at Spa, but they've fallen by the wayside a little bit in this race. Maybe it's Blackhawk Racing's turn. They're currently leading. Maximilian Scheider is at the wheel of that one, more than half a minute ahead of the rest of the field, which is a very good start for them. And if they were to continue this on, they'd take a very early championship lead. But it's a position after a couple of races Blackhawk Racing are not unaccustomed to being in the lead of the championship. It's about taking it through now and taking it through all the way home. I know I say it every season, but Blackhawk Racing, despite being one of the VC's most prevalent and consistent customers in terms of competing in seasons, they've still never won a championship in all these years. So they'll be searching for it, and again they'll be in with a chance to do it in not only LMP2 actually, but GT3. They're doing all right in the start of the season as well.
Yeah, and of course, having a good start to the season is always important because that sets you up for the rest of it. It's always good to have that good starting point because you know that your setup is good, your team is good, you've got to grip with the car, you've got to grip with the circuits as well. So there's always this confidence boost to begin the season with a good couple of results, and hopefully that'll be able to carry on into the rest of the season. Having a look at Maximilian Scheider here, the leader in that Blackhawk car, as you said, 34 seconds that lead.
Very large margin indeed. Less large margins down here. Jensic was the one looking to make the moves earlier on, but now he's the one might be having to do a little bit of defending. Even Aguado set the fastest lap of the race in GT3 not so long ago, and now all of a sudden he is closing onto the back of the BMW all over again as a hypercar just switches in between them. The Mercedes, which is not the most popular car in this series, is just beginning to close in a little bit here for 7th position. once you start seeing a gap coming down like that, you just wonder, can they use that momentum to go through straight away? Because you feel like if he gets stuck behind the BMW, it could be a long hour or so.
And they've also got to be careful. You have a look at that gap to leader, 88 seconds. Soon those blue flags will be flying for the leader of the class to lap them.
Oh yeah, crikey, yeah, they are in the back. Wow, I didn't quite realise they were so far ahead. But wow.
When those blue flags fly, obviously you need to give way. But then once you get that -1 lap to leader, you know that's a little bit of a mental challenge as well. Because you no longer got a time; it's just a full number of laps instead.
Yeah, it's not a great thing to see, but it does mean they can take one lap of fuel out their last fill, so it will save them a bit of time. But if they're both saving time, then what does it matter? It probably doesn't. Into the final corner, Aguado gets dived by an LMP2, but that's okay. He'll just take a late apex and use a bit of the slipstream for while it's there. And he'll try and close in from half a second. He's at that frustrating distance at the moment where he can see exactly where to make the moves maybe. He can see what the BMW is doing, but he's not quite close enough to do anything about it as things stand, and lap traffic keeps interrupting here. This circuit is so relentless with lap traffic, and we've got so many still in the race with so few retirements, by the way, over the course of today's race, that the track is essentially filled with cars constantly with only one retirement all day.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly few retirements, as you said, with only that one, considering how short and how aggressive Interlagos can be sometimes. And we've seen some of that side-to-side contact already, some dirt being thrown up there by, I think it was the hypercar in front on the exit there of turn 5. But this Mercedes is getting closer and closer to that 7th position in that Blackhawk car. Indeed, that number 81 looking to bend, but that very, very long-fronted Mercedes is getting closer and closer in that rearview mirror.
If you're ever unsure as to just how big the Mercedes engine is, well, basically it's all in there, and that's why the front end is quite so big. It's very different, of course, to the BMW, which is big in sort of a taller way, if you like, if you see what I mean. It's sort of more longer and tall, rather than the Mercedes, which is a bit lower and wide. That's not a great exit from Aguado out of the final corner, and so he's not going to have the chance on the way towards turn 1. Don't forget, these two are both catching the other Blackhawk car at the moment, so there could be a 3-car battle coming on very shortly. As 1.5 seconds now the gap between 6th and 7th, and maybe Blackhawk will find it a little bit easier to defend if it's the two of them versus the one Mercedes, but we'll see.
Almost contact there, right there on the apex of turn 1, going to turn 3. This gap extending a little bit more. We'll be using as much of the slipstream as possible, will Aguado, to try and make a move coming down to turn 4. And you can see the gap closing ever so slightly, but just going to run out of room before the braking zone for turn 4. Almost a little bit of contact there, right there in the rear corner in the turn 4 as well. Coming through turn 5, almost a bump draft there coming up the hill.
Looks dire. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. Thought he was just going to get alongside on the way towards Ferradura there, but not quite. He has to stay behind, does Aguado. Now we get into the slower speed middle sector. This is where the GT cars really come alive. They're a lot better at these corners than they are at the other ones around this circuit. And you see that in relation to the prototype. That LMP2 in the background won't get that much closer until we get to the front straight, where they'll find it a lot easier to overtake.
Yeah, and of course, well, it's the power to weight ratio mainly, isn't it, when it comes to these prototypes, how they can just almost run away on these straights, and you'll get to see it now. A little bit wiggly there, actually, an acceleration coming out of the final corner for sweeping right up the inside and then off into the distance. But look at this, Aguado could definitely get right there in the slipstream this time round. We could perhaps see him move into turn 1. Will it have to go around the inside or the outside? Will look like it has to go around the outside. Will break ever so slightly later than the number 81 car. They're still side by side coming down the hill. And that's contact right there on the apex.
Wow, well, was that the BMW coming down into the side of the Mercedes, or did the Mercedes miss the apex? I think I know my conclusion from that one. I don't think the BMW gave quite enough room there, but when it's noses ahead and when it's side-to-side contact like that, it's very difficult to judge anyone really to blame. It's just a bit of contact that the Mercedes really came off worse in.
Yeah, Yeah, it was actually a very good save there by Aguado, wasn't it? To be able to not lose really that much time, only about a second or so.
Yeah, decent save. To have lost only a second out of that is pretty ideal. Let's go and have a look at the battle in LMP2 again, shall we?
Here
Luca
we go.
Martino
This
is.
is a replay.
Oh, it will in a second. Here's the replay. Does the BMW give enough room here? Well, I don't know actually. That's changed my opinion slightly.
Yeah, I think there was definitely room on the inside, but I think the Black Hawk car might have just put in a little bit early and not given room to the Mercedes. Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, no, I've changed my mind back again. That BMW didn't really give much room there, unfortunately. You know when the car that's supposed to be giving space on the inside clips or brushes the apex, that they haven't really given that much room, to be honest. If they're hitting the curb, there's not much space for a car also on the right hand side there.
As we're now having a look at this battle for the final position in the top 5 of the LMP2 is Luca Martino in this ARMS Cybercar looking to take away that 5th position. Coming down the hill once more, the Netrex Hypercar behind, eventually going to make a move, but this ARMS Cybercar looking to use as much slipstream as possible coming up the hill.
Well, they just tried to.
You can see that Netrex car.
Oh, it's in pit lane anyway. Oh, there we go.
It's a very interesting line by the Cybercar coming up the hill.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Was it understeer maybe? I couldn't work that out. I don't know why they ran quite so wide there actually, but anyway, they got away with it, and they're up a position anyway into 5th. Just up ahead of them, Charlie Rigo has now been caught by Luigi Russo in this battle, so this is another one going on now for 3rd place.
So Luigi Russo in this Go Team racing car. Oh, look at all that traffic! How do you even navigate that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's very busy.
Russo is attempting to overtake one of these cars to position. Not sure which one it is though. It's one of the prototypes.
It's a likely one. It's miles over there because of all the traffic. So the gap has really extended out because of all of the battling that was going on there.
Lost.
Yeah, look at that, 1.4 seconds now the gap, and this is what can happen in lap traffic. Luigi Russo won't be best pleased with how that all transpired, but he'll hope that it just, he'll hope that later on, I should say, Rigo will be just slightly slowed by some lap traffic as well, but that's never a given. 1.5 seconds as they go over the line. Yeah, that was really difficult to navigate, but I feel like that's what happens really at Interlagos. You generally get these busy clumps of traffic where generally the prototypes can't seem to overtake GTs, and it means that they all end up stacking up behind one another.
Yeah, an absolute melee there, right there in the centre of the circuit. But Luigi Russo will try and make that gap come down once more to the 4 tenths, 3 tenths of a second it was before, but coming up towards turn 6 now. So, some prototypes ahead, which may or may not get the blue flag. I know that's a hypercar, won't get the blue flag at all. Will be car ahead. But here comes through the left-hander and then through this so inviting right-hander just to stick one up the inside. But Charlie Rico in this on-off racing car doesn't actually appear to have been injured too badly by that incident that we saw, about 10-15 minutes ago.
Not terribly, but he has lost 8.5 seconds to Go Team, so it's not been not going swimmingly, although clearly he's not that damaged either, because he didn't come in immediately with 90 minutes to go when he could have done. He made sure to cut to the left-hand side there because he knew he had to come into pit lane, and you can't do that from the right-hand side. So he brakes late, he goes into pit lane, and that will slightly spoil the battle just for the moment, but it was important for Rigo, who looked like he was about to run out of fuel, and he looked desperate to get into pit lane.
Yeah, and this will be the penultimate stop for the on-off car, won't it? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So only one more stop after this one for Rigo. And here we go. This is Aguado in that World of Sim Racing car, I should say, rather. Half a second behind that Blackhawk car after that incident a few laps ago. The gap went out to about 1.4 seconds, now back down to half a second. So Aguado appears to be slightly faster at this juncture of the race when compared to the Blackhawk car directly ahead in 7th position, but coming through this central section now. We'll maybe be hoping that some of the prototype traffic helps them make up that gap once more.
Time for round 2, I think, between these two, and that might just help them a little bit. That was Hyperion, I think, going round the outside. Oh, what a hypercars! Oh, off onto the grass and very nearly put themselves straight in the wall there. I think Aguado will be quite pleased, actually. They didn't end up going around the outside of him there, because that could have been quite nasty. But there we go. Now, finally, the Ferrari makes its way through on the inside line. Got to be so careful around this circuit. It's not the widest in the world. If you find yourself out wide, you're more than likely in some grass. And these cars are not very good through there. Over the line they go, and will Aguado go for it again at the Senna S? He did it earlier on, and he unfortunately came off second best. This time he's down the inside of turn 1. He's the one giving the hip check in towards turn 1. He gives a bit more space through turn 2. Doesn't get much in return. He leans on him through turn 3. They remain side by side down the Retroposta towards turn 4.
Yes, they're still side by side coming down towards turn 4. Some hip checking, some side-to-side contact between these two cars. Aguado goes up the inside of turn 4 and takes that 7th position. Well, at least for now. And that is, that's the GT3 leader directly behind them as well. That's the Caspian Motorsport car.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking to wave the blue flags now and get through on the inside. They will. And so that's probably the best thing that could happen for Aguado here. The leader getting behind them, effectively getting ahead of Denis Zetek. If the leader wasn't there, I think the Mercedes would have found it a bit more difficult to get away. But the leader immediately has created a bit of a gap between World of Sim Racing and Black Hawk Racing that I think the Mercedes will be able to continue away now with that 7th place.
So, indeed, 7th place, as you said. Aguado is now put yellow there in section 1, probably because someone went straight on a little bit at turn 1. And so Aguado will be looking to extend that gap as quickly as possible. Of course, there's a big gap. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's actually not that big a gap to the other Black Hawk car. It's under 2 seconds already.
Yeah, the two Black Hawk cars do tend to run together sometimes. The teammates have very often had 2 cars in GT. This season is no exception. There's a pit stop, by the way, for the 2nd placed GT car. That is Christian Malguera, excuse me, Yoni Simičić again.
Simičić again? Wow.
Why is he in? Now he's changing tyres, but he can't make it to the end from here on fuel. So what's he doing?
No. It's
Well,
very
I don't
interesting
understand
strategy from that Rafa Esports team car.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I really don't. Luca Martino is closing in on Enzo Gruber here, by the way, as well. It's all going on here in the final couple of hours of the race. In the first couple, there wasn't all that many different battles. It was sort of the same battles going on again and again. They weren't really changing, but actually this one's going on for 3rd place. They're not, by the way, 2.5 minutes behind 2nd place. That will just correct itself as they go over the line here. There's the margin. Oh, maybe it is. 1:48. That feels impossible. We'll get that checked. 1.5 seconds, definitely the gap though for 3rd position, and only 3.5 back to 5th. So LMP2, as it always has been in this race, still remarkably close.
Yeah, fantastically close at the moment, this LMP2 field. Look at Martino, we're having a look at this ARM Cybercar, 2 seconds off, as you said, from that final podium position. And running through turn 5 and uphill towards turn 6, and indeed you can just see the LMP2 right there is the one that Martino has in his sights, coming through the central sector now. And the right-hander, right-handed hairpin, having a look here at Denis Zetek, 0.4 of a second behind that World of Sim Racing car. And
was that the McLaren rejoining in the background? I think that's Simičić joining. Just in behind them, oh, it's Jesper Pedersen now, but you get the point. It's the Rafa Esports McLaren. So effectively, they're in with these guys. That's a legitimate battle because they've all still got 1 stop to go. The only difference, of course, being that Simičić will need to take on about 1/4 of a tank at his final stop. These guys will be taking on a near full one and probably tyres as well. So he will jump them, but it's a legitimate battle for now.
81 car, Zetek trying to regain the position that was lost from Aguado. And here we go, this is Jesper Pedersen in this Rafa Esports time. I'm just wondering, did they have to make the change? Because otherwise it'd be driving time regulations.
We've already seen Pedersen today, so I can't remember what the driving regulations is? It's 70%, isn't it? 70?
70% of the laps.
70% of the laps. So I'm not going to do that maths because I don't know how many laps it is, but I will do whatever the time is for 70% of 6 hours should be about 4 hours and 10-ish, something like that. So you'd need to do 2 stints effectively. There was no. Why would you put yourself into back yourself into such a corner like that, and only force yourself to make a pit stop with 1 hour and 15 to satisfy drive? If that is correct, and it might be, to be honest, it's not out of the realms of possibility at all. I don't know why they back themselves into a corner like that.
It's very strange, isn't it, what's happened to that Rafa Esports car today, considering the strategy. Because it's been a driver change, it's likely to be, that's an interesting light actually coming up the hill from that number 82 car. And because there's going to be fresh tyres on that car when compared to the other two, so you can see the 82 car coming up the inside of the 81 really quickly.
Yep, just as they were seeing cars go away from them very quickly in the previous stint, it's now Rafa's turn to make the moves. Looking up the inside, that's quite close in towards turn number 10. Setup runs a little bit wide. I think the McLaren will be able to go around the outside here. No, Pedersen doesn't try. He cuts back for the inside instead. Into turn out, should get the position. No,
nope.
BMW able to stay ahead going around the outside. And with every corner that this takes, the McLaren loses time in its effective race and potentially loses positions too.
Well, obviously this is setting the Blackhawk BMW at the same time as well from trying to chase down the Mercedes.
Well, true, but I think the Mercedes is quicker anyway. So
yeah, here comes not being able to make a move this time round either into turn 1 is that number 82 car. A little bit too far back, but you can see how much that tyre difference is actually coming through that slightly more technical section through 1 and 2 and 3. You can just see how much more grip that McLaren has when compared to the BMW coming down towards turn 4, but again, looks to be a little bit too far back to make a move.
yes, interesting now between these two. The McLaren again good out of turn 4 and 5. Will it go for it in towards Ferratura? It would be a good chance to do it on the new tyres. But he can't even get alongside here, Pedersen. He's in the AstroTurf, in the grass. Look at him, giving a bit of a bump to the BMW as well. Now does he dive for it? There he goes, up the inside at turn 8, which is pretty brave. He'll have to go round the outside at 9. It's a long, long way around there, but he's got the tyres to do it. He'll have the inside at the bigger Pato if he can stay there. He's up the curb, he's down the inside. And he's through into 7th place. That's a well-worked move in the end from Jesper Pedersen. It probably took him a little bit more work than he was really expecting or hoping, but he's got it done and he's in 7th now.
Yeah, staying round the outside there actually through that left-hander was key in order to make that move stick. And indeed, just keeping it up the inside of the second right-hander was vital for Pedersen making that move. Now Pedersen needs to go and try and chase down that World of Sim racing car. We'll see what the gap is when they cross the start-finish line this time round. It's about 1.6 seconds between the two of them, and now we get to see how much of a tyre difference that Rafa Esports car really has compared to these other GT3 cars, which are definitely older tyres.
I think by the end of the lap he'll be there. I mean, traffic permitting, of course. There's plenty of it still around as the race leader in GT3 just overtakes this battle for 5th place, which is what it effectively is. It's a big battle for 5th place really here, and gives a bit of a flash of the lights to the Blackhawk BMW as if to say thank you very much for that one. And now he's in the clear, but somewhat says a lot about this race that there's only 4 GT3 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, really not that many at all, is it? Only the part left on the lead lap you can see is because it's 15, 30 seconds is really the gap between first, second, third, and fourth. Even Aguado here, 9/10 of a second actually down from the second Blackhawk car. So we could see another World of Sim Racing versus Blackhawk battle, but with the other car.
And with a McLaren too. So it's all getting very exciting for 5th position at the moment. I think the McLaren will be in 5th before too long though. Oh dear, as the 2nd placed hypercar slides its way into the battle rather rudely actually, and just splits it up for now, but gets through and doesn't cause an accident at least, which is which is the minimum, I suppose. Out onto the front straight they go, and there is Pedersen. He is right there through the middle sector. You saw after the opening sector, he didn't really close in very much at all. The straight line speed of the McLaren is no better than these two, but through the corners, through the middle sector, it is so much better. And having a look from the rear of the Mercedes, you can just see how strong the McLaren is, just able to hold a tighter line through turns 1 and 2. Out onto the straight, he's not close enough for a move into 4, but watch this McLaren through the middle sector. It's going to be quite something to behold.
So here we go, this McLaren right there on the rear wing of that Mercedes World Observer Racing Team car of Iguado, coming through turn 5, up the hill towards turn 6. Now you can see right on the rear wing, essentially almost a little bit of a touch there coming through that right-hander, looking towards the outside. We're moving swap towards the inside now for the first of the hairpins in the middle sector, deciding not to this time round. Number 82 car stalking the 51, almost a little bit of contact there on the apex of the left-hander before coming into this so inviting corner. Will shove it up the inside, and I think Guado just realises that number 82 car is faster at this point of the race, and decides to try and not lose time allowing that number 82 car past.
Yeah, and even if they all have one more stop remaining, it's not really in the same race, this McLaren. It is by far ahead of the others here. Jesper Pedersen moves up to 6th position now. Of course, over a lap off the leader, who is probably still going to come out ahead of Pedersen here. But
also true, yeah.
But yeah, there'll be an extra stop for the McLaren. Somehow, I don't know how they've managed to manufacture an extra stop into their race, but either way, they have done, and I think it's hurt them a little bit here. How much it will hurt them in terms of finishing position, I'm not entirely sure. As we look back from the BMW at the bottom of your screen now, Pedersen will just home interview, and by the end of the middle sector, he'll be right there, if not beforehand, actually.
Entirely true. That number 82 car is flying at the moment. As you said, still needs to make one more stop when compared. Oh no, sorry. Needs to take the same number of stops when compared to everyone else. But the thing is, that final stop for Pedersen will be a lot shorter than it will be for the other GT3 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. His tank fill is well, he doesn't need about 3/4 of the fuel that the others do, which is the main difference, I think. So that will sort itself out for this battle. It's just a case of how much further up the field is he going to get hit, how much of a chance does he have of finishing on the podium. There are the tyre compounds. It's pretty difficult to decipher who's doing what based on all of that in GT3, to be honest. What you can decipher from it, though, is that we've only had one retirement in GT3, and that's indeed the only retirement for the entirety of the field. Here goes Pedersen, using a LMP2 going down the inside through this final corner, turn 15 on the BMW, and Pedersen uses it to get down the inside and up into 5th place in GT3.
A lovely little move there, as you said, but yeah, that number 82 car is so quick at the moment because of those new tyres. And it just cutting through the field like butter at the moment. But the problem is now this gap to the next car up the road is what, 15 seconds?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get there before pit stops here in GT3. Going to be tricky. What might be less tricky actually is Ivan Aguado getting through on Camille Nui here, who will struggle to stay with the McLaren, but will he be able to keep the Mercedes behind? You'd think that on normal form they would, but the Mercedes has looked pretty good in this last hour, especially on low fuel, and now it's looking all over the back of the BMW again.
Yeah, so it is the BMW versus Mercedes once more, but it's the other BMW Aguado is trying to chase down, coming through this right-hander, having to let the traffic up the inside there through the final corner of the 2nd sector, before coming down the hill once more. And again, look at these prototypes just slotting in where they want and not really allowing the GT car to have a proper chance at the BMW ahead.
Yeah, not on this occasion, but the traffic will fall for them at some point. Remember, with 1 hour 6 remaining, anyone who pits in GT3 now probably won't be able to make it to the end, so they've got to make absolutely sure that they're going at least another 4 or 5 laps here in GT3 until they can make that final stop of the day. Through the Stena S they go. and the Mercedes will just begin to reel that margin back in again. Just behind us here in the Mercedes, there is pretty little traffic. There's just a couple of LMP2s. There goes one of them. So just the one LMP2 remaining before a little bit of clear track, and maybe that will help the Mercedes. As it does seem every time there's a bit of traffic, it does seem to disadvantage even Aguado.
Yeah, so here we go, Aguado coming through as well, starting to begin this middle sector once more, 0.6 of a second, so this gap staying fairly stationary for now, but Aguado also needs to make sure the Blackhawk behind doesn't begin to sneak up. 2.5 seconds the gap at the moment, so there is a nice little bit of clean air between the two of them, but you know, you've always got to keep a view on that timer and that rear view mirror as well to make sure the other BMW doesn't sneak up behind. Coming through this left-hander down the hill before braking for the slightly uphill braking zone, I should say, rather, for Hunkau at the end of the circuit. This number 51 will again use the slipstream, but 0.1 of a second really is too far back to make a move into turn 1. You need to be, well, that gap preferably needs to be halved in order to have a good chance coming into turn 1.
Does really. He'll try and get as much slipstream as possible, but not the amount of slipstream that he's going to get is going to save him there. There's a lot of entry tarmac used there by Noe on the right-hand side of the road. Just enter into turn 1 a little bit wider, open out the corner. Uses that to bring the margin out to about 0.4 of a second. You just saw up ahead, by the way, Jesper Pedersen get past the GT3 leader, so he's unlapped himself effectively, and we now have 5 on the lead lap again, but it really doesn't matter very much at all. Does tell me that he will at least finish on the lead lap and finish in 5th at least here, Pedersen, but where exactly still remains to be seen in the McLaren. Really depends how much we think he's going to save by only taking on a quarter of a tank of fuel in this final stop, really, compared to those who need nearly an hour of fuel. I don't really know what the fuel times are as opposed to an overall stop, which is a bit easier to figure out. The fuel itself, I don't know how much time he'll save, but it could be, I mean, up towards half a minute maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It's going to be a lot, actually, isn't it? Yeah.
Not sure though, don't quote me on that, but it could be near half a minute if indeed it all goes well. Oh, that's a squeeze. Aguado just had a prototype coming across on him there on the way in towards the final corner on the hypercars. Still very spread out in hypercar, apart from the two leaders. Remy Delorme and Christopher Kierneck are now right together here, coming towards the end of another lap. They need to go about another 15 minutes before they can make their final stop of the day, but Go Team Racing are going to be helping one another, I would imagine. I wonder at what stage they'll fight between themselves, if they will fight between themselves at all.
It's a good point. You've got to think about when it comes to Blackhawk, when you have two cars as close as well as this Go Team Racing that we're having a look. How much does team orders play into it at this point of the season? Because we are still really early, and there isn't particularly a leader when it comes to the standings.
No, there is one team ahead of the other, but Go Team only finished 4th and 7th at Spa. So they will be a little bit disappointed with that, but they'll make up some points here, especially on the number 19 Netrex car that will finish down in 7th place, excuse me, not at 8th place, if all things stay as they are. Would you believe it? The number 19 Netrex hypercar is still 22nd overall because they were so delayed with that disconnection in the opening hour of the race. They are still behind all the LMP2s, and if they were to get onto 8th place overall, they would need to unlap themselves, compared to the LMP2s anyway, about 13 times. So they're miles and miles and miles behind.
Yeah, just a few laps behind. It's fine, but we will still be scoring points, which is the important thing.
Yeah. Then you always get in hypercar, which is a good thing. Oh, sorry, it's not 13 laps, it's 3 laps, but it's still a long way. So I wouldn't imagine they'll be making up all of those overall positions in the final hour. You don't go past the LMP2s all that often. You should go past the GT3s once every 7 laps or so in hypercar. With the LMP2s a little bit less, as they're still relatively fast these days compared to the hypercars. We're still not back to the LMP1 days of most recently season 10. That was now 7 years ago, where the LMP1s were a lot faster than the LMP2s, which were about as fast as they are today, back in 2017. and the GTEs as well, which are a little bit faster than the GT3s we have currently as well. The whole field is somewhat slowed slightly, but it does feel a little bit similar to those days now, with hypercars back at the head of the field and 3 classes back in the VEC as well, after 1 or 2 seasons in the last few with just two classes, like in season 13 we just had LMP2 and GTE. Feels like we're back to the older days a little bit, back to the LMP1 days slightly with these cars.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always fun to see the generations that the VEC go through, see different eras, if you like. But yeah, coming back to this very, very good 3-class racing, which is really what endurance racing is all about, as we're now under 60 minutes to go until the checkered flag.
We are indeed. Just 60 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Interlagos, the second round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 17. 14 hours of our long season ahead complete at the end of this one. You can tell the sun is somewhat setting here at Interlagos as well. As we get towards the evening, the shadows just lengthening. We're not quite going to get darkness running today, I don't think, not pitch black anyway. But we may well get, I would imagine, it. A couple of the Middle Eastern rounds, maybe we'll get some darkness running. They do like putting the floodlights on at Bahrain and Dubai Autodrome.
True,
so, although Dubai doesn't have many floodlights, to be fair, but we still might run in the dark there. We don't quite know when we're starting yet, I don't think.
Well, there was certainly darkness at the end of Spa 4 weeks ago. That was very fun. But yes, indeed, the headlights beginning to come on. Might just head into dusk a little bit towards the end of this race. Round along, however, this Go Team car ahead just of the teammate by 0.3 of a second, half a second or so, as they come up the hill once more in this hypercar in formation.
Jimmy's just told, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you actually how much dark there is. I don't know if this is public information or not. Oh, I can. Dubai's going to start at 1 p.m. in Sim, so that will be 9 p.m. at the end, and because it will be November in the Middle East, it will be about 3 hours of dark roughly, Jimmy says. So we'll end in the dark in Dubai, and Bahrain's TBD. So stay tuned for that in January.
And it's time for a reminder about the pit entry line. We'll stop cutting over. Yes, it looks like you're going into the pits.
That's reference
Sweet.
to the final corner, which sort of curves around and around and around, and the quickest line would be to break the rules and look like you're coming into the pit lane but then don't. But Jimmy Elson's made that very clear on a couple of occasions this afternoon that you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, as Jimmy said, it looks like because, well, you are coming into the pits, and that might fake out your competitors. So yeah, you've got to make sure you always stay out of the pit entry line, and no doubt there might be some complaints about that after the race.
Yeah, it's just confusing for the drivers behind, etc. It's one of those awkward things in Interlagos that they've never really solved. I know they've changed the pit entry from, I believe the last time we did this circuit in the VEC, the pit lane was still the old way,
So
where
yeah,
it didn't have the sort of squiggle, as the two Go Team hypercars switch round here in the front of the race. Remy Delorme gives over the lead to Christopher Kierneck. That looked pretty orchestrated actually between the two teammates, but I wonder if that's I'll give you the position now if you give it me back later on, or whether they will fight later on. I'm not entirely sure, but Christopher Kierneck now leads as Remy Delorme gives over that first position. Oh, he slides through the grass in celebration and very nearly loses it all in one go.
but I'm not exactly sure what the point of swapping positions at this point would be, because you don't gain any extra points for leading a lap.
No, I don't know either. No, bit of a puzzler, that one. But if it was maybe halfway through this race and you think, well, Kierneck's quicker than me, I'll let him go because I don't want to interrupt both of our races here, and it's bad for the team if we sort of trip over each other, but they're not tripping over each other. Kierneck might be quicker, but you might as well stay ahead of him with only an hour to go. You're not going to be caught with a minute's margin over third place. As long as you don't hit each other, surely they would be free to race between the two of them.
Yeah, it's a good point. So I'm not exactly sure what the thinking is here at this point in time. Because it was it was a fairly amicable pass there as well,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Maybe that's just Delorme doing that himself, just saying, well,
Also true, yeah.
there's no point battling right now. I will come back at you later on, but for now, I'll just let this position go. Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Christopher Koenig off the road trying to overtake an LMP2, which pulls right out the way, thinks I want no part of this. That was reckless through turn 3.
There's meet the racing line through turn 3, I think, here now. No. An interesting line. Maybe just got on the grass once more, because we've seen that already a few times this race. Getting onto the grass and just essentially losing traction that side of the car, and then it's spearing off on one side.
There's no point in taking such a risk like that for Koenig, getting so close to binning it entirely. But there you go. He very nearly found himself in a world of trouble there. It looks like we have had our pit stops in GT3 now. Not a load has changed in the front of the race. Anyway, Semo Celik is still leading. 1.5 seconds is the gap back to Jesper Pedersen. There's the moment again. Goodness me. That's closer than I'd want to be to spinning off the road at this stage in the race if I was Christopher Koenig, but there we go. There's the Romy Dillon wasn't listening. That's caught for everyone to see as well, right in front of the broadcast cameras.
And so here comes the Lawrence, 6 tenths of a second behind the teammate now, as more dust is being thrown up at the inside of turn 2. These Go Team cars can really run in formation until the end. They're almost a minute ahead of their rivals.
They certainly are. 54 minutes to go. As I was saying, Semo Celik is the leader still in Caspian Motorsports Porsche. They look like they're on their way to a victory, although we don't know just yet. 2 seconds back to Jesper Pedersen. The gaps have got closer back in the Black Hawk battle here. Dennis Zitek is closer now to Camille Neu. They're still both, though, behind the Mercedes, which I'm sure they'd like to overhaul in this battle for 6th place. Again, a legitimate battle. These guys are all going to the end, and I'd imagine they'll all be relatively close to the end as well.
Yeah, indeed. It all depends when they actually make their final pit stop and how much fuel they need to put in for that final pit stop. Because as we've said with the, with the Simoncic's car, that final stop will be very, very short for that one. And obviously, the more laps you can put in this stint, the fewer laps you need for the end, and therefore the less fuel you need to put in. So that might be incredibly important considering the gaps between some of these GT3 cars.
Yep. So let's see how the battle unfolds for the remainder of the race. Still, the other 2 classes yet to make their final stops of the day. LMP2 and Hypercar. There's an LMP2. Team Iris, it looked like, down the inside. They're currently 8th. Chasing a 7th position from Simfree, maybe, with 20 seconds up to the 7th position. But that's going to be a difficult chase. And if they have a crash like that, then it would be an even more difficult one. Oh, that's one of the Hypercars in the grass down in towards 10 there. That looked like Black Hawk Racing's, no, it was Racing Zone, excuse me, in the number 22. Getting very sideways, but they managed to hold on. There's still, despite the amount of time we've had in this race, over 5 hours gone, there's still the same amount of hair-raising moments, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, indeed, it's certainly not getting any fewer, mainly because we still have pretty much the same number of cars on track as we did at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, only the Monaco's out.
Yeah, so Zadak here, 1.2 seconds behind the sister car once more. And perhaps we'll see some team orders here, I don't know.
Yeah, it would feel sensible. If Zitek has a better chance at catching and passing the Mercedes, then you'd think better off changing the cars over. But there is already, I'm not sure how early they'll be thinking about championship implications, but the 91 did it way better, finished about 8 or 9 positions ahead of their teammates last time round. I wonder whether they'll be having that in the back of their minds as well as Christopher Koenig makes his final stop of the day. He'll hope that he can make 51 minutes to the end.
Oh, is that actually... I'm trying to think how long a hypercar stint will actually be.
I think he can...
I don't know.
I think he can just about do 50-odd minutes in a hypercar these days. In real life, he can do well over an hour for some reason, which feels just wrong to me. But in VEC, he can do just over 50 minutes.
Here comes Zatak down the hill once more, 1.3 seconds back from the teammate, as a little bit of dust being thrown out by I think by the other Black Hawk car coming through the exit of that left-hander. Then up the hill once more And yeah, Zetak, that gap really not closing at all.
Not really, going the wrong way, if anything, for the two of the best BMWs in the field, the GT3 field. There's the spread of manufacturers. Plenty of BMWs down towards the bottom half there. It's 3 different manufacturers though in the top 3, all covered by 10 seconds as things stand. Great to see such variety at the front of the field, as we always do in the Virtual Endurance Championship. For reference, last round it was BMW ahead of McLaren, ahead of Porsche, ahead of another BMW. So we've seen a good start to the season in terms of variety.
It's always what you want to see, particularly when it comes to the balance of performance. You always want to see this good mix of marks right there at the top of the time of the screens, because it goes to show that the balance of performance has been done pretty well.
Yeah, it's great to see that we've got so many manufacturers competitive and capable of winning. And indeed, if it's not your day, then there'll be plenty more circuits that maybe will be. Although I would say that the next 3 circuits, this one included, do have fairly similar characteristics in a sense. Interlagos, Dubai and Bahrain do feel like they in some senses have similar characteristics. Long front straight, and of course the straight towards turn 4 here with a slow middle sector. There's a few straights on Bahrain with the slow middle sector as well. Dubai has some pretty slow sections. I suppose it's a little bit quicker than those two, a little bit more wide open as well, but not dissimilar. And will be very interesting to see how we go around there in 4 weeks' time at the Dubai Autodrome, as this gap comes down to 1 second. Zetak closes in, but again, not close enough, and they're both losing time to the Mercedes, which kind of makes this closing for Zetak almost pointless, because he's not getting any closer to anyone from any other teams.
I'd say actually Dubai, here Dubai and Bahrain, probably pretty much equally technical, because even though, as you said, Dubai is a faster circuit, there are still some pretty technical sections within there as well.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, I feel like the next time we'll be seeing something radically different will be Road America and Sebring, which are very much American-style circuits. The Nürburgring will, of course, be on the Grand Prix layout there. It's a circuit of it. So I actually think Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit is an underrated multi-class circuit, in a sense of it actually deals with multi-class traffic, I think, very well. Underratedly so as well, but we've got a long time to get there. And of course Le Mans, which will be a lot more straight line speed focused than any other circuit on the calendar, as it always is.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I guess we'll be using the tighter NGK chicane at Nürburgring rather than the 24-hour version of the chicane.
Well, we have used the fast chicane in the past. I think I remember season 8 or 9 being maybe 8 being the fast version of the chicane. That was a 6-hour race that time round as well. We have been back since, so I'm not sure which of the chicanes we'll be going for this time round. You'd imagine for overtaking's sake it would be a good idea to go for the slow one, but it's a pretty awkward one to drive.
Yeah, you can't really get 2 people through that slow chicane, can you? It's pretty much one line through there. Well, no, you can get 2 cars through there. You just need to each be going at 10 kilometers an hour.
Oh yeah, that's not the best way to do a race at 10 kilometers an hour, famously. So we will see what version of the chicane we'll be going for. As I mentioned, that's coming on the 5th of April, a little bit later on in the 17th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's been a good return to Interlagos, I think. We've got just 3/4 of an hour to go here, still plenty to settle, especially in the GT3 standings, and in LMP2 as well. There are some closing gaps as they close towards their final pit stops. That's the on-off racing car, by the way, of Nicolas Lemoine, who's currently driving that one at the moment. He's getting, the reason why I bring him up, he's getting caught for 4th position. He's also 5th position. There was also a yellow flag right ahead of them here, is it? Or is it earlier on in the lap? No, it's cleared up, whatever it is. So everybody's back going again. There was a brief yellow flag in sectors 2 and 3, but we all get away with it. 1.6 seconds, the gap for 5th position.
Yeah.
And another battle here at Interlagos, which has delivered plenty of them throughout the day.
Yeah, so Lemoine here in this on-off racing car. We're looking at the moment, as you said, 1.5 seconds ahead of the Go Team LMP2 car. and as they're coming across the finish line, we'll make that 1.2 seconds as they cross the finish line. Actually, this and that's the Boss Racing car that we're looking at the moment that had that incident with the Sean Clark Racing LMP2 of a couple of hours ago.
Yeah,
But yeah, coming down towards turn 4 now, and the quick, they're just flashing up there, probably because someone went straight on somewhere.
I think someone went a little bit wide at turn 1, but nothing major. Yeah, the Bros Racing car, unfortunately, the last running car in the field now after a 5-minute repair for the incident we saw on the way towards the front straight about an hour ago. Just over an hour ago. Real shame for them. In what I think, by the way, is best livery in the field. Looks like they've got a sort of an Italian flag draped across the car. I'm not sure if they are all Italian or not, or whether that's just the way that the car actually looks. However, it is a wonderful livery. It's kind of orange. It's not quite the Italian flag. The red is kind of orange, but it's a wonderful livery, and I'm sure we'll see more of that the remainder of the season. New fastest lap overall, Norbert Jakob back out onto the circuit in place of Remy Delorme, I'm going to presume, because he's been into... Remy Delorme is still out there. It's the other car that's been in. Christopher Kierneck's been in, and it's Norbert Jakob who's back into that one. He's set a fastest lap of the race, so maybe to put that Go Team car back into the lead of the race with a bit of an undercut.
Yeah, maybe. So perhaps there isn't as many team orders as we thought there was going to be a Go Team for the LMP, for the hypercar class. It's fairly interesting, actually. Le Mans here is definitely being closed in by the other Go Team car, though. That gap is now only 9/10 of a second. So the LMP2, the Go Team LMP2, but 0.3 of a second faster that last time round.
Yeah, it's a good gain to make, but I reckon their final pit stop is going to be shorter in the number 7, so that could... in the number 17 has not been in yet, hasn't it? So I think it's their pit stop that's going to be shorter. That's why they sort of need the speed here almost in the number 7 team. And now into the pit lane comes Remy Delorme. So pit stop finally made. And where is the number 7 going to be? They're just going over the line now. So they've got an awfully long way to go until they'll overtake. But of course the stops are relatively long in comparison to the 1 minute 20 lap time, which is quite short.
Yeah, it really is a bull ring here at Interlagos, and as you said, 1 minute 20, very, very short this lap time as well, when compared to about the 2-ish minutes it was last time out at Le Mans, Spa, I should say, rather. So yeah, so we're having a look at this number 7 car, Norbert Jakob, coming through the middle sector now. We've got to have an eye on this car as well as where that number 8 is.
It looks like the Racing Zone car will lead for briefly then. Roland Toff.
Yeah.
They've led intermittently today, but they've never been quite out front. They've never really overcome I think it was a drive-through penalty earlier on from the previous race that they had to serve. I thought they would come back from it actually and just generally slowly bring the gap back down to the 2 Ferraris, but that really hasn't happened. They've essentially been in a battle with Seawolf Netrace, and they've finally seen them off recently as the Seawolf Netrace Porsche had to make a longer stop, I think, or they've just slowly bled time. I'm not entirely sure which. As out of the pit lane comes the number 17. Remy Delorme is a long way ahead of their teammates.
Yeah, a long way ahead. Having a look at where this number 17 is, as you said, Remy Delorme coming through this middle sector at the moment. We need to wait until we come across the timing lines really to see where that true gap is. It just needs a little bit of time to update. A little bit of contact there actually almost with the World of Sim Racing Mercedes car as they're coming through the central sector now across the second timing line. So now we'll get to see eventually what the real gap is, if you like, between these 2 Go Team cars. And it's actually very surprising, as you said, that the Racing Zone car didn't actually temporarily take the lead.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, although they are a bit quicker, so they might well just do it on the road instead. 1.7 seconds. You can see the lower fuel really taking hold there as they make their way into the first few corners again. Roland Toff continues to close that margin. It has over half a minute back to the other Go Team car, which is a long way further behind here. In towards turn 4 for him. 1.7 again. No gain through the first sector, but really it's not an important battle. It will be a slightly shorter final stop for Racing Zone team, but as I mentioned, they're so
It will
far
be, yeah.
behind the two Go team cars. They're so far ahead of Netrex and Seawolf that this last pit stop really doesn't matter very much.
Yeah, particularly when it comes to this, because I really don't think you can get in and out within 33 seconds or so. That would be a tough order. But no, I think this Roland Toff, this Racing Zone team car, will come back out in the third. But the question is, how far behind? Because that might still be a battle for the second position on the podium, depending on how long this final stop is.
Yeah, if it's any longer than, you know, a splash of, well, not a splash of fuel, but if it's any longer than a little bit of fuel, then I think we could be seeing a Go Team 1-2. Yellow flag in Sector 2, and it's sustained as well, which is never a good sign. It's gone away again now, though. Looks like everybody's gotten away cleanly from it. Only the sixth placed LMP2 is in pit lane. That's rFactor Simsport. That promotes the battle we were watching a little bit earlier on between Nicolas Lemoine and who was it as well? Timothy Goya, looks like, is now promoted to a battle for fourth place, but they seem to be remaining a second and a half apart.
Yeah, really not that far apart at all. These two cars, 1.5 seconds down between Go Team and on off. And then Nicolas Lemoine still looking nervously slightly in those rear view mirrors in order to make sure that that other LMP2 is not getting bigger and bigger with each passing lap. But as you said, that gap out to about 1.4 seconds. Then we'll get the update of it when they cross the timing beam there, and it's out to 2.2 seconds. So I think the car behind just bogged a little bit by traffic through that middle sector.
Looks like it. And it generally does do that. Every now and again, it will just take a bit of time away from you. You have to regain all over again. In a rather frustrating way. rFactor did get out in sixth place, just behind these guys, but they are now only a second or so ahead of Simfree. I wouldn't imagine that's a battle that's going to rear its head anytime soon, because Enzo Gruber has made his final stop. I don't think Simfree have made theirs yet, although I could be wrong. Any pit stop from here on in for any of the classes now is going to be a final pit stop, as even the LMP2s can make it to the end from here. Pleased to see actually they can go 5 minutes longer this season than they have gone in seasons gone past. It's about 45 minutes a stint for them now.
Yeah, well, that's important when it comes to strategy making as well, because it just opens up the door a little bit as to how long you can make these stints.
Yeah, they can. These races on 7 stops now, not 8, which is what they used to do when they were only at 40 minutes. They only need 7 stops now, which makes it an even number of stints. Doesn't really make triple stinting make any sense anymore. There used to be a sort of bit of a conundrum in LMP2. Do we go for triple stints or not? Because there's an odd number of stints in the race, but when it's 8 stints anyway, there's almost no point in going for an extra one. Off the road, meanwhile, in LMP2, that was. What was Goya, was it, who went off into Zhao. That's what the yellow flag was about. You can see him getting away rather slowly. You can see the fact that the on-off car is not anymore 1.2 seconds ahead of him, and so that's a pretty crucial moment for that battle. It might well have prevented Go Team from eventually getting, look at that, 10 seconds lost.
Yes, that's a big amount of time lost there by Goya and that Go Team car due to an incident about the final corner from what it looked like there. If you have a look at the replays, contact with this GT car, it is contact with the BMW.
Ouch. Didn't hit the wall very hard. They should be okay with that, but hard to know who was coming across on who there. The BMW did move from the white line on the right-hand side there just a little bit, but then again the LMP2 was sort of coming across on the BMW as well. It might have been a bit of a 50-50 one.
Yeah, that might be looked at afterwards to determine what the action is at the end of that. But, well, technically it's the job of the faster class to make sure that move is clean.
True, yeah, that is true. Worth bearing in mind in the adjudication of these incidents. Didn't look like the BMW was really disadvantaged too much as a result of that. I wouldn't imagine that there would have been any damage. There was very little time loss as well, as Roland Toff was closing in on the battle for the lead of the race he comes into pit lane. This will be the final stop for Racing Zone team, who won at Spa. Looks like they'll be on the podium for the second time in 2 rounds. They'll be the only team repeating a podium finish. However, it's going to be the bottom step of the podium by the looks of it.
However, still a podium.
True.
And this is, well, as you say, another podium. A fantastic start to the season. Then to be able to get 2 podiums in a row, as I was saying earlier, you know, it gives you a lot more confidence into the season. It just gives you a boost to know that you are on the right track.
I think that'll take
As,
between...
we're having...
Sorry.
Sorry, go on.
Between 2/3 and 3/4 of a tank for Roland Toff, who's still there, and he's going to be very far behind the Go Team number 7, which should be on its way to second position. So looks like it's going to be a 1-2 for the Go Team Racing team, and that is a very good start to the season indeed. Toff might pop into the background, no, doesn't even manage that. So Jakob will be looking over his shoulder slightly. It's not a comfortable gap, but he is sufficiently far ahead in these final 35 minutes to expect to finish in second position.
Yeah, second position, a fairly respectable position to finish in at the end of the race. As indeed you can see there, 36 seconds roughly the gap between the 2 Go Team cars, 7 and 17. So that means that it will be, well, at the moment we just need to cruise home for another 35 minutes.
Just, yeah. It's let's not forget about the frightening pace that they all have, but yes, it is.
Also true, yeah.
To these guys, it is just cruising home, as it were. Norbert Jakob in second place will be doing just that. Now, will there be a battle, I wonder, for 4th place in Hypercar? You can see just up ahead of Jakob here, Viktor Ivanov in the Netrex GP Hypercar, the Ferrari, is 10 seconds ahead of Seawolf Netrace, who generally have been quicker than Netrex so far today. However, a number of incidents have put them a bit behind. They're now 5th. Are they catching? 10.5 seconds now the gap. I don't actually know if these two still have to stop because I was so focused on the podium placed drivers, but if any position is going to change in Hypercar, it might be this one.
That's actually a very good point. Not too much of a gap between 2 of them, 10.5 seconds, as you said. 33.5 minutes left on the clock. The Seawolf Netrace car in 5th place. Veninga trying to chase down that Netrace car. I'll have to have a look at actually what were their last lap times in comparison. Last time round, well, they were pretty much equal, only 200ths of a second between the 2 of them.
If that continues on, 200ths of a second a lap isn't going to do it quite, I don't think, with 10 seconds here and 33 minutes. I know you get a lot of laps around here, but nevertheless, he's going to need a bit more than that, Jan Veninga, as Arms Cyber come in from LMP2. We'll keep an eye on those battles in the middle class of the VEC in the final moments here. And of course, we've still got one stop in GT3. We'll see where Jonas, not Jonas Simoncic anymore, but where Jesper Pedersen in the McLaren comes out at the end of his pit stop cycle as well. As a couple of LMP2s there and pretty nose to tail further down the order. Not sure whether that's for position or not actually, but either way. Gap out to 12 seconds now. Seawolf Netrace lose about half a second overall on that lap. The gap very much ebbing and flowing sector to sector. They gained loads in the final sector after losing quite a lot in the middle, so that's the kind of battle we're looking at here in Hypercar.
So Veninga 11.1 seconds, so falling back once more just a little bit as got a car there in from 6th position in the LMP2 class for their final pit stop of the race. That is indeed Ginali in the 41 Arms Cyber car, so that will be the final stop there. But yes, Ginali's been in a couple of incidents, at least since I've been on commentating this race.
I think that is the 3rd driver used today for the LMP2 team, as Blackhawk come in from the lead of the race. Have Arms Cyber stayed ahead of Simfree? I think so, by the looks of it here. Yeah, they are quite a long way ahead actually, so they'll be okay on that front. Into the pit lane for Go Team and the Blackhawk car at the head of the field, so plenty still to settle here. Enzo Grubert will be looking to regain that podium place for RFRO Simsport, which will be a very good start to proceedings for them, especially after finishing down in the 9th position at Spa last round. looks like he will go through. Will he get past Blackhawk? No, because of course they are a lap ahead of him. He's going to have to do well to get ahead of them. Blackhawk go through and out of the pit lane then, and onto the circuit again. Are they on a lap ahead here? Oh, yes, they are. Okay, I just had to recheck myself there. Yes, indeed, they are nearly a lap ahead. So that's just how quick Blackhawk have been, is that they're so far ahead. They're putting laps on third place, nearly.
I need 30 seconds down or so on Filippo Caneo in that Pancorsa car, but I think that car still needs to come in and make its final stop, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. That's Filippo Caneo at the head of proceedings for Pancorsa. They did qualify on pole, don't forget, here for this race, and I think the early stints of the race are going to be what's disappointed them here. They dropped back a little bit. They look like they've recovered it well and might still be on the podium at the end of the day, but it could have been a little bit more for Pancorsa. Be another top 5 though, I think, for them, in the second top 5 of the season. The only team to finish in the top 5 twice, along with Blackhawk Racing. It's been a pretty topsy-turvy first couple of rounds for LMP2.
Indeed, and it's going to be interesting how the rest of the season pans out. The remaining 6 races after this one, as we're now under the half-hour to go mark here at Interlagos. So definitely getting towards dusk, but we're not going to get proper night towards the end of the race. We're just not quite falling into that category.
Shadows lengthening, but we're not quite going to get full darkness. Kind of feels like normal WEC kind of racing, where it starts, you know, in the middle of the day, and they'd sort of tease you with maybe nighttime driving, and headlights might be required towards the end, but not really nighttime driving at all. That's very much reserved for the longer races. We will, though, as we've already confirmed, see proper nighttime driving here in the VEC in round 3 of the championship coming up in 4 weeks today. That is the Dubai Autodrome, where, of course, we'll be continuing on for 2 hours after this. We'd have 2 hours and a half to go instead of just half an hour in the race, if this was indeed the next round. Complete our pair of 8-hour races for the season already in round 3. Filippo Caneo, though, still leads in LMP2. The gap tips below 10 seconds now. Sort of the closest gap, really, in LMP2 at the moment. 8.6 between 3rd and 4th. They're not quite nose to tail. It's not quite going to be the battling grandstand finish, I don't think, in LMP2, really, as Caneo now does come in. And finally, Blackhawk are going to take the lead, retake the lead, and Argenis Riera is going to get the victory laps now for the next 28 minutes. The winning margin is going to be quite large, I think.
Yeah, I think actually Caneo might be able to pop back out in 2nd place now in that Blackhawk car. Sorry, in the Pancorsa car.
Maybe, yeah, because Guibo's only just gone past the pit lane.
So, yeah, Guibo, as you said, pretty much a lap back. So, yeah, we'll most likely be able to pop back out in 2nd with that Pancorsa car. So, as you said, it will be a pretty good result. Pretty good couple of results even at the beginning of the season for that car.
Very strong indeed. As you can see, rFRO, despite being in 3rd, might be lapped by the leader of the class. All of the classes, in fact, are going to have very few finishing on the lead lap. To be fair, though, I think that says more about Interlagos and how short it is rather than the race itself. It's not been particularly chaotic and attritional, which normally results in very low numbers finishing on the lead lap. It's not been particularly pulled apart by any one team in any of the classes, really. Team, of course, have been really dominant in hypercar. Blackhawk have, got a fairly healthy margin, actually, over half a minute over Pancorsa, but it's not been huge. Again, I think it says a lot about Interlagos. It's only less than a minute and a half round here, even for the LMP2s. So, on a normal circuit, a lot more would probably still be on the lead lap.
Yeah, well, if you have a look at Spa last time, then that's 7 kilometers. What is Interlagos? Well, like 4.5. Yeah. So it just goes to show, just because this is this is a shorter circuit by quite a distance when compared to Spa last time, or when compared to Dubai next time out, those laps really do rack up a lot more. So Filippo Caneo actually did come out in 2nd place, only 35 seconds behind the Blackhawk cars. Actually not that far behind.
Not too far, no. He would need to gain about 2 seconds a lap if he were to do anything about it, but nevertheless, he's not too far behind in reality. So closest battles on the circuit will probably be for third place, and Enzo Guibert, who's still holding on to that position for the moment. Though that's not the LMP2 battling him for the position. Indeed, it's a different one. That's Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Wojciech Polesny had a pretty big crash earlier on in the race with that one, I'm afraid. And so they've been well down for a while now for the race winners from Spa. In GT3, we've still got that battle between the two Blackhawks teammates, Denis Zitek and Kamil Noe, over the line together in the two BMWs. How much of a real battle is this going to be, I wonder, as we continue to wait for the McLaren of Jesper Pedersen to make his way in. That will complete the pit stops, I think, for the field, along with the third place Racing Zone hypercar, but that's about it.
Yeah, that is, as you said, but for now at least still got 25 minutes to go. But there's people at the front of the GT3 field as well. It's starting to get a little bit closer, isn't it? Only 12 seconds separating the top three at the moment.
Yes, it is close, but it's kind of at that margin where, you know, looks promising, looks close, but in reality is.
Okay.
Oh, I think I just dropped out there, didn't I? It's in reality, 12 seconds covering the top three. It's not quite close enough for the lead to change, although there are still 25 minutes remaining.
Also true.
At the middle sector, Denis Zitek trying his best to let these prototypes through. Again, the lack of speed these prototypes have, especially off of the corners, especially in the slower speed corners, I can imagine getting a little bit annoying now for the GT drivers who just want to get on with their race.
Yeah, especially when, as you said, they're pretty much the same speed. So if you get caught behind if a LMP2 car in particular decides to make a move in the middle sector, you both lose a lot of time because, as you said, you're pretty much the same speed as Denis Zitek there, coming across the start-finish line once more. They're pretty much the same speed in the middle sector, so it's almost like you're battling for position.
Yeah. It's very odd to witness. Wonder if there's going to be any of those sections at Dubai. I feel like looking ahead to next round, of course, I don't know I do know the circuit relatively well, but I don't know if there's proper long sections like there is here at Interlagos, the whole middle sector. After Ferradura, really, the fast uphill right-hander, you're really going quite slow for some time through a section of 3 or 4 corners. Yeah. At Dubai, yes, there are some slower turns, but they are preceded by faster ones and then succeeded by faster ones as well. So it feels like those sections where you really clump up together might not happen in the same way as they do here, or indeed Bahrain, where there's a fairly slow speed section in the middle too.
Yes, that's very true. I think Dubai is a lot more mid-speed corners rather than slow one. There are a couple of hairpins and so on, but I think it's more, when it comes to the technical section of Dubai, it's more mid-speed things than anything else.
Yeah, there's a few hairpins, but other than that, it's mid-speed at slowest. Unlike Interlagos here for the second round of our championship. Zitek not getting any closer to his teammate, particularly here, so we continue to watch and wait for Jesper Pedersen to come in. Where is he going to be with just 15 minutes of fuel or so to put into that car? It's not going to be a very long stop, but he's going to have to drive through pit lane. That's certainly going to cost him second. Will it cost him third? It may well cost him a podium. He's currently got about 45 seconds to lose until he loses that podium to Simfreem, currently waiting in the wings in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, so waiting in the wings, as you said, 4th and 5th, ready to snatch away that position. Jesper Pedersen, as we know, still needs to make one more stop. And I'm thinking, with the length of that final stop, might even just only lose one position. Might go back into third.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said 3rd and 4th. One Simfreem car will overtake them for sure, because they're only 5 seconds behind. I mean, the other one that is in 4th place, will they get both of them onto the podium, I wonder? It is going to be close. I think losing in a drive through the pit lane, he'd lose just less than 20 seconds. Is the fuel going to be over 20 seconds? I would be surprised if it is. So maybe they will hang on to a podium, and maybe Pedersen and Simičić will say, well, I know it wasn't the best strategy, it wasn't an even strategy throughout the race. It didn't look very nice, if you like, when you pull it out into a full lap thing, but it might be better than it otherwise would have been if they'd have gone for the strategy that everybody else did. Now they get onto the pit limiter, now they'll pit in, they'll certainly lose that second place, as we say. Where is the 55? Will they get up onto the podium as well?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they can get onto the podium. Having a look here, coming through this left-hander down the hill, Michele Racon, 60 seconds to the leader, 45 to that provisional third position. But of course, that third position car is in the pits, and that's Jasper Pedersen already having left the pit box.
There you go, on the bottom of your screen, Pedersen on his way back out again. He should be sufficiently ahead by about 10 seconds or so, I think. So the McLaren hangs on to a podium place. As I say, it might not look pretty, but it might be better than it otherwise would have gone. I wonder whether they were worried about fuel consumption in the McLaren and making it to the hour each time and doing 5 stops anyway. So they thought, well, let's just do 6 and do something a little bit different on the tyres anyway. I don't know, but whatever it's done, I think it's worked out for them, because I think they've done better maybe than they would have done having done 5 stops anyway, finishing on the podium here. But yeah, it is worth noting they're one of the few McLarens, and maybe it is something weak about the McLaren. The fuel consumption is not so good, but I'm not sure.
So having a look, as you said, at Racon here, what is that gap? 12 seconds. So yeah, a big gap to make up, but the problem is that that car ahead will be a little bit lighter, and those tyres I think might be a little bit fresher as well.
I'm not sure they would have changed tyres, so I think that the tyres...
No, they would have. I'm wondering if the Simpson cars towards the end of a double stint, but of course, Jasper Pedersen changed tyres when he entered the car with about an hour 20 to go, so the tyres from Pedersen's car might be about 40 minutes fresher.
I'd be surprised if they've gone for the double stint. I would be surprised. It did seem a surprise to everyone earlier when the McLaren came out and Simoncic came out again on new tyres again, because everybody else had changed. So I'd be surprised personally if it was a double stint here from the Aston Martin. I think their tyres will be about 15 minutes newer, 20 minutes newer maybe, but you know, that's the sort of amount of newer that it's not really going to make very much difference, unfortunately, for Simpson. So they're going to have to settle for just one team finishing on the podium, I think, on this occasion. Other close battles that could feasibly change before the end of the race. 6.4 seconds is the gap between on-off and Go Team, and recently Guibert just gained loads of time over the third placed Guibert just lost a load of time to the on-off car. Not sure what that was all about on that last lap, but Nicolas Lemoine all of a sudden less than seconds behind himself.
Yeah, very good. Good point, actually. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out towards the end of the race as well. Let me have a look. Yeah, let me get the correct tab back up. Yeah, Lemoine, this on-off racing car, 7.2 seconds to that final podium position. You've got to be careful. Luke, 5th position is only 6 seconds back, and 6th position is only a further 7 seconds back. So still all to play for when it comes to that final podium position in the LMP2 class, and you can see how desperate Lemoine is now to make sure that he doesn't lose any more time towards the end of this race.
That was a hair-raising moment there in GT3 as the the Satellite Racing car, one of them, got very close indeed to another one of the GT3s. I think it must have been 65 in the Satellite Racing team. So there you go. But they got very close indeed to Lemoine there, trying to gain some time. That's maybe where rFactor lost some of their time, to be fair, in all of that traffic. 7.7 seconds it now goes out to, 6.4 back to Go Team. It might be those margins that we look at in the final moments, think, could they come down, could they? But in the end, they might just finish like this, relatively close, but not quite close enough to make a difference.
So here we come towards the final 15 minutes of the race. Lemoine 7.8 seconds back, that gap extending ever so slightly. So maybe not going to be a move there. I should say also, look at the gap between the top two in the hypercar class as well. That gap's down to 23 seconds.
It is, yeah, that's true. We're seeing Remy Delorme get caught a little bit now by Norbert Jakob. I wonder whether, though, Delorme is just taking these final 15 minutes a bit easy so that he could line up for a photo finish with his teammate. That'd be quite nice to have over the line to celebrate the victory in a nice picture. But with Racing Zone so close, I don't think they want to be taking too many risks with it for the moment. It could just be that he's being caught naturally, but either way, because I think there must have been a difference between their two pit stops to have created a 30-second gap. I reckon Delorme, maybe there's something like Delorme didn't take tyres and Jakob did because he's a new driver getting into the car. I don't know, but there was such a big difference in pit stops. It feels like something as big as that would have happened.
Yeah, got to make sure if they try and do this photo finish, make sure they don't do what Barrichello and Schumacher did at Indianapolis during that infamous race, and have the wrong person win the race. Make sure you don't do that, please.
They were so dominant they didn't even seem to really that they got it wrong. Oh well, that's hopefully a situation we don't see here. 23 seconds just below that for the moment. I want to talk a little bit about the first couple of rounds for the hypercar standings, because it has been not a repeat of Spa, let's put it that way, for this
also true, yes,
round here at Interlagos. The only team to finish on the podium twice is Racing Zone team. Go Team Racing finished 4th and 7th in the opening round of the season, and the remnants of the reigning champions have finished 8th and 6th in the opening round. So it's been maybe a little bit against what we would really have expected in the first part of the season. I think, though, the winners of the opening couple of rounds as far as hypercar goes, though, is possibly Racing Zone team, with 2 podiums and 1 race win to their name at Spa as well.
Very good. Yeah, good point. It's going to be I'm just wondering, well, of course, I could probably look this up, but are 2/3 better than a 1st and a 4th, or a 1st and a 7th, or second and a 7th, 2nd and a 4th? Who knows? But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I have a feeling it might be actually very close towards the top of the hypercar standings at the end of this race. No doubt we'll find out once they get updated over the course of the weekend. But Roland Toffier, 25 seconds back from second place and only 48 seconds back from the leader, which is actually quite surprising after almost 6 hours of racing. It's only 48 seconds.
It is relatively surprising. Well, I still think they might have to splash yet. I think they've, unless I've missed their final stop, it's entirely possible. But it feels a bit close at the moment for the 3 leaders. Yeah, Racing Zone team with a 3rd and a 1st will be on 81 points. The 17 with a 1st and a 7th will be on 74, and the number 7 with a 2nd and a 4th will be on 73. So the 3 teams will be separated by just 8 points after 2 rounds, which is very close indeed. Are we seeing a top 3 in the championship sort of already emerge, or are Netrex, who finished 2nd, and Blackhawk, who finished 3rd at Spa, going to re-emerge here? It's pretty damaging for them both. They finished 7th and 8th here, to be fair, but nevertheless, one of the Go Team cars finished 7th in the first race, and now they're winning, so it can turn around very quickly.
Yeah, of course, and like I keep on saying, with an 8-race calendar, you can have 1 bad race. You can maybe have a second, considering how few cars there are in the hypercar class. But in order to essentially be guaranteed a shot at the championship, at least, you can have 1 bad race. The rest of the time, you need to be on the top of your game.
Feels a little bit. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, this could be, if you like, 1 bad race for the Netrix and the Blackhawk car.
Yeah, it feels like you can afford that, but it also feels to me like we haven't actually learned a lot about the hypercar teams this season, in a sense of, anything can happen over the course of any coincidence can happen over the course of 1 race. It feels like any coincidence has happened to most of the teams, if not Racing Zone maybe. But other than that, the other teams have all had some sort of issue over the course of the season so far. And so it feels like we haven't really learned a lot about these hypercar teams. Maybe next round, on the way towards the end of 2024, the final race of this calendar year, we could learn a bit more about the speeds of these teams and a little bit more about where they might end up at the end of the season, as opposed to just the coincidences that generally happen from race to race.
Yeah, also, also very true when it comes to that point as well. But I think it comes, at least when it comes to the hypercar class, because there are so few cars, there's only 8 of them. You know, as you said, having a bad race might, if you like, mask what the real performance is like. So I think, yeah, as you said, Dubai in 4 weeks' time might be a good final litmus test to see who the early front runners are, at least.
Good point you make about there only being 8 in the field as well, by the way, because the difference between first and 8th in points is only 17. So actually you need to be very close to be in championship contention by the end of the hypercar season. I know the points are going to be slightly extended for Le Mans as always. However, it's still going to be very, very tricky to actually overcome a real big deficit in the hypercar class because of the lack of points that you actually lose. Le Mans is of course going to be 1.5 times points again this time round, I think. So I might be wrong, but we'll find out. 1.5 times the 17 anyway is about 25, something like that. So 24. So you'd need to be very, very close at the end of the 7 rounds preceding Le Mans if you want to win the championship this season. So we'll wait and see just how close it's truly going to be as we end up in the final 10 minutes of this race here at Interlagos.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go here. So for the hypercars, that's what, 8 laps? Maybe 7.
1 minute 20 a lap. They can do 3 laps every 4 minutes, if that helps.
Fantastic. Really. Yeah, so it's 8 laps. There we go. It's 3 laps every 4 minutes. We have 10 to go. Thank you for giving me a nice multiple there, Ewan. It's
2.5. Yeah, 2.5, 4 laps to go. If that makes anyway.
Yeah, yeah, so 8 laps. It'll be fine. Yeah, so here we come, Roland Toth, 20 seconds back, 40 seconds back from the leader now. You can see that gap between the front two and the hypercars is starting to close, but I think that is because they can just they have the luxury to just foot off the throttle a little bit towards the end of the race, considering the gaps they have between each other.
Speaking of gaps, the closest one in the field is this one. Francesco Geniale trying to catch the Go Team at LMP2 for 5th position. The gap down to 3 seconds, and you just wonder whether Go Team are starting to fall back towards the end or whether Arm Cyber are finding a little bit of extra speed in these final 10 minutes.
Yeah, but very true.
That is the margin on your screen right there. The only position I think can realistically change in these top 8 of any of the classes.
Yeah, so 3 seconds Geniale has to make up to break into that top 5. Well, 1.8 seconds now needs to break up into that top 5 to overtake that number 38 car. And you can just see the 38 car in the foreground there, and just in the background, and there we go. There's a slightly better shot of the car that Geniale is trying to chase down. Now the start finish is 1.8 seconds as they cross the first sector. The second sector. 1.8 seconds again as they cross the start finish line. 8 minutes to go here at Interlagos, and the taste of a top 5 is right there for Arm Cyber, but they might just run out of time.
Be very disappointing for them if they do just run out of time here, but let's see. They were 8th place in the opening round of the season, so it looks like, unless a real big calamity befalls them and they lose a minute somehow in the final 8, they will improve on their first round performance, but by just how much? There's the look from the back of the Go Team LMP2. This could be an exciting battle towards the end here.
The double apex right-hander, a little bit of a straight line before coming to this first right-handed hairpin in the central section of the lap, through the left as well, and then coming up towards the right once more, towards the one of the best over.
It looks like we've lost video just for the moment. We'll hopefully reconnect up in these final 7 minutes, and you won't just have to listen to me for the remainder. But 7 minutes here to go at Interlagos. 1.3 seconds now the margin. It definitely seems like through the middle sector, Francesco Geniale is a bit quicker. And now the traffic befalls them. It's GT3 traffic just up ahead here on the way in towards turn number 1. That's what the majority of the traffic they'll have for the remainder here is. About 5 of them to be negotiated in the next 2 laps or so. There's no real hypercars behind these LMP2s either to really befall them, so it looks like they'll be okay on that front. Look at that, weaving through the GT3 traffic. Geniale's not going to get a good run through here.
Yeah, not getting a good run will be bogged a lot by traffic. Look at that Ferrari directly ahead in the way and coming down towards the apex. Oh, riding right up there on the inside curb there was Geniali. A little bit of light flashing there as well. And you can see that Go Team racing car ahead, that number 38. I don't think there really has been that much of a gap between them. Timothy Goya there is now going to be stuck behind this GT car, the HRT car coming through the central section. We need to go around the outside. Oh, this could be so close. Will we see something similar to what we saw earlier with the on-off team? Not quite. But coming down the hill, this is going to be a lot better for Geniali, this overtake on this GT car. Indeed, 0.6 of a second separate the two of them now.
His entry into that final corner, not ideal, but it's okay because he can use and lean back on that pace that he's clearly got here in the Arm Cyber LMP2. Out over the line they're going to go here. 5.5 minutes remaining. It doesn't really matter how many these guys think they've got to go. It's about where the leader is and how many more times they're going to be lapped before the end of this race, if at all. The leader is currently making their way in towards turn 12 at the moment. That's the final corner. If these guys don't get lapped again before the end of the race, they could be doing 5 more, which would be ideal for Geniale, I think. Go Team will be praying they get lapped again here, I think, so they do one less.
Yeah, that would be very helpful when it comes to fuel, but when it comes to actually running out of time in order to make the move, it's not particularly helpful at all. Coming around these double right-hander once again, and into the third of the right-handers in this initial complex. That left front tyre is screaming for mercy, and it gets a little bit here in this left-hander. But then we're going to come up to this right-hander here. Very, very easy to look up the inside tyre. You've got to make sure that you don't do that, because that would be fatal to both of these cars' chances with so few minutes left in the race. Coming down towards Hung Tao, braking hard for this left-hander. Make sure you don't hit the 50 board on the outside. That'll cause some damage before accelerating up the hill once more, and generally we'll just get the tantalising little entrails of a slipstream.
The two Blackhawk GT3s are just up ahead here, by the way, for these two to negotiate, so that will go on. By the way, there's a battle for 7th place also going on in LMP2 here. They're currently making their way round turn 4 at the back end of the field. It's Team Irish trying to pass Simframe as things stand for that position. That's pretty interesting as well. Suave just up ahead of Team Iris in the purple and black, you can just see behind. So 2 battles to try and keep an eye on here in the final minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's all going on in the LMP2 class at the end. But here we go, having a look at Goya at the top, that Go Team battle, and at the bottom, oh, look how close that Cyber car is now. Oh, it's going to make the move. That's it, through the right-hander, using number 81 car as a move there to take away that final 5 position by the Cyber car.
He knew that if he didn't take the first chance, he could get stuck behind Timothy Goya, and so Francesco Geniale made sure he dived down the inside at the earliest possible opportunity. Into the final corner though, there's traffic ahead of him. Another one of the Blackhawk BMWs.
Oh.
He just has to slow down. Goya will maybe have another chance to come back at him into turn 1.
So coming up underneath the pedestrian bridge, through the first of the left-handers, and then coming up through the second, you can see that gap closing and closing because of the slipstream effect that Goya has. Coming across the start-finish line, we'll go to the inside, the outside, or just stay behind. Just stay behind. No, going for a late dive towards the inside. There is definitely an overlap. Goya slides there on the apex and loses some time, but look at this, might get the cutback through turn 3, and so incredibly close on the run down towards turn 4 now.
Oh, Geniale feels the need to defend already here on the way down towards turn 4. They move to the outside. Goya moves back to the inside. That was a bit of moving around on the straight there from Geniale, although Goya was doing it as well. He's going to go from the inside. Geniale fools himself almost and goes deep into turn 4. And Timothy Goya retakes 5th position.
2 minutes to go here at Interlagos, and this is the final battle. And here we go, there's another GT car from the outside using the GT car. No, that's too wide.
Wow, if he pulled that off, it would have been a miracle. He got very, very close though. Fair play for effort there from Geniale. He knows that there isn't much time remaining. It doesn't look like the hypercar leader is going to overtake them here. The leader will take its final lap in a few moments' time. These guys will take 2 to go as they cross the start-finish line.
So we're coming through on car once more. So this time it is the armed cybercar, Geniali behind once more. Here comes the GT traffic. We'll pass that easily along the flat out straight before the start-finish line. We'll need to go all the way around the outside of that GT car, a little bit too far back to make a move into turn one. That's 0.3 of a second the gap before braking hard for these S's. But look at this GT battle directly ahead. This might come into account when it comes to this battle.
I reckon they've still got 6 GTs to pass and catch in the next 1 minute and a bit when they complete this race. So this could prove to be the difference. Goya goes down the inside of the Mercedes. Geniale fires down the inside too. Oh goodness, he nearly gets down the inside of Goya all in one go. He made sure he got through there though, because he knew that a gap at this stage could be fatal for his race. Now just look up in the distance. You may have seen that some of the GT3s going round Ferradura. They will be a factor on the final lap of these two's race. And Goya knows that dive now going in towards turn 8. He makes sure he defends it at the right-hand hairpin.
Geniali tried up and under there through the first of the right-handers. They're coming through the second. He's going to try and cut back and get a better run down the hill through this left-hander to maybe make a move down Geniali at the bottom. But look how close these two are, coming around the left-hander and then braking hard. The time limit is about to expire. It will be 2 laps to go for this one. The Go Team car will win the race in the hypercars. We've still got a full 4.5-5 kilometers left of racing between these two drivers. Geniali using the slipstream a lot closer this time round than they were last time round. When we go to the left, the right drivers inside, drivers outside. Trying to fake out, will make a move around the outside, perhaps. No, trying to cut.
Oh!
But no, that was a lovely bit of defending there by the 38 car.
Very close
Oh,
for that position. As meanwhile, Remy Delorme is going to win the race overall for Go Team Racing. The overall win to Go Team again here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. They're having a fantastic time, I think. Further back, Geniale loses loads of time in that battle. Go Team look like they're going to hang on to that position. Has Federico Suave found his way to 7th position? It looks like he may well have done here in the final few moments. The LMP2 and GT3 leaders are still yet to come over the line. There is still battles to be had here though.
It's going to try to cut back. It's going to be side by side all the way up the hill for that 7th position. And Silva lost it on the last corner of the race. Here comes the Team Iris car up the inside of Shinkau. The inside along the start finish straight. There's going to be a little bit more slipstream, but it's going to be one braking zone too late for Silva.
Goodness me. This is what happened to Geniale. He just lost it out of turn 2.
Yep.
Just lost it out of turn 2 as the race leader overall was taking the victory in LMP2. The race winner in the end is going to be Blackhawk Racing. Fantastic drive from them as they take the stranglehold of the LMP2 standings immediately. It's second in round 1, first in round 2 for them. Further behind, Sema Celik is going to win in GT3 for Caspian Motorsport, pretty much from lights to flag, although the winning margin in the end, just 9 seconds.
So close, that battle. Oh, it was, as you said, for that first position, 9 seconds in the GT3 class, but so close in the LMP2s as well. 2 battles that came right down to the final lap of the race. And here is Remy Delorme, as you said, the winner in the hypercar class here in Interlagos.
We only got to see him come over the line very briefly, but it's a thoroughly deserved win and a 1-2, of course, for Go Team Racing. They are on top of the world. 262 laps of racing. It's Go Team 1 and 2. Racing's own team recovered well from their early penalties to finish on the podium. Seawolf Netrace, Netrex GP were on the battle for 4th place. Seawolf actually winning that one. Nick De Silva finished his 6th for 10.8.9 Racing, I should say, with Blackhawk Racing and Netrex GP rounding out the hypercar standings. In LMP2, Osiris Riera brings the Blackhawk Racing car over the line to win there in the end by a lap, although the gap was smaller than that. Filippo Canero brings Pancorsa's pole-sitted car into 2nd place, with RFRO holding on to the podium. On-Off Racing finished 4th. Go Team Racing held on for 5th ahead of Arm Cybra. Team Irish passed Simfreem Esports right at the very end for 7th. Undercover Rain and Sean Clark Racing round out the top 10 with their duo of drivers. Derry Peronek striking that car over the line. Early crash for Wojtek Polesny, but Thomas Enger Sim Racing from first in race 1 to 11th in race 2. Hyperion Esports, Valley Esports and XRL Esports round out the LMP2 standings, all of whom again got to the flag. Caspian Motorsport win in GT3 ahead of Simframe Esports in a gap just 9 seconds in the end. An alternative strategy for Rafa Esports team gets them a podium ahead of Simframe Esports. Seawolf Net Race round out the top 5. We've got a sim racing team seeing off Blackhawk Racing's 2 cars for 6th position. Ninth was Martin Mergley in the WRT BMW with 58, number 58 in every sense of the word, in 10th position for Diogo Silva. And then the bottom end of the standings here. Dennis Duna, 11th for Sim Racing for Holland. Brabham Motorsport finishing 12th ahead of Team Iris. Another lap back to Satellite Racing and yet Wanamaya, who took that car over the line. Tomelia ERT round out the top 15. MC Motorsport, Carlani Racing and SRC Coa Seasport were not too far behind. Bros Racing lost quite a lot of time in that crash with about 2 hours to go. Boya Milan lost loads of time in a crash. They DNF'd. The only retirement of the race was Wanako. Make sure you join us again in 4 weeks' time for the 8 hours of the Dubai Autodrome. If that finish here at Sao Paulo was anything to go by, then you should definitely join us. We'll be live from 1 p.m. CET in the Dubai Autodrome for the VEC's first ever race down there in Dubai. 2nd of November, hope to see you then. This has been round 2 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 17. Thanks so much for your company here this afternoon. I've been Ewan Leary alongside Vidya Heatley for this part of the race. Darragh Thacker and Cam Roger have been with us earlier on in the day. Until we see you in 4 weeks' time in Dubai, it's goodbye for now.